Test.
If we take our seats, we'll get going here. Okay. Welcome, everyone. We're day 2 of our June council meeting. Would like to thank the council staff for having a fantastic shared reception last night. Probably the best one maybe we've ever had. So beautiful weather here in Roanoke Park for those that are attending in person. With that, we're going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Hassemer to start us off on E3, sorry. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the little scare there. Yeah, let's try E3, and I will look down the table to Todd Phillips to introduce this. Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. As indicated, we are returning to Groundfish, agenda item E3, which is in-season action or management final action. So per usual, under this agenda item, the Council is going to be informed by the Groundfish management team regarding the status of the fishery relative to harvest goals and objectives. And the Council is tasked to consider as appropriate any in-season adjustments to routine groundfish measures to attain but not exceed annual catch limits. The GMT and the GAP are expected, and well, they will be providing the Council with reports on in-season adjustment requests by stakeholders and other related issues. Your tasks today are to consider groundfish catch and projections as appropriate and adopt any in-season 2025 in-season adjustments as necessary. And to reiterate and be very specific, your action is to adopt final in-season adjustments for 2025. You do have 2 reports from the GMT and a report from the GAP. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, it concludes my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Todd. Any questions on the overview before we get started? Not seeing any questions then, we'll move directly to our reports. And the first is the Groundfish Management Team Report 2, Thompson Benez. There's Thompson. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice, bright and early this morning. We have 2 reports from the GMT. Report 1 has been in the briefing book for some time, so I will not be reading that report, but I'll be happy to take questions after I read in-season Report 2. The Groundfish Management Team discussed the current status of groundfish fisheries and the need for any in-season adjustments below. The GMT details the action items that have been brought to the GMT for the Pacific Fishery Management Council consideration. Scorecards for Chinook, salmon, and yellow eye rockfish are included in Appendix 1. In-season changes. With high sablefish allocations in 2025, the GMT explored whether trip limit increases could be implemented for the remainder of 2025 to allow for greater opportunity to utilize sablefish. At least some vessels in both the limited entry LAFG and open access sectors, north and south of 36 north latitude, have attained more than 90% of the status quo sablefish trip limits. And landing information to date indicates growing utilization and participation in all 4 areas compared to recent years. Therefore, the GMT modeled sablefish trip limit increases for all 4 sectors and areas and provides recommendations for precautionary increases, accounting for the uncertainty and impacts to short spine thornyhead. For both sectors, north and south of 36, the GMT modeled an option 1 that is identical to the next highest option modeled in the 2025-2026 harvest specifications analysis. For both sectors south of 36, the option 1 trip limits were requested by industry members. Option 1 provides a precautionary increase while minimizing the risk of exceeding short spine thornyhead non-trawl allocation in the annual catch target ACT north of 3427. Given that sablefish attainments are projected to be low under both options, but at least some vessels would benefit from the higher trip limits, the GMT recommends option 1, sablefish trip limit increases for all 4 sectors, LAFG, open access, north of 36, and LAFG and open access, south of 36. Limited entry north, so far this year, 9 out of all 19 LAFG vessels landing sablefish north of 36 have attained more than 90% of their status quo bi-monthly limit in at least 1 or 2 of the bi-monthly periods to date. Overall landings in this sector are tracking higher this year than compared to this time in previous years, despite similar trips across all recent years. Sablefish price per pound is used in the model to predict vessel participation. Predicted prices for the remainder of the year are calculated using prices in each respective period out of 2023 and 2024. Low predicted prices are calculated as 10% lower than the average true price for that period, and high predicted prices are calculated at 10% higher. Prices in 2023 and 2024 were still relatively low compared to all other years in the time series, which mean that even predicted high price scenarios are still low relative to historical prices. Annual prices to date in 2025 and predicted prices are used in the model shown in Table 1. The 2025 average bi-monthly trip limit prices per pound in LEN sector have ranged from 197 to 221, which falls within the average to high price scenario estimated for the bi-monthly periods from July through December. Note that there are some overlap across the three price scenarios because certain bi-monthly periods typically fetch a higher price per pound than other periods, which means that the average period 4 price is higher than the high period 6 price. Because landings are estimated per bi-monthly period, this overlap does not conflict with the ability to compare projections across price scenarios. Trip limit options and projected 2025 landings for LEN sector are shown in Table 2 below. Under the SQ trip limits, LEN landings for the full year are projected to be 17 to 20% of the 2025 landing target, and under Option 1, landings are projected to be 19 to 23%. Year-end impacts to short spine were projected in the Council analytical document under full attainment of the sablefish non-trawl allocation. The GMT paired the CAD projection with year-specific attainment for sablefish under Option 1, resulting in an estimated additional 3 metric tons of short spine mortality when compared to status quo trip limits. Open access north. So far this year, 7 out of the 44 open access vessels landing sablefish north of 36 have attained more than 90% of the status quo bi-monthly limit in at least one of the 2 bi-monthly periods to date. Open access north participation started out tracking higher in 2025 compared to recent years, and overall landings are tracking higher this year than 2024, but comparable to other years. The 2025 average bi-monthly sablefish price in the open access north sector has ranged from $255 to $296, which exceeds the high price scenario estimated for the bi-monthly periods from July through December. Trip limit options and projected 2025 landings for open access north are shown in Table 4. Under status quo trip limits, open access north landings for the full year are projected at 19 to 22% of 2025 landing targets. Under Option 1, that jumps to 22 to 24%. Open access north impacts to short spine were projected in the same way we projected limited entry north, resulting in an additional 0.3 metric tons of short spine mortality when compared to status quo trip limits. Open access south. The GMT received a request to increase OA south trip limits for sablefish south of 36 from the current 2,000 pounds per week not to exceed 6,000 pounds per 2-month period to 2,500 pounds per week not to exceed 7,500 pounds per 2-month period. This request aims to do 2 things: provide greater logistical flexibility for open access participants to supply buyers with more consistent and reliable source of sablefish, improve utilization of the historically under-attained sablefish harvest limits in the south. Currently, 3 open access south vessels are landing 90% or more of their weekly and bi-monthly trip limits at least once this year. In most cases, the entire weekly limit is landed in a single trip, effectively limiting those vessels to 3 trips every 2 months, or approximately 18 trips annually. According to the request, this intermittent supply has led to situations where buyers seek alternative sources during off weeks when vessels are not active. Trip limit projections, trip limit options, and projected 2025 landings for the OAS sector are shown in Table 5. Trip limit projections for the OAS sector are not bracketed by price scenarios because price was not used as a predictor in the sector model. Rather, the GMT assumed the vessel participation in 2024 by a 2-month period is representative of the expected 2025 participation. Under SQ trip limits, open access south landings for the full year are projected to be less than 1% of the 2025 landing targets, and under Option 1 trip limits, open access south are projected to be 1.1% of the non-nearshore percent. The non-nearshore model does not predict mortality for species caught while targeting sablefish. However, given the 4 metric ton increase in sablefish mortality projection, the GMT does not see this increase as a threat to the coastwide non-trawl short spine allocation of 267.6 metric tons in 2025 or 218.3 metric tons in 2026. Discards in the sector have been 0 since 2020, according to the GIM, and the GMT does not expect that to change. Limited entry south. The GMT noticed that LEFG trip limits for sablefish south of 36 is listed incorrectly in federal regulations at Table 2B South, Part 66, Subpart E. The trip limit is listed at 2,500 pounds per week, not to exceed 6,000 pounds for 2 months. However, there has never been a bi-monthly trip limit for sablefish south of 36 for the LEFG sector, nor did the council adopt one in the 2025-2026 specs. Given this, the SQ option provided in this report for LEFG sector south of 36 north latitude is 2,500 pounds per week, even though the SQ trip limit currently in regulations is 2,000 pounds. Although the request was initiated by the OA sector, 7 LEFG vessels are similarly attaining 90% or more of their weekly limits at least once this year, consistent with past GMT recommendations. LE trip limits are typically higher than OA limits to reflect the greater cost and commitment associated with the LE permits. Therefore, the GMT evaluated increased trip limit scenarios for both sectors south of 36 north latitude. Trip limit options and projected 25 landings for the OA sector are shown in Table 7. The 2025 average bi-monthly sablefish prices per pound in LES sector have ranged from $2.30 to $2.64, which falls within the low to average price scenario estimated for the bi-monthly periods from July through December. Under Option 1, the proposed increase in sablefish trip limits is projected to result in an additional 30 to 31 metric tons of sablefish landing south of 36, even assuming a conservative 1-to-1 catch ratio for thorny heads. While targeting sablefish, which is higher than ever historically observed, this level of increase does not present a risk to the non-trawl allocation for short spine thorny head. The average discard mortality for short spine thorny head in recent years, according to the GEM, is 3.8 metric tons. Under status quo trip limits, LES landings for the full year are projected to be 9 to 11% of the 2025 landing target for sablefish. And under Option 1, trip limits, LES landings are projected to be at 10 to 12% of their allocation. Moving on to the California recreational piece, the GMT provides the following response and request from the California Recreational Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, commercial passenger fishing vessel, and skiff representatives for an in-season change to the recreational groundfish season in the San Francisco GMA. The San Francisco GMA spans from 3857 to 3711. Specifically, the request was to consider moving September from an inshore fishery where fishing is permitted shoreward of the 20-fathom boundary line to an offshore fishery where fishing is allowed seaward of the 50-fathom rockfish RCA. The rationale for this request included reportedly increased fishing pressure resulting in reported localized depletion on nearshore rocks in the San Francisco GMA. 2024, the nearshore complex south of 4010 attained only 37% of the ACL. As a currently rebuilding nearshore species, coolback rockfish impacts were also considered. Despite the restrictive harvest limit for this area south of 4010, coolback rockfish mortality in 2024 did not exceed the limit at 77% attainment of the ACL contribution to the complex. At the time of writing this report, California recreational mortality estimates are only available through the end of March, which coincides with the period in which boat-based fishing is closed for rockfish, cabezon, greenling, and lingcod. The GMT has no new information indicating the nearshore rockfish complex or coolback rockfish south of 4010 exceeded their respective harvest limits in 2024 or at risk of doing so in 2025. In the San Francisco GMA, the 50-fathom RCA line is primarily located in federal waters, while the 20-fathom boundary line is located solely in state waters. Recognizing that the proposed change is requested to take effect in order to have additional offshore fishing opportunities beginning in this year this would require changing state and federal regulations using emergency rulemaking authority. However, the council only has a jurisdiction over fisheries in federal waters. If the council were to approve this request, there's no guarantee that California Fish and Game Commission would approve conforming regulations in California state waters. Most private and rental vessels are not large enough or well equipped to safely travel the distance required to reach the 50-fathom RCA line, which is located approximately 33 miles from the mouth of the San Francisco Bay, as example. In addition, there are many smaller skiffs and kayak anglers in that area. This proposed change raises equity concerns and would effectively take away a month of fishing opportunity from the majority of recreational groundfish anglers in this area. The proposed change would only affect the San Francisco GMA, with the northern Mendocino and central GMAs remaining unchanged. Differences in season structure between the GMA increases regulatory complexity, hindering public understanding and compliance with fishing regulations. Additionally, the California state transit provision would preclude transit through the San Francisco GMA while nearshore groundfish are aboard, even if they were taken from a GMA where a nearshore species is permitted. As a result, the approval of this request would create enforcement concerns. Given the considerations outlined above, the GMT does not support this request at this time. California Quillback, with the information available to the GMT through March 2025 for recreational and to date for commercial data, no quillback rockfish catch has been reported. And I will not read the appendix, but you can find the Chinook scorecard as well as the LSI scorecard. And I will pause there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Benez on the Groundfish Management Team report? Looking around, I see none.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. I have a trio listed here as doing that report: Gary Richter, Steve Bessick, and Travis Hunter. So I'm not sure how you'll choreograph that. I'll let you introduce themselves and start the report. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I'm doing the reading. Mr. Steve Bessick and Mr. Travis Hunter will be here to answer questions at the end, any processor questions, any trawl questions you might have. Hopefully we can answer them. Reading from agenda item E3A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on In-Season Management Final Action. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel provides the following recommendations on action items and provides some additional updates on the unforeseen outcomes of drastic harvest specification declines on the 2025 fishery to date. Under action items for sablefish, the sablefish market has stabilized a bit and prices for product have increased in some areas. The GAP actually received a request to increase open access sablefish trip limit south of Point Conception, which is somewhat unusual due to traditionally more difficult market conditions in the south. The GAP fixed gear reps, both open access and limited entry, requested that the GMT analyze some larger sablefish trip limits for consideration. Complicating matters is the concern of the potential for short spine thorny-head bycatch under the low allocation due to the most recent assessment with any increase of sablefish trip limits. Following a detailed GMT analysis, GAP is comfortable going somewhat conservative on sablefish trip limits increase at this time, and then we'll reconsider further trip limit increases at the September council meeting when more data is available. And the GMT just laid out everything pretty nicely. You can see the options there. We went with option 1 all the way across the board. And we'll go to California Quillback next. The implementation of the rebuilding plan for California Quillback rockfish and associated management measures has resulted in significant impacts to California fishing communities. However, the recent draft full assessment of California Quillback suggests the population is not overfished. Northern California charter boat businesses have been struggling due to 2 years of closed salmon fishing and rockfish regulations designed to protect overfished quillback. The lack of salmon opportunity has moved many charter boats that would otherwise fish for salmon into the groundfish fishery. This has created more competition for a declining customer base and has harmed businesses that normally focus on groundfish and not salmon. The limited fishing areas due to quillback protections have concentrated effort and also reduced customer interest. Private recreational anglers have been restricted for the last 2 years in fishing in historic areas due to the quillback-related depth constraints. Recreational anglers have been forced to fish either shallower than 20 fathoms or deeper than 50 fathoms, ultimately concentrating effort and increasing pressure on nearshore species. The current regulations also make it difficult for anglers to fish for other species. For example, if rockfish are aboard a boat during the 20-fathom restriction, the boat cannot fish for other species such as Pacific halibut in waters over 20 fathoms in depth. The non-trawl commercial sector in California has suffered some of the most restrictive regulations that the state has ever seen due to the 2023 California Quillback Assessment. This led to an almost complete closure of commercial fisheries in California state waters north of 37.7 North, eliminating all non-trawl access opportunities with the exception of nearshore permit holders. This led to complete prohibition of all federal groundfish species in state waters. GAP recommends that if the new full assessment is approved by the SSC and is deemed not overfished, that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Service rescind all of the Quillback-related management measures implemented in late 2023 as soon as is possible. For California recreational, the GAP requested that the GMT analyze moving the San Francisco management zone from shoreward of 20 fathoms to seaward of 50 fathoms during the month of September to provide more equitable fishing opportunities for anglers targeting deep water areas. Currently, the season allows 6 months of shallow water species, for example, shoreward of 20 fathoms, and only 3 months for deep water fishing, seaward of 50 fathoms. The adjustment would balance this to 4 months deep and 5 months shallow. Inshore reefs shoreward of 20 fathoms near the San Francisco Bay and Golden Gate Bridge area experience heavy fishing pressure during the nearshore portions of the season, and this proposal would relieve some of that pressure. If the current quillback-related depth restrictions are changed as described above, then this request would not be needed, but the GAP would like to see it addressed in case there are no quillback-related depth restriction changes in 2025. For informational item, the GAP would like to provide more context to the 2025 landings data described in agenda item E3A Supplemental Team Report 1. The GAP in industry recognized that the impacts of the declining annual catch limits for canary, petrale, and short spine would be significant. The impacts seen to date are more serious than anticipated. As a reminder, the 2025-2026 harvest specifications were finalized in June 2024, and therefore fishing data and experiences from the remainder of 2024 were not considered in the determination of the specifications and management measures. Getting to shore-based IFQ. In the shore-based individual fishing quota trawl fishery, the remaining 4 bottom trawlers left in the Eureka area described being paralyzed by the ACL reductions and have only made 4, and I'd like you to scratch that 4, and it's 3. We got some updated intel on that. It's 3 total groundfish deliveries this year, despite their buyer wanting fish. They are concerned about canary lightning strikes and don't have enough canary to confidently fish on the shelf, yet they don't have enough short spine quota to fill in the Dover Thornyhead sablefish fishery on the slope either. No one is in a hurry to go out and risk it, and they're shifting effort to try to make ends meet and retain crew, crabbing longer, for example, and at least one vessel is making shrimp trips. The others are all tied up. Bottom trawl captains on the fishing vessel Iron Lady and fishing vessel Cape Windy explained to the GAP that opportunities they used to have to diversify have dried up. Boats used to be able to bring in Rex sole, sand dabs, English sole, and other species to round out their trips, or when constraining species shifted their fishing areas. But because of market constraints on processors, delivery opportunities have become much more prescriptive to bring in specific amounts of specific species and nothing else, with price penalties for going over the trip limits set by the processor. Moving around to find the exact fish you're supposed to bring in and find a place you can access that cleanly costs money and time. They also described disparities in quota pricing throughout the year, with constraining species quota pounds being more expensive at the beginning of the year and less so when there's less time to fish toward the end of the year. However, processors can't just take deliveries during the second half of the year, so those who fish first can end up paying more in quota pound lease prices to do so. The vessel manager for two Newport-based vessels, the fishing vessel Miss Sue and fishing vessel Seeker, described their highest combined short spine bycatch year during whiting operations in the last decade was in 2024. The trend of increased short spine encounter rates off of Oregon continued in bottom trawl for the fishing vessel Miss Sue in December of 2024 through February of 2025. The Miss Sue switched over from DTS to midwater rockfish earlier than they wanted to in order to conserve short spine quota if they needed it later in the year. Other Newport-based bottom trawl and midwater trawl vessels that don't traditionally trawl the first few months of the year realized by early spring they would be much more constrained in their 2025 fishing plans because of both the lower short spine allocations and the limited options for leasing quota. The canary market has all but seized up. The Miss Sue has avoided fishing for whiting off Washington altogether to this point because of higher canary encounters, foregoing opportunity. The fear of lightning strikes is well founded, with one bottom trawl vessel already having a large catch of canary in Oregon this year. That particular vessel had enough quota in the count to cover this catch, but it left them with much less room under the vessel cap for the remainder of the year. There was an approximately 11,000-pound lightning strike of canary in the shoreside hake fishery last week, and another hit of approximately 3,000 pounds this week. While we wouldn't normally classify 3,000 pounds as a lightning strike, with reduced quotas, it qualifies as a large catch event. Few vessels have access to enough canary quota to cover large amounts of canary catch, and the quota market is choked up. For short spine, high encounter rates and reduced allocations have also made trading quota difficult. Petrale quota is always hard to find, but the reduced allocation has reduced trading. The handful of people who are willing to lease these coveted species are mostly quota share permit owners without an active vessel, and prices are exorbitant. On Jefferson State Trading Company, an online auction used by many of the shoreside trawl participants, quota pound prices from 2024 to 2025 had increased by 66% for petrale, 99% for canary, and 233% for short spine thorny head. Active vessels need every pound they have of canary, short spine, and petrale as insurance for the year, either to catch themselves or to trade for a different bycatch species. Quota pound for these species are so difficult to come by that they are sometimes more valuable than money, and vessels that don't fish that particular species will hold onto quota pounds as insurance. For example, Sea Storm's vessel manager described that her vessel does not catch petrale, but owns petrale quota share, which she usually trades to vessels who target petrale in exchange for widow rockfish or whiting. But this year, Sea Storm is holding back some petrale as the only insurance for later obtaining canary or short spine if it's needed, since trading one of these three species may be the only way to get the other. However, this behavior on a large scale hampers quota movement and efficient harvest and utilization of the sector allocation. While quota movement is an ongoing problem in the trawl fishery, it has been exacerbated this year due to the ACL declines for canary, short spine, and petrale. The short quota market and high quota prices for the few trades that are occurring have also created an issue of equity within the fishery. The most efficient vessels that are most profitable or are part of a larger company or are owned by a processor can afford to pay a higher price to get quota to move. But this drives up the price of quota pounds for those species for everyone in the fishery. For vessels that are already struggling to remain in the fishery, every quota pound purchase decreases profitability, and it's worsened when lease prices skyrocket. Vessels are faced with the dilemma: do I leave the dock or risk bycatch of species I don't have to access or can't afford, or do I stay at the dock? At some point, leasing quota out to others becomes more profitable than operating a vessel and catching it yourself. But if we lose vessels in this fishery, we lose history, independent boats, generational fishing families, port infrastructure, and vibrant fishing communities. We lose the identity of the groundfish fishery. So many market conditions are already changing the face of the fishery, and the combination of these three significant ACL declines for critical species is bringing this trawl fishery back to the brink. For shore-based processors, many of the constraints that apply to trawl vessels above also apply to shore-based processors. Processors own vessels and quota and therefore experiencing similar challenges. When petroleum prices are currently up at both the ex-vessel level and the sales market to customers, it is unclear whether the increased prices will make up for the potential revenue loss. Based on attaining a full petroleum vessel cap at estimated average prices from last year, a vessel that caps out at 200,000 pounds is likely to experience up to $100,000 estimated loss in revenue. There is also a smaller sales market able to absorb the higher prices. As an example, a vessel delivering 10,000 pounds to 12,000 pounds per trip results in roughly 16 to 20 trips per year. That doesn't stretch very far, especially for a boat that is fishing flatfish and midwater rockfish as their primary fishery. Processors have had to meter the landings this year, more so than in the past, to the hopes of maintaining some level of consistency throughout the year. Fishing for a lower target amount is challenging, but the trip must generate enough revenue to be economically viable, and petroleum is typically the major revenue driver on a flatfish trip. These examples are all indicative of the instability problem at the processor and consumer levels. Simply supply and demand would seem to indicate a limited supply would lead to an automatic increase in price. While that is good for fishermen and processors, a limit exists as to what the consumer will pay for each wild domestic seafood species when alternatives, other seafood species, other proteins exist on the market at lower prices. Seafood and grocery markets want year-round stability. Absent that, it is difficult for processors to retain those markets that depend on volume. Holding quota until the end of the year on the assumption that prices will rise carries more risk for fishermen on whether the market for certain species will exist and whether those markets will still exist in sufficient quantity to make fishing profitable at that time of year. While we knew challenges were coming, the reality has far exceeded our fears. One processor representative shared with the Gap that one company has been making progress selling petroleum to the East Coast, and they are concerned that the reduced allocation and inconsistency in supply will jeopardize that market. Additionally, the uncertainty in assessments and rumors about potential drastic changes in assessments put off fishermen and processors from investing in equipment, gear, markets, etc. For at-sea sector, the mothership whiting fishery is just getting started for 2025, but in preseason meetings, whiting mothership cooperative members discussed concerns about accessing WIDA with so many species to avoid. WMC has long implemented closed areas, precautionary areas, and in-season hotspot closures, as well as other bycatch mitigation methods. The concern is that if hake aggregates in an area with canary and short spine, or salmon, dark blotch, widow, yellowtail, Pacific Ocean perch, etc., there become very few places to safely access to avoid these species, and there won't be enough whiting in small clean areas to sustain the fleet, especially after a record low whiting attainment in 2024. The tolerance for a vessel, the mothership processor platform plus 2 to 4 mothership catcher vessels to burn fuel, time, and money searching for clean fishing becomes lower and hampers participation altogether. At least one mothership processor has decided not to participate at all this year. The mothership processor Arctic Storm, together with 3 MSCVs, the fishing vessel Leslie Lee, the fishing vessel Marathon, and fishing vessel Sea Storm, was the first mothership fleet to the grounds in 2025, and at the time of this writing of this statement are currently searching down the coast. The fleet made the difficult decision to bycatch the only whiting they found so far in southern Washington because of the potential for canary bycatch. The Gap understands that one other mothership processor plans to participate this year, but it's unclear if others will, in part because the bycatch restrictions add significant operational costs. At the time the 2025-2026 harvest specifications were analyzed, The industry was also not aware that the value of the mothership fishery would drop by 59% in 2024, or that the mothership cost recovery for percentage would increase from 1.8% to 3% in 2025. This increased cost, combined with heightened bycatch restriction, places extra burden on the MSCVs. The catcher processor sector has had clean whiting fishing so far, but is front-loading as much spring harvest as possible due to chronic short spine encounters in the fall last year. 2 CP vessels delayed deployment to the Alaska pollock fishery, instead went whiting fishing this spring. Delayed deployment of Alaska shifts operational risk, utilization, and bycatch from the fall whiting fishery to the Alaska pollock bee season. The decision to deploy into the whiting fishery was based in part on the combination of clean spring fishing and the highly uncertain scenario that the fall whiting fishery presents. They also implemented restricted bycatch avoidance measures and a large cannery closure on a shelf where there is often productive hake harvest. Under commercial non-trawl, as described above in the request for sablefish trip limit changes, vessels are seeing improvements in the markets, and vessels are hitting the current trip limits and asking for increases. However, there is concern about increasing the sablefish limits due to concerns about short spine bycatch due to low ACLs. Non-trawl representatives also note that with the cow-cod conservation areas opening up in 2024, vessels are still exploring the area that had been closed for over 2 decades. While the analysis for Amendment 32 noted that there would likely be increases in mortality for shelf rockfish south, slope rockfish south, short spine thorny heads, and sablefish south of 36 north as key fishing grounds for these stocks, the degree of that increase was uncertain. The GAP understands that short spine catches south of 3427 north have doubled compared to this point last year. Additionally, vessels trying to target shelf stocks such as yellowtail, widow, and boccaccio are having issues finding areas without significant amounts of cannery. This results in vessels having to move to other areas, increasing operational costs and foregoing opportunity in general. And then lastly, the recreational folks, the recreational members on the GAP recognize that the season hasn't been open long enough and can provide further updates on fishery conditions in September. Mr. Vice Chair, that completes a whopper of a GAP in-season statement. Be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, long report there. Appreciate you giving that to us. I'll look around and see if there are questions, and right away I see Heather Hall has her hand up. Heather.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Gary, for reading that report. Really appreciate the very thoughtful approach to this report, describing exactly what the different sectors are going through. I think it's really helpful to have that context. So just wanted to offer thanks to the GAP for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I was going to echo similar. We had the GMT report explaining what the numbers are compared to the overall ACL, and appreciate the effort that went in from all the sectors to try to provide the context on a more operation by operation level. I think that's going to be really helpful as we continue thinking about this. So not a question, just another appreciation of the thoughtfulness that went into this report.
Thank you, Lynn. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for the testimony and the hard work at the GAP. I really appreciated the opportunity to attend part of your meeting and to see this outcome. I think you sum it all up very well at the top of page 5 of your statement. Just an excellent summary of the dilemma faced by our fisheries sector operators. I've heard this from a fisherman that you not only have to be good at fishing, you have to practically be holding the skills of a stock and a bond market dealer to deal with this fishery. So just a couple of questions about prices and about markets. First of all, do you see a tight correlation between quota prices and the prices being paid for seafood? Second of all, maybe it's a good one for Steve. And how do your retail markets deal with their supply, particularly in light of the 10% import tariffs that are being imposed on seafood? And finally, just we learn in Econ 101A that if we have perfectly competitive markets with good information, then the supply and demand, the market should determine the appropriate price. But do you feel like we have competitive markets for both the quotas and the seafood? Thank you very much.
Through the chair to answer Ms. Lent's first question about the correlation between quota pound prices and market prices, I don't believe that there is one. It's kind of a cost of doing business. There's certainly no correlation really between quota pound prices and ex-vessel prices. That they're pretty independent of each other.
All right. In response to the second question, I think that with the implementations of the tariffs and maybe overall uncertainty as well in seafood imports, there has been more interest in switching maybe some previously imported programs into domestic production programs, which is really positive. But at this point, it's been mostly interest and not actual changes. And I think this is another concern because we have opportunities now that we've wanted for years and want to be able to take advantage of those. You'll have to remind me of the third question.
Thank you. Just asking, do you feel like you have competitive markets with perfect information, or at least reasonable information on for all actors, buyers and sellers? Thank you.
I do. I think that I'm going to kind of point to what we talked about in the report a little bit of that there is a limit to each item that we have. It's not an infinite price increase, and that at a certain point, each species has its own cap of what a consumer is willing to pay for that item. And that concerns me, and it kind of goes back to maybe the quota pricing. If at the end of the year, the quota prices didn't support what a consumer is willing to pay, through the chain, that item would just be not viable in the market.
Thank you. Further questions? Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hasselmer. Well, gentlemen, just a great statement about the situation on the coast. I know it's accurate because I'm living it. And so I think you might have missed a couple things. There was a 10,000-pound tow of Canary lightning strike off south of Coos Bay. A friend of mine, his boat's out of the fishery for the rest of the year. And then our own personal vessel had a 6,000-pound tow, which is a pretty big dent in what we had. And so it's just some places just don't go back. And I'd just like to point out that it's interesting. The fleet wanted to reassess Canary a couple of years ago because they thought they'd get more fish because they were seeing so much fish. And here we are. So be careful what you ask for. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, all three of you. Next, we'll move to public comment. I know we have at least 10 signups. Wait for that to appear. And first up is Kevin Dunn, followed by James Smith. Good morning, Kevin.
Wanted to come to let you see that I have a shirt with sleeves, but other than that, good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I don't know that I can add a lot to the GAP statement, but in case you wanted a very unfiltered opinion of what's going on the grounds, I thought I'd perch up here and let you know. My fellow fishermen, we saw kind of the nightmare coming with the Canary decrease. But it was really a perfect storm we didn't anticipate. I tend to be pretty early in the year. I get quota rounded up. But avenues I've used before dried up. They need them as trading currency. And as most of you know, I am a bottom trawler 12 months a year. Given that this year we're taking 2 months off to do maintenance because it's the only way we can stretch our petroleum out. A number of $100,000 was thrown out, but it is considerably more than that. Just the ex-vessel on the petroleum would be more like $150,000. But you have to remember, for every one of those trips, trying to balance it out, maybe 10,000 petroleum per trip, you have to throw in 20 to 30,000 pounds of Dover, your incidental ling, and the fish you catch with it. So it's considerably more. And it has kept us from the DTS fishery. I think we're more fortunate further north geographically. It seems that we have less short spine encounter than our neighbors to the south. Because I don't think it's that we're necessarily better fishermen, but we don't seem to be racking up the numbers as quick. Compound that with a 5 times increase in sablefish, that's quite a tease, and a bad price for sablefish to boot. Processor screaming, can you bring us ling cod? Well, I really can't go get ling cod for $1 a pound when I'm really one hit away on my canary from being done. Iron Lady has 13,000 pounds. I must be like number 18 or 20 on the list. And as I had said in the gap statement, a friend of mine that fishes for Bornstein's also, they had 38,000 in their account, and his very first tow on the shelf, he had about 15,000 pounds. So, as he said, he's an operator, he's not the owner. Well, we've got enough to cover it. And I said, yeah, but you also have 15,000 less than you had. So we all look at it differently. Someone I normally get petroleum from, they have to hang on to it. So I'm now scrambling in June to try and finish up to get to the cap. So I have that fish there. That's really, I'm not up here to whine. I'm to let you know it's very real. It's very bad. And I do not think that the fish on the ocean reflect the stock assessments and the caps. But I've said that all along. They're way wrong. But it's hard. We are having troubles figuring it out, and I don't know what the end of the year will bring. That's really all I have, but I will field any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Questions for Mr. Dunn? Not seeing any questions. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Smith online. James will be followed by Michael Racino. James, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me there? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone there. My name is James Smith. I'm owner-operator of California Dawn Sport Fishing here out of Berkeley. I'm also the vice president of Golden Gate Fishermen's Association. This recent year, we had a reduction in halibut harvest. Our limits changed, and it was due to our part here trying to be conservation minded because of salmon closure in 23-24. And then after that, we took a hit. A lot of the charter CPFE fleet also, we got hit with the sturgeon closure, and of course the salmon closure. And then we got followed up by depth restrictions. The San Francisco sector has been struggling as a whole. The charter boat fleet as well as a private boat fleet with limited opportunity and access. We've lost our traditional offshore grounds, the Farallon Islands, which is massive chain of rocks that we typically fish. Although we were afforded some new offshore opportunities in 50 fathoms, the amount of ground there is very limited, and even less inside of 50 fathoms. We've all been kind of forced into a small area that, you know, gets picked over pretty hard, and I don't know what kind of damage that is going to do long term, having everybody fishing in the grounds that are going to take some time to recover. And we'd like to go back to going back out to opening up more opportunity and access for anglers here in the San Francisco sector, which is a big sector, probably the largest sector north of Oxnard. There's a lot of boats that go out of here, and a lot of people depend on open access rock cod fisheries. And I'd like to see all the state waters opened up again. It'll do two things. It'll give us an economic opportunity again for sport anglers and charter boats, and also take the pressure off all our local reefs that have been, well, pretty much been decimated because for lack of options. There's no place to fish. And with salmon being gone and closed and the halibut being reduced, there's just not very much opportunity anymore for Bay Area anglers. And we'd like to see these grounds that have been open, traditionally open to back up for opportunity. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I'm going to look around and see if there are any questions for Mr. Smith. Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for your testimony this morning. You mentioned the San Francisco sector, and you were discussing the CPFVs and the private vessels. Maybe you can give us an idea of how many vessels typically operate in this area. I know it's incredibly important to the community and the economy, but San Francisco and the Bay Area are very big, and maybe you can help characterize for us, the numbers of vessels that we're talking about.
Well, the San Francisco Bay Area, the San Francisco sector, consists of Berkeley, Emeryville, Sausalito, and San Francisco, all of which are all interconnected within 6 miles. And each marina could have up to about 13 charter vessels, and then 6-pack vessels up to 20 to 25 6-pack vessels. So our fleet capacity, it's pretty big. If you put Farallon Islands in the centerpiece, we're talking San Francisco sector, but you're also talking Bodega Bay, because they have a charter fleet up there, one large boat, and then maybe a dozen 6-pack boats. Then if you travel south to Half Moon Bay, which also relies on the Farallon Islands, there's at least 4 large charter boats there and a dozen or more 6-pack boats. And then, that's on top of maybe 100 or more, 100 to 200 private boats that fish out of these areas, or maybe closer to 300. So we're talking a lot of boats. There's a lot of boats. Our fleet alone here in Berkeley is 11 large passenger carrying vessels, and Emeryville's 13 or 14. So we've lost a lot of access, and we are public access. We're the quintessential. We are public access. This is where people who don't have boats, can't afford boats, don't want to own a boat, or just don't know how to operate a boat. We take them fishing. We give them access to these offshore areas that they are no longer able to access.
Thank you. Other questions? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and thanks for being here, James. How big is the fleet compared to what it might have been 20 or 25 years ago?
Yeah, the fleets come and go. They fluctuate. We've seen Westport go from a 200 boat charter fleet down to 13 boats. We've seen this fleet fluctuate. We've lost a lot of the smaller operations have gone. gone away due to no salmon. We did have an uptick in halibut, kind of that coincided with the salmon being closed, so it saved a lot of the operations. But I would say that most of the guys are pretty much on life support system, I guess you could say right now. Most of the charter fleet is still intact, but that may change at the end of the season without salmon, and if there's no more economic opportunity, there probably will be at least 3 operations out of Berkeley that are going to close, and 1 or 2 possibly in Emeryville. But it hasn't shrank in size much yet, but it's headed that direction. A lot of the guys in the fleet are struggling. Most of the guys are just getting by. Thank God we have a small halibut fishery in the bay, but Bodega Bay sector doesn't have that viability. Neither does Half Moon Bay. So some of the guys are really hurting worse than other ports. And Sausalito doesn't have a very good halibut crowd or striped bass crowd. So those guys have been pretty much remained tied to the dock this entire season so far, with the exception of 2 days of salmon opener.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Next we have Michael Racino, followed by Wallace Klugers. Anybody, if I mispronounce your name, I try my best, but please correct me. Michael, can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Racino. I am the owner-operator of the charter boat Lovely Martha out of San Francisco. I am also the president of the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, and I represent boats from Monterey to the Oregon border. The loss of the salmon season for the past 2 years, combined with restricted rockfish fishing areas, has significantly reduced customer interest and hurt my business. Access to more fishing areas would reignite customer enthusiasm and support not just my operation, but coastal ports up and down the coast that have been heavily impacted. I strongly urge reversal of the quillback protections and support reopening all depths to help spread out fishing effort. This change would make a real difference for small businesses like mine and many others up and down the coast. I really appreciate you guys letting me speak today.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Racino? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Racino. I recently had a chance to see what was going on in San Francisco with the fishing fleet, the charter boat fleet, and what I discovered was that quite a few boats are going into other sectors. Like they might go out fishing and then come back and take people on a tour. There's even a tour that takes people out to near the ballpark where you can catch a fly ball, which I think is really an interesting way to diversify. First of all, I think a lot of admiration for trying to find a way to make it through these tough times, hoping that salmon and others will come back. But can you comment a little bit on strategies that you're using to stay afloat, so to speak?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you actually just mentioned exactly what I've been doing. I mean, I do afternoon charters, and even that, honestly, since COVID happened, that's been very slow for us too. I do go out and try to do bay tours. I try to do party cruises on the bay. I mean, I do, honestly, if it wasn't for that, my season the last few years, it would be even more down because I heavily rely on salmon. And with that being closed, everyone is, like James mentioned earlier, is all targeting the same, everyone's going after the halibut fishery or they're doing rockfish. And it's just, there's just not enough business to go around for the whole fleet. It's just been really tough. And like I said, with COVID happening, even my tourism business for like the party cruises and bay tours have dropped dramatically. So.
Any other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Michael.
You guys have a great morning. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, we'll have Wallace Klugers, followed by Dave Kashida. Wallace, can you hear us? And right now it appears he may not be online. So we will come back and check again later, but we'll move on to Dave Kashida, who's here in person. Good morning, Dave. And I think we can see Dave will be followed by Tim Clausen. Dave.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you. Council, staff, members, everybody. My name is David Kashida. I'm a recreation owner in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm speaking about the recreational fishery with this in season, and I'm in support of the agenda item E3A, the supplemental gap report 1, June 2025. And the rationale behind that request was in the gap report, so I'm not going to repeat it. And, you know, it's just basically because, as James and Michael also said, it's because of the limited area we have inshore and the amount of pressure it gets. It's not very healthy for the stock or for our fish, for the people fishing. And then the GMT report, it says supplemental E2, but it's actually E3. Even though they don't agree with what I'm requesting, I do support it because, you know, the analysis and rationale behind that makes sense. You know, the timing and the time needed to get this request done by September, I'd rather see the resources moved on to hopefully going with the positive quillback outlook. So that brings us to the quillback. You know, first of all, I'd like to thank NIMS, CDFW, the Department of Fish and Game California, and the council for proactively supporting this. And it's based on if the STAR panel and the SSC, the process is positive and shows that the quillback isn't in an overfished status, that then we can move forward. And if that's the case, then this in-season request, it's a moot point, so that won't be needed, you know, and I hope that's the case. And the recreational effects due to the quillback related depth restrictions has been very negative for the recreational fleet, for both CPFV and the private fleet. And a lot of it is due to safety and access to fishing areas. You know, as James and Michael said, the historical areas we've been able to fish, we haven't been able to fish the last 2 years. And therefore it's putting really increased pressure on the inshore areas. And then the days that we are able to go out to the offshore areas are very weather dependent, because it's a 40 to 50 mile run out to get access to those areas. So if that changes and the depth restrictions are rescinded, we'll have more access to all of this. You know, it'll be very beneficial for the economy, the bait shops, the party boats, the recreation, you know, everything that's involved in recreational fishing will benefit from this. And also during November and December out of our area, we do crab combos, because that's when Dungeness crab season opens up. And the way we have it set now, November is shallow water, December is deep water. And that's so we can equitably, you know, share who can fish what areas and who wants to fish what areas. And last year, December, due to weather, we lost over half of our opportunity to go out fishing. So, and that was just because it was all deep water. If it's open back up, there'll be access spread out for everybody. So I think that's something that we should really look at. And that's about it. Thank you. Any questions?
Let's look around. Any questions for Mr. Kashida? I see none. So thank you, Dave.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Right. Next, we have Tim Clausen, followed by Jerry Najika. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I'm here on behalf of the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association. The GGFA is an association of fishing charter businesses from Central California to the Oregon border. And just to note, that's a very diverse coastline. Operators out of Monterey have a lot of deep water opportunity and not a lot of shallow water fishing opportunities, as opposed to Half Moon Bay, which isn't that far away, where they prefer shallow water opportunities and stuff. So these depth restrictions have really affected different ports in different ways. 2 years without any salmon fishing, combined with constraints due to the quillback overfish status, has created financial hardships for the fleet and the businesses and employees that depend on it. Other than the recent 2-day salmon opener, customer interest has been down substantially across the board as regular customers tire of limited nearshore opportunities. Opening fishing areas that have been closed to protect overfished quillback would help stimulate business just when operators really need the help the most. If quillback protections become unnecessary, then the GGFA requests that federal waters that are currently closed be opened again as soon as possible. And I know things can move slowly here in the council process and stuff, but the need is very urgent for these boats. I mean, this isn't a problem that just started this year. This started several years ago with the salmon issues and stuff, and it's just been exacerbated by the quillback restrictions. So it's just kind of got worse and worse, and it's really coming to a head where guys are struggling just to keep their businesses afloat. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Clausen on his testimony? Seeing no questions, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jiri Nojika. Jiri, can you hear us this morning? Doesn't appear, or it appears he is not connected. And did we connect with Wallace Klugers? Is that the end of our list there? I see the little slider. I'm not sure that we, Can you scroll down? Yeah, can you scroll down to the bottom of the list? I think we, there. And scroll a little further. We'll come back and check on those that aren't connected. But next we have William Smith, followed by Jamie Diamond. William, I know you can hear us. Please go ahead.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Greetings, Chairman and Council members. My name is Captain William Smith, Captain Smee. I own the vessel's CPV Riptide. I'm representing several of the CPV boats here in Pillar Point Harbor. With the closure of the salmon season and the severe restrictions on our rock fishing depths, this has caused a major financial.
We've lost you there, William. William, our folks here are telling us you've muted yourself. You need to unmute. Is he still connected? William, we're not hearing you. William, we're going to come back to you after Jamie Diamond. Your line is muted there, so we cannot hear you. So we have Jamie Diamond here in person. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Chair, Council members, and staff. My name is Jamie Diamond, and I serve as the Regional Vice President of the Sport Fishing Association of California. Also, together, along with my husband, we operate 2 charter vessels out of Santa Barbara, California. I'm here today not only as a representative of the industry, but as someone whose family and livelihood is directly affected by council management decisions. In the GAP report, it's noted that there are informational updates on the unforeseen outcomes of drastic harvest specification declines for 25. However, I must respectfully clarify that many of those outcomes were not unforeseen by industry. We began raising concerns as early as 2021 and have consistently voiced these issues in 22, 23, and 24. In public comment of November of 21, we warned that drastic restrictions would push the fleet further offshore, increasing fuel costs, reducing passenger demand due to limited access to desirable species, ultimately forcing operators to charge more, delivering less, along with the burdens of inflation. They weren't hypotheticals, they were well-founded, real-time forecasts of those on the water. Those have all happened. Those are things that we are living with daily right now. Since the implementation of management measures in 22, impact, and this is towards copper, rockfish, and quillback off the coast of California, these impacts have been significant and in many cases devastating for areas like Northern California. We've seen a reduction in fleet size with multiple operators exiting the industry entirely. Many who remain are barely hanging on, and as regulations had continued to tighten, it takes fewer and fewer additional restrictions to push already struggling businesses past the point of no return. California operators in the charter fleet are not only dealing with federal issues, but also additional state-level constraints and things that have nothing to do with fisheries entirely. The deep water portion of our season comes with its own set of challenges, and this is what many of our concerns were geared towards. But really, the concerns had to do with the uncertainty in season, it changing from year to year, and it being so drastic. Many customers are unwilling to book trips that require long offshore runs and offer limited fishing opportunities in Southern California. Operators are routinely faced with the decision canceling a trip due to low reservations and sit at the dock, or operate at a financial loss just to keep crews employed and boats running. For many of us, the latter has become the norm. When we talk about avoiding short-term disastrous consequences for fishing communities, it can't mean sacrificing the businesses and the people from the backbone of those communities in the name of other goals. Short-term and long-term viability are not mutually exclusive. They're linked. And if management measures destroy the economic foundation and of the commercial and recreational fishing industry today, there may be no industry left to manage tomorrow. We urge the council to take the recommendations of the GAP to do preemptive measures to be prepared for September if assessments like the copper assessment come back in a more positive tone, showing that they are not, in fact, overfished. Industry, even if it's not my fishing zone, we need relief. They need relief. And we need to know that we can be nimble. We need to know that the council can be nimble and be ready to move quickly. We appreciate all the time and effort that has gone into everything. And although I myself am not asking for any in-season changes for my distinct fishery right now, because there really isn't anything to ask for, I just want to continue to plant the seed of when we do come and ask, please listen. For those that there is something to do, please take action and consider more than just the right now, and take into account fishermen's voices that have stated things along the way, like this assessment doesn't make sense. We went through this, and I don't want to rehash everything, but kind of thinking about yesterday, Sarah Nyani's comments about voices fishermen's voices not being considered expert voices in this process. Not the whole process, but certain parts that are actually pretty important. I hope that there's something we can do to move that needle, to make sure that our voices and the warnings that we gave in 21 and 22 of what today would end up looking like for our industry, that has an avenue to be input into decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Diamond on her testimony? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diamond, for that testimony. I'm a little bit, I'm not totally on your intervention, but you mentioned being pushed into further offshore areas. We heard, I think from Dave, maybe about crabbing being weather dependent. We understand that, at least in the New England fishery, it's been in the media that cuts to the Weather Service have made it more difficult for fishery operators to make safe decisions about where to go fishing. I imagine that's the same for charter boat operators. I certainly hope that when I go on my charter fishing trip in July, that someone will be looking at the weather. Has there been any, have you discussed any impacts from those cuts in the Weather Service? Thank you.
Thank you. So we look at the weather daily, hourly, minutely. We look and it changes. And actually, there was a NOAA Weather Service staff in our Oxnard region. And I actually don't know if they are still there themselves, but we have a contact that we had been working with for many years when buoys were out, if they were not reporting things properly, or not at all. And we haven't heard from them. I don't know if that's because they are. I don't want to speculate on why. But weather has played a huge factor into that deeper offshore part of our season. And we are err on the side of being more precautionary as far as safety goes and canceling more trips when we are having to go further offshore because it is more unpredictable. Thank you.
Any further questions? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Jamie, for the comment. And I probably could have addressed this question to anyone who came forward today because there was a lot of compelling testimony about how these recent cuts have been affecting everyone. But you and a couple others came forward at the April council meeting with a very lengthy public comment under open public comment, urging the council to move forward with the specifications flexibility action. And so I wonder if you can do a little bit right now to tie together what you're seeing here with what your ask was under that, under pushing for that action, especially since we're going to talk about that later this week, tomorrow.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so I believe that part of the gap statement and asking essentially for something to be ready, some type of action to be ready if the Quillback assessment were to come back more favorable, is the idea of green light, which was one of the things that was discussed. We have our red light when it looks like an assessment is going to come in negatively. We immediately take action to reduce harvest, to reduce season. But when that opposite happens, there has not been the ability really to move as fast or as nimbly in a positive direction. And so things like green light that was brought up is a really important piece of what we're asking for. Other things that are being asked for are carryover. So there is, I don't want to get too deep in because it's going down to something that hasn't been presented yet, but yes, there are a lot of ties of what industry is talking about and asking in the gap statement from my perspective, to the tools that we advocated for in April to be available. And if those were or are available, that could have very real net positive effects for industry overall, commercial, recreational, trawl, non-trawl. And that has been part of the conversation in the gap. I get the privilege of kind of sitting in the back and getting to kind of see things from a 10,000 foot perspective. And so that is very much intertwined in all of the conversations the gap has been having are these specs flex opportunities that are being discussed. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more sign up, but let me check back with William Smith because he was online getting the thumbs up. William, let's try again.
All right, I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right, I'm going to start over again. Greetings, Chairman and Council members. My name is Captain William Smith, Captain Smitty of the CPFV Riptide. I'm representing several of the CPFVs here in Pillow Point Harbor with closures this salmon season, and the severe restrictions on our rock cod fishing depths has caused major financial hardships for our businesses. Our group of charter vessels would ask that you consider opening all waters for recreational groundfish. The Quillback protections need to be reversed and removed due to the very minimal impact of this species off the San Mateo County coast. The restrictions have hurt the sport fishing industry in this time. The fuel, the distance that we have to run to fish 50 fathoms has been extremely detrimental to our businesses and to the sport fishing boats in general. Traveling that far offshore due to the weather and travel time is a very big constraint. San Mateo Coast relies on our local areas within 5 to 15 miles of our harbor, which the majority of the area we have fishing here off of San Mateo is between the 20 and 40 fathom area. We are now participating in the collection of specially processed rockfish for NOAA Southwest Fisheries Science Center, fisheries biologists, and data and analysis fisheries collaborative program to further better the understanding of these stocks. Additionally, I would like to address the usage of the ROV program in our management area. This is a tool that will give another information database that will help build a more accurate picture of our groundfish stocks. In recognition of more than 20 years of large-scale rockfish conservation area closures combined with the California Marine Protected Areas, the MPA network, CEFNW has been working on incorporating the ROV data collection inside and outside the closed areas into stock assessments for Southern California since 2018. This method of modeling approach needs to be expanded to our area. And in regards to the question that was raised about how many boats were working out of the harbor, Half Moon Bay used to have 16 CPFVs. We are now down to 4. In regards to the habitat of the quillback, they live in hard, rocky reef areas, and this is not accessed during the trawl stock assessments. So this is where the ROV can really, I think, be very beneficial. I know we're facing major financial constraints here, but I would like to see that program expanded. Thank you for taking my comments, and again, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look around, see if there are any questions for Mr. Smith. And I'm not seeing any, so thank you, William. Okay. Next, we have Donna Kales for comment, and after Donna, we'll check back to see if Wallace Klugers or Jiri Najika has been able to join us. But welcome and good morning, Jamie, or excuse me, Donna.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Pettinger and Vice Chair Hassemer and council members. My name is Donna Kales. My company is Dana Wharf Sport Fishing in Dana Point, California. We have a recreational fleet of 7 CPFV boats, and we try to fish year-round. My comments today are my own and reflect what my captains see and do on the water. We are located in Southern California. I just wanted to make a comment on in-season action and what has happened since the copper rockfish issue that was raised in 2022. It did cause a total shutdown of our March rock fishing season, which has forever been for a very long time, our rockfish opener. And now we have 3 months that are closed to rock fishing, January, February, and March. March is a time when everyone races to buy licenses and get back on the water. It was our season opener. It's the start of spring break, and losing that has been very catastrophic to some of our boat owners and ourselves. Having a January and February season, but then not having a January fishing closure and then start with a March closure has just resulted in a huge loss of revenue, a lack of work, our employees and independent boat owners. And then our next challenge was the deep water fishing in October and December. We were pushed out to 50 fathoms or greater through December. While we appreciate and cheered the deep water opportunities, ones that we haven't had for 20 years, we still need choices. Going out fishing farther in November and December, we're faced with very rough seas, windy conditions, fuel costs, and also, as you've heard today, once you go out and fish in the deeper water, you cannot come inside 50 fathoms with rockfish on your boat and continue to fish. So you have to come back to the dock. So as you've heard today, many times we just cancel our trips because we can't do that. So if I had a request today, I would request that we have more options in November and December, all depths. I realize that you have to act on best available science. That's what I've heard ever since I've come here. But we've come really far. Just the addition of mandatory descending devices on all our boats, you know that in the beginning we didn't have that. And so we just did it ourselves. And now we have mandatory devices on all our boats. And I think that is making a huge impact on what we are seeing on the water. The next challenge that we have is that we're only allowed to catch 2 vermilion. I know that you've heard that in our fishery that we're seeing tremendous amount of vermilion. We can only catch 2, which means that we catch a limit very quickly. And so we have to make choices. We have to continue to drive. We have to pick up. We have to move. You hear all these things. They're very big challenges to the fishery. So my request is more time on the water, more depths. And not today, I'm just saying in season. This is when we're supposed to come and talk about in season. So thank you for listening to me. I'm also sitting here and listening to all the boats that have gone out of business, listening to everything that's happened since 2022. It makes me really sad as a business owner and to listen to these families come up here. We have to do better. I'm going to refer to National Standard 8 that requires that an FMP take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities in order to provide for the sustained participation of sport fishing while minimizing the adverse economic impacts. We're not doing that. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. But I do really appreciate all your hard work. I think that from 2022 to now, you guys are really going outside the box and seeing how you can help the fishermen. So thank you. Oh, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kales on her testimony? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kales, and I kind of regret not asking Ms. Diamond this too, but just trying to get my head around California fisheries. In Southern California, copper is the issue as opposed to the quillback in Northern California. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, through the chair. Yes, it was.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Donna. My question is, you're talking about, you opened saying that there's some small boats, that have gone out of business, and you sort of ended your statement by saying that's what you're listening to and what you're hearing, and you're very concerned. Yes. I'm also very concerned about that. I think, at least personally and as a council, that's what we're trying to avoid, is helping the folks who are most vulnerable and most at risk of going out of business. But just thinking about what we've heard today, I heard a little bit about people are really being on edge. I heard from the San Francisco fleet. Can you elaborate a little bit more about what you're witnessing in terms of having folks go out of business? What is the scale of that? What are the characteristics of those folks? Just to get a better understanding of how the council might be able to help.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for that question. I would say in my own area, I have not seen a tremendous amount of people go out of business, but I've seen a lot of people lose a significant amount of their income. When I was referring to the boats that have gone out of business, I think that we can hear that Westport had 100 boats and now they have 13 boats. And I start to, sometimes when you come here and you hear somebody saying that they're going to go out of business and then they don't come back, did that person go out of business? We don't really know. So I think that if we started to count how many people actually went out of the fishery, went out of business, did something else, it would be staggering. So that's kind of what I was referring to.
Thank you. Any other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Let me do one final check. I don't think Wallace or Jerry is connected. That's been confirmed, so that's completed the public comment in our reports. Let let me check your pulse. We have some discussion and action to go through, but we've been here an hour and a half. You want a short break? I saw some heads nod yes, so let's take a 10-minute break and come back. All right, thank you all. We've had a lot of reports and information provided here on the in-season adjustments. It's final action. I will look around to see who wants to start the discussion. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I wanted to add something to Dr. Lent's comments on what she was talking about, and I'm just going to use some of this is my family's 69th year in the charter business, and which I've only been in 51 years, but I do have some comments on being closed on one fisheries and just moving to another. It's similar to if you take a basketball in an empty gym and just drop it. The first year represents, you still have a salmon fisheries, let's just use that for example. The second bounce, which is lower, represents your good customers that feel sorry for you and they'll try another fisheries. But for the most part, that fisheries isn't usually satisfied to them. And they've tried it, they've been there, bought the t-shirt, now it's call us when salmon fishing or whatever the main fishery is opens up. And my point is, all geographical areas aren't created equal, and some of these areas that we're talking about have several million people around within a 50-mile radius, and some of the coastal communities don't. So, which gives them a little more advantage to doing things like tours and stuff. But if you look lately at Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco, and I was horrified. I didn't realize what it looks like now and how devastating that whole region looks. And my point is, we can close these fisheries in a moment's notice, but we got to learn how to open them. Maybe a little more caution, but not months and years until people are gone. And you heard, I think it was Jamie or not Miss Diamond, I'm sorry, talk about having to go offshore where normally, they had some inshore stuff a certain amount of customers can take a short trip out, but the more you add on time, the more that becomes seasick and those customers go away. And once you start losing your customer base that starts to find other things to do, you just don't turn a light switch on and they'll come back. So in the charter industry, you have a lot of work to do, even after a reopening of the salmon or what have you, because they've learned to do some other things. So I just wanted to point out that it's not an easy task, and the longer and I'm not saying we're delayed, but the longer it takes to reopen something out after you've sit on the dock and you've paid your conservation penance, we should try to have the same type of turnaround in opening things. And I just wanted to convey that to let you know that it's simply not a light switch. And I kind of want to correct the 100 charter boats in Westport. It was more like 250. And El Waco had 175 at the height. And the coast. And a lot of those very same boats these people talk about are Westport or El Waco charter boats or Washington Coast charter boats. So anyway, and we can tell that, once a charter boat came for sale up in Washington, it either went to Alaska or down to the Bay Area or California. And we're noticing charter boats being for sale a lot longer now than they were. So, that's an indication. Also, things are not as robust as they once were in our sister state, down in California. And so anyway, those are just some thoughts and some experiences that I thought was important to Dr. Lent, but also the council, on kind of just a little thumb sketch on the charter business. But it also it also transpires to the sport fleet. They stop coming and they'll take their boat somewhere else, or they'll, the wife will say, well, you don't need to spend that much money on your sport boat. Look, you're having fun doing this, and maybe it stays in the garage for longer than. So it does have a tumbling effect of negativity in our coastal communities. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for letting me babble on.
Thank you, Butch. Other discussion? Mark, first, Rebecca lent a response to that, then Mark Grelnick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Very, very briefly, thank you, Butch, for that information. And by no means did I mean to say that, well, you can just diversify. What I'm saying is people have to do that because they want to survive. And I admire that that chutzpah to get out there and survive. But it's not the way it should be, I understand. And you're right about Fisherman's Wharf. Well, I hadn't been there in maybe 50 years. I thought, oh, good, there's still some dealers here. People told me it's not what it used to be. So thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Mark Grelnick.
Thank you. I've been fishing in California for a long time, and it's not just the number of boats that disappear, the number of fishermen have disappeared. And effort is, at least, from my observation, is much lower than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. I think what we heard from the GAP is a request for some stability, some predictability. It's very difficult to prosecute a commercial fishery and a processing business without that. We don't have that in the salmon fishery, right? Because there's no stability in terms of water operations, precipitation, and whatnot. But there should be the ability to provide greater stability, greater predictability in groundfish. We have the trawl fleet under the IFQ program, limiting harvest. And similarly, we have measures in the non-trawl sector. And also, as I mentioned, much lower effort historically than we had in the recreational sector, at least in California. It sounds like also in Washington. And so I question sometimes we get assessments that go high, they go low on a given stock. And I wonder, should we be reacting so quickly to such negative news? Because that sort of defeats the ability to have stability. Certainly, there are times when stocks do get hammered either by excessive fishing effort, which we've done a lot to restrict, or perhaps by environmental factors. But I do think we need to step back when we as a council take measures that will negatively and seriously impact coastal communities, whether we should moderate those efforts in order to provide greater stability. I'm heartened by the draft assessment of Quillback. I think that better reflects what those of us on the water and those of us who looked at the last assessment, but I don't want to go backwards, I want to go forward. And I'm hopeful that between NIMS and the California Fish and Game Commission and the department, we'll be able to unwind some of that and try to return opportunity, which, and I think as Butch points out, that opportunity is not regained very quickly, and there will be lasting harm from it. But the first step is to get that opportunity back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Other discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is a question for NIMS. We've seen the draft Quillback off California assessment. It came out, on Monday. What is the timeline, or what is the procedure to react to that? Since it's still a draft, I think that having some information on what we can do when might help some of our discussion. And sorry if I'm stealing some of Marcy's thunder, but I think that will help some of our discussion on what sort of timeline to react legally do we have.
Keely?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. Yes, this point that we're at right now, there is a draft assessment that is out in the public arena. We do need to go through the review process, the STAR panel review process, and then the adoption process through the Groundfish subcommittee and then the SSC. There are two things that happen with assessments. We look at both the SSC determination of whether or not an assessment is the best scientific information available for use in management and status determinations. The agency also makes an independent determination of the same thing. We certainly have flexibility on the agency side of our part of that, but we don't typically go ahead of the SSC. So for Quillback, we need to go through the STAR panel, which is scheduled soon, and then we need to have the Groundfish subcommittee and the SSC approve that. And we think we can align the agency part of that as well. We need those steps in place to be able to react, but we certainly under in-season could look at making changes that are then staged and ready to go once we have those pieces, right? So I'm certainly supportive. The agency is very supportive of looking at all of the opportunities to release that fishery, assuming everything goes through the review and comes out the other end in the same way. Of being able to move much quicker than our specifications process. In-season is one step of that. There are other steps that we will be looking at trying to figure out what the best pathway is, pathways that are not waiting until 2027. I don't have all of those answers yet, but once we get through at least the determinations that this assessment is ready to go, we'll be looking at all of those pathways and can certainly keep the council up to date on what we can do on our end as that proceeds.
Thank you. That good? Marcy Remco.
I don't want to cut off discussion, but I am prepared with a few motions at the appropriate time.
Let me take another look around. And I think the discussion can be furthered under a motion. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that this exchange with Lynn and Keely nicely tees up what's next to come. So let's start with the preliminaries with regard to sablefish. We had a report from the GMT and GAP recommending trip limit increases. So with that, I would move the council approve the recommended trip limit increases for limited entry and open access sablefish north and south of 36 degrees north latitude as described in agenda item E3A, supplemental GMT report 2.
Thank you. That language appears accurate and complete.
Yes.
Correct? Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that the GMT report and the GAP report speak to the rationale, and I would note that these are modest increases that were tempered by the need to use precaution in light of wanting to minimize the risk of attainment to our short spine thorny head ACL. So the analysis reflects that these modest increases can occur while remaining within those short spine constraints. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion? And hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you. Yes, I'm ready with a second motion.
All right, let's keep going.
All righty. As recommended by the GAP in agenda item E3A, supplemental GAP report 1, in response to the draft 2025 full assessment of quillback rockfish off California, I move the council recommend that NIMS proceed with the following in-season management actions for California groundfish fisheries as soon as possible, contingent upon the outcome of the stock assessment review process producing a substantially similar abundance and annual catch limits as those in the draft. Recreational. 1, restore all depth fishing in the open season for the northern, Mendocino, San Francisco, and central groundfish management areas from April 1st through December 31st. Number 2, remove the recreational management line at Point Lopez that created 2 sub-areas within the central groundfish management area. For commercial, the non-trawl RCA boundary modifications. Restore the shoreward non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines to those in place prior to the actions taken to protect quillback rockfish, specifically for the areas from 42 to 4010, 30 fathoms, from 4010 to 3857.5 degrees north latitude, to 40 fathoms, 38 degrees 57.5 to 3427, 50 fathoms. Trip limit modifications. Restore limited entry fixed gear and open access trip limits as follows. Modify LE, FG, and OA nearshore rockfish complex trip limits from closed to the following. For 42 to 4010, black rockfish, 7,000 pounds per 2 months. For nearshore rockfish, excluding black rockfish, 2,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more may be 75 pounds of copper rockfish. South of 4010, shallow nearshore rockfish, 2,000 pounds per 2 months. Deeper nearshore rockfish, 2,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 75 pounds may be copper rockfish. B, modify limited entry fixed gear and OA cabezon trip limits from closed to unlimited between 42 to 4010 and south of 4010. C, modify LEFG and OA lingcod trip limits to remove the text, quote, seaward of the non-trawl RCA closed inside the non-trawl RCA, end quote, between 42 to 4010 and south of 4010. D, modify LEFG and OA other flatfish trip limits to remove the text, quote, seaward of the non-trawl RCA, closed inside the non-trawl RCA, end quote, between 42 to 4010 and south of 4010. E, modify LEFG and OA shelf rockfish complex, excluding brownfish, bronze-spotted rockfish trip limits between 4010 and 3427 to the following. For LEFG, 8,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 500 pounds may be vermilion and sunset rockfish. For OA, 4,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 300 pounds may be vermilion sunset rockfish.
Thank you. I followed along. The language we saw on the screen appeared accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We're calling this the quillback rollback on the fast track. Okay. First, if I may, I'd like to explain the basis for a somewhat unconventional motion under this standing in-season agenda item. I think the dialogue between Keely and Lynn teed it up quite well. New information became available on Monday in the materials posted on the council's website for the upcoming stock assessment review of the draft California quillback assessment. That result suggests a much improved perception of the status, not overfished, and indicating that California quillback rockfish are, and my computer just went to sleep. Apologize. Passwords. So the perception is not overfished and indicating that California quillback rockfish are in a state of healthiness and therefore no conservation risk exists. The STAR review, as we discussed, has yet to happen, but we're encouraged by this much larger body of information that relies on new data from California quillback rather than proxy data from quillback taken elsewhere. It's been a monumental effort over the past 4 years since that data moderate assessment was released in 21 to build the body of science and then apply that science and use it in this benchmark full assessment. Cannot say enough words of appreciation to the STAT team and the supporting scientists and industry members who recognized the data gaps and needs in the earlier assessment and dove in with a commitment to best inform the assessment with new information from multiple sources that were not used in that 2021 length-based data moderate assessment. So in response to the new science, multiple regulatory actions across multiple venues will be needed to provide relief. We're committed to achieving these rollbacks as quickly as possible, but each of these regulatory actions that need to be taken across both state and federal agencies will require a series of steps. That said, I'm eager to get started today with action here in the council arena. The science needs to undergo the STAR review, but also needs to be determined as the new best available scientific information by our SSC, first the Groundfish Subcommittee review and recommendation, followed by that of the full SSC. So as it's been explained, NIMFs cannot move this in-season action forward just yet, should it come to be. But in order for the possibility to be there for them to move it forward, we want to have the council act on these proposals now in hopes that once we do have the SSC review and the new determination on BSIA, that the rule can move through the administrative processes as quickly as possible once that assessment is available for review and determination on BSIA. So this is a little bit of cart before horse, but I am hopeful that perhaps council staff can explore the possibility of an SSC review earlier than the September meeting, and perhaps we can get some more information on that later in the week under our workload planning item as to what might be possible in terms of expediting or moving up that review. The restrictions that we're proposing to roll back today came about through an in-season action process that we took in the fall of 2023 and relied on the analytical document supporting the biennial specifications and management measures. Similarly, this action today to roll back the restrictions will rely on the specs analysis, which evaluates a full range of seasons, depths, and trip limits. Like to take a minute to recognize the folks that commented today from the industry, and also those who've previously commented to the council under our standing in-season agenda items since 2023 about the consequences and the detrimental effects of the earlier quillback stock assessment and how painful the measures continue to be to our fishing communities. We've had testimony about the quillback closures from representatives in Crescent City, Trinidad, Eureka, Fort Bragg, the Bay Area, Santa Cruz, Monterey, and all the way down to Morro Bay. Their testimony that we've received each meeting has been a painful reminder of the consequences felt by the open access and limited entry fixed gear fleets and the recreational fleets throughout Northern and Central California. The restrictions weren't just about quillback, but dramatically affected access, which is what's so important in both state and federal waters, to all nearshore and shelf stocks, including nearshore rockfish, shelf rockfish, lingcod, and even to some extent sablefish. Like to recognize the testimony we heard today. Jimmy Smith commenting about being forced into small areas, and now that they're only within 20 fathoms, that access to areas around the Farallones, how important that is to provide area for a large number of vessels. Really, right now they're working with very few options for such a large San Francisco area fleet. We heard from Dave Kashida talk about the inshore pressure and how much that's increased under the current suite of rules, where recreational fishing is limited to only inside 20 fathoms. We heard Tim Clausen talk about how the depth restrictions affect different ports in different ways, and that the need is so very urgent to restore depths. We heard William Smith talk about costs in terms of fuel and distance when needing to travel far offshore, when only those options are available to them. So I think the extent of the harm that we've incurred across both recreational and commercial fleets, these words have been repeated to us consistently and loudly. Just want to also talk for a minute about the state actions that CDFW is currently commencing with as well. As we've talked about since 2023, this is a nearshore situation with a deeper nearshore species, quillback rockfish, that affects nearshore stocks, but also shelf stocks and lingcod in state waters and federal waters. So this will require multiple series of actions to kind of undo the multiple layers of closures and constraints that are effective in the regulations today. Really, the most burdensome of the restrictions are actually defined in the state's regulations for state waters, which currently limit fishing to inside 20 fathoms and prohibit commercial fishing for federal groundfish in state waters, other than fishing that can occur under authority of a state nearshore permit. So we are working in earnest on two different emergency regulatory actions in the state arena, one for commercial that will be undertaken by the department, and then for the recreational fishing regulations, we'll be proceeding through the Fish and Game Commission. The commission's meeting earlier this week, testimony was offered by several members from industry, offered in support of addressing changes quickly in response to new scientific information about quillback and how important that relief is to our industries. So we're working internally with commission staff and the department regulatory staff to schedule emergency actions on the state side. Just wanting to note that we are moving ahead full speed on all of these fronts, but the timing of the effectiveness of these various regulatory actions may not align perfectly because we are trying to do them all as quickly as possible. With regard to the specific details of the rollback, the recreational changes moving to all depth as opposed to the current alternating inshore 20 fathom state waters fishing and offshore of the 50 fathom fisheries served to keep anglers from fishing in the prime depths where quillback are found. That need no longer exists, presuming we go through the review process and the outcome is substantially similar to what is contained in the draft assessment. Restoring the depths certainly will serve to spread out fishing effort over a greater area and reduce pressure on nearshore stocks in state waters and provide greater access to healthy, abundant shelf rockfish stocks. Also want to speak to the line that exists right now to create 2 sub-areas within the central groundfish management area. That was necessary to prevent ports in the Morro Bay area where quillback have not been found historically from being held to the restrictive regulations that were necessary to avoid quillback rockfish to the north. So now with the quillback perception much differently, we no longer need this complexity and restrictiveness of splitting the central groundfish area into 2 parts. Restoring the trip limits for fixed gear and open access. What this does is just restore them to what they were. And in the RCA depths that previously existed before the quillback assessment, that's further up in the motion, the 50 fathoms, 40 fathoms, and 30 fathoms, that's the shoreward extent of the RCA once again. You'll remember that we did that in response to needing to move the line to, again, protect quillback in those depths that they're most prominent. So that's it. That's the extent of the actions. We did take these in-season actions over a few steps back in 2023, but this motion here today is intended to roll back the federal regulations that were enacted to provide protection to quillback. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. There's a lot here in this motion. Let me see if there are any questions for clarification on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the very thorough and complex motion and discussion. And just one question. I'm assuming because it isn't spoken to specifically as something that's changing, the current prohibitions on retaining quillback would remain in place since it's not specifically mentioned as something that's being changed. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for that important clarification. That is correct. We will keep the prohibitions in place for the moment.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Marcy, for providing this. Tower of Power, can you scroll back up towards the top of the motion? Okay, just a little bit down. Thank you. My question is regarding the kind of last part of that paragraph we're looking at that says, contingent upon the outcome of the stock assessment review process producing a substantially similar abundance and annual catch limits as those in the draft. Marcy, can you provide a little more detail on what you were thinking about in terms of what a substantially similar abundance and ACLs mean?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. I think we have been through a number of STAR reviews, and those very detailed looks at the draft assessment and then the recommendations for looking at things maybe differently. The process works so that the stat may do updated model runs based on the input they receive in the course of the discussions at the stat itself. The goal, of course, being to produce the best product that we can at the end of that STAR review. And so we expect that meeting to result in some iterations that could bring some changes to the outcome. It's never a foregone conclusion that those reviews will successfully resolve all of the issues. So I think we would expect that there could be some changes to the outcome of the document at the conclusion of that review. So when I say substantially similar, certainly like above a healthy B40. And then with regard to the annual catch limits, I believe right now the draft is suggesting OFL somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 12 or 13. So, substantially similar, I would say, in the neighborhood of, 30-ish%. It's kind of hard to put a caveat on that, but certainly with the scale and the status in the ballpark that we see in the draft.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for clarification? And it appears that there are no more questions for clarification, which takes us to discussion on the motion. Any discussion? Keely Kemp.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to briefly thank Marcy for bringing forward this motion as we've gone through the discussion a bit, or the questions a bit. I appreciate the caveats of needing to go through the process. Absolutely support looking at whether there's opportunities to even speed up the process and having this staged and ready to go. We are very interested in looking for every opportunity to get fishermen back out on the water once we have that, the appropriate steps in place that the assessment is accepted and ready to use. So I appreciate, Marcy, you bringing this forward now, and I think it is absolutely appropriate to stage it and have it ready to go for as fast relief as we can provide.
Thank you. Rebecca Lind.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the discussion about timing. And just ask, is it likely that this follow-up review will happen before September, our September meeting? If this passes here today, we might need to tweak it in September. Will we even know, just thinking, what are the odds that we'll have the STAR panel and all that by September? Thank you.
Not sure. I would weigh in that I think we have a workload piece of this to go, but Keely, were you wanting to raise your hand and respond to that?
Sure, I could just lay out what the existing timeline is. So the STAR panel right now is scheduled for the week of June 23rd, right? So it's coming up very fast. So that STAR panel will go through the review. There's additional work after the STAR panel. Then it comes to the Groundfish Subcommittee, which I believe is scheduled for August 11th and 12th, and then would go to the SSC, which would meet right before, or in conjunction with our September meeting. So we would go through that process. Normally in a specs process, right, there is a longer play out and the council adopts the stock assessments and things like that. We don't have to wait for some of those steps here. So I think, we're open to looking at opportunities to move any of those steps up earlier than September if possible. But, the STAR panel is coming up very quickly. That will be the start of this whole process. It's really whether or not that, if the SSC could meet earlier than September, which I heard Marcy request more information, and I assume we would talk about under future workload planning.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And just building on Ms. Kent's response here, I did hear Ms. Uremko look at me and ask if we could look into the possibility of a special SSC meeting before we get to September. So we'll look into that, see if that's a realistic possibility, and have some more information for you under your workload planning agenda item.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. I think this is a question maybe for Todd and maybe even for Keely. Is that okay? Okay. I'm struggling a little bit here with the process element of this, just thinking about everything that came out of the last Quebec stock assessments and the concerns we've heard voiced about our stock assessment process in general. Something that's top of mind for me is transparency, robustness, and while I really appreciate where this is coming from, in line of thinking of that transparency, I'm struggling a little bit with sort of like what pieces would we be missing if this is moved forward and then executed, hopefully. I'm thinking about analytical pieces. Are there opportunities for the public or the GMT or the GAP to weigh in on this that they would traditionally have if we were not planning to sort of do this fast track? Just looking for a little advice, help me understand, are we bypassing any of those opportunities, and what would those opportunities would look like?
Keely Kent.
Thank you for the question, Corey. I am generally assuming that when your question is sort of looking at the in-season action changes, not just sort of the bigger Quebec assessment adoption process. I'm getting a head nod. So on the in-season action, I'll just note as Marcy laid out, right, these changes are all within the range of what has been analyzed in specifications. So as in any in-season, right, there are many different scenarios laid out in the recreational fisheries and the commercial fisheries that give us this broad range of what we could do. The evaluation of these potential changes, right, has occurred through that specs process. I'm comfortable with where we are on that. I would also note too, right, we do that check and making sure that the public has been on notice, that we can make those changes. And on a situation like this, right, where we're looking for opportunities to move quickly, I would also note, right, in September and November, right, we'll have successive opportunities to take a look at things. I think, right, we are covered from an in-season perspective, but as we look at how we change back, there are opportunities to tweak going forward in the other subsequent in-seasons. So that also, right, we have lots of looks and opportunities if there is something that we hadn't contemplated to be able to come back to this.
Thank you. Other discussion? Mark Gorelnik.
I just want to briefly thank NIMS and the department and the council for undertaking this. I think we're sort of obligated to unwind that which we can based on best scientific information available, and the willingness of these agencies to move on this with due respect to process is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mark. Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asmer. I remember when we declared this stock overfished, I believe, remotely, I believe, as in Portland. We were having Jamie Dimon come online and give a heart-wrenching account of what this is going to do. And I was just almost want to give her a hug, but I couldn't because we're 1,000 miles away. But there's nothing we could do at that time. I remember when we had this discussion and we closed this fishery down, state of California waters, from September on, right? Drove people out of business. And so I think we have an obligation to do as much as we can, as quick as we can. There's enough injury happened here to those communities, those businesses. And I think that I would hope there'll be no pushback on those individuals or committees, whatever. I mean, now's the time to step up and get this right. So, thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Len.
Thank you very much, and I sure appreciate these efforts to carry out what we said we were trying to do. You know, when it's bad news, when it's good news. I apologize if I missed this, but at the very top, the phrase that Ms. Ridings pointed out. Can we scroll to the top about the substantial difference? And thank you to Keely and the council folks for trying as hard as you can to get everything done before September. When does the decision get taken about whether it's hit this threshold of substantially similar abundance, and who makes that decision? Would that have to happen at the council in September? Thank you.
Keely Kent.
Thank you for the question, Rebecca. My read of Marcy's statement in there, which was added with a request from us and council staff, that right, it's more laying out that there is the possibility, right? So we're not foreclosing what happens in the review. There is the possibility that that review can happen, right? And two things can change in particular that would probably affect how we think about this in season, right? So one would be, the final model runs that are determined the best for that assessment, and what ultimately comes out of the STAR panel and then is adopted by the subcommittee and then the SSC could show that, in fact, it was overfished in the past. And it may still be below B40, right? You could have a scenario that it's right at B39. That will change a bit how we look at things. I'm not saying I know at this moment, but I think, right, the motion gets a little bit at that there may be different pathways that we look at. Having something that, if an assessment shows that it was never overfished, even if it's in the precautionary, you can move more quickly to end a rebuilding plan. Separately, if it was overfished, but it is still in the precautionary zone, right? So there's just different pathways. And I think Marcy's motion does a good job of sort of laying out that possibility under an in-season where we're going to be evaluating that information. If the assessment process came back with something different than that, that would be when we come back to the council. So, right, so what we would come back in September and say, that process turned out differently than what the draft showed, and we would have another opportunity to take a bite at the apple. So in my view, we're covered on that, and hopefully that makes sense and answers your question.
Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And again, just to add to what Ms. Kent outlined, anytime the council takes action, it's my job to go then execute that or take the steps to execute it. And sometimes there are some minor judgment calls that we have to make to execute on that. So I think it's more likely than not that there will be some little tweak here or there to the draft. That's what often happens in these stock assessment review processes, and I think that's a good thing because it means the review is working. And so, barring any other guidance from you, my office consults with Keely's office, and we may want to also consult with CDFW and say, here's this change. Do we all agree that it's minor and we should move forward, or do we agree it's major and let's wait till September? So that's the process I would intend to undertake unless there's other guidance from you.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Marcia, just an awesome sauce motion. Very good. And Keely, thank you for willing to do what we need to do here to make sure that we can move forward. The reason I don't just like this motion, I love this motion, is we're not opening the fishery up to retain them wide open. So there is that backstop that we have, and to the people that spent the time and had doubts in us that we would do what we needed to do the right thing. I so appreciate you guys sticking with us and your testimony and your professionalism, where you could have certainly thrown rocks at us and you didn't, and maybe you should have, but we're getting there. And to Jamie Dimon, to what Brad said, yeah, she was giving that testimony, and one of these Oregon staff members started cutting onions behind here. So we were all, it was great testimony. And so I just wanted to say I'm supporting the motion and proud to do it. I think it's a great motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Looking around, I'm not seeing any. Make sure. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Vice. I didn't want to ask Marcy for this clarification because it wasn't really a clarification, but she did say something I wanted to hone in on. And Marcy, I don't want to put you on the spot, so if this is a side convo for sure. But there, Marcy mentioned about the effort that CDF&W had done to get data that would go into this stock assessment. And I'm reflecting on, as we as a council and we as a West Coast scientific enterprise, how we prioritize the data that we need and ensure that it's collected, whether that's done by NIMS or the states or someone else entirely. So I guess my question would be, how come that data was not collected prior to 2021? Was it funding in the department? Was it a lack of prioritization that this council or the department could have done differently? Looking long term and for the arc of how we do our best. I don't think it's unavoidable. I don't think that's possible, but do our best to avoid it where possible in the future by making sure we're collecting the data that we really need.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question on data, and let me be just excruciatingly clear. This was not a department effort to fill the data gaps that were identified in the 2021 data moderate assessment. Those gaps were identified and filled by, it was a all-in team effort by federal scientists, by industry partners that offered to take researchers out to collect specimens for age, growth, and maturity information. It was our efforts of, yes, to some extent, our recreational samples that we collected from surrendered fish that were illegally retained. It was fish that were intercepted, that were landed actually as part of the IQ program. There were a few offloads that were monitored where fish were able to be retained and collected. So it was a very concerted effort over a 4-year period that allowed this new benchmark full assessment to rely on data that came from California without using proxy data from Quillback from other regions of the coast. With regard to the ROV data that did play a part in this assessment, including that new index, that was a very heavy undertaking by a number of folks at the Southwest Center and combined with CDFW data analysts, as well as John Budrick. And I guess I'll reference informational report 4 that is in our briefing book that outlines the process and the steps that have been taken to date to build this repository with hopes that we can use that ROV data source into the future in other assessments. So in terms of your question was about how do we avoid the gaps? How do we make sure we're doing as much as we can? I think we are doing all we can with the resources we have. I think, a lot of change may be in our future following actions under other agenda items and stock definitions and phase 2 that may refocus our thinking about stock assessment prioritizations and which species we assess and using which tools. I think we've learned a lot from the length-based data moderate assessments, and now we do have full benchmark assessments both for copper and quillback rockfish. So I think we've done a lot, and I think we will be having more opportunities and agenda items both here this meeting, but also in the future when we're prioritizing stock assessments, that we do have opportunities to consider the robustness of the data that is available for use in stock assessment.
Thanks, Marcy. And before we go further on that, I apologize. It's an important question and a discussion, but it's not at this point germane to the action in the motion. So I want to make sure we discuss everything important to the motion at this point. And if we want to take up data collection related to stock assessments, we can do that at a different time. So discussion specific to the motion before us here. I'm not seeing any, so I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I wanted to, I appreciate all the work you guys did to pull together a faster response on quillback. I wanted to turn to all the other species that were raised today and the issues that industry is facing with those. I really appreciate the GAP report, the amount of detail they put into describing the compounding impacts of quota reductions for canary, short spine, and petrale, and how those impacts are playing out across every single sector. And that call for help about the fear of those compounding impacts was playing out since March. So yeah, I want to tie back together for everyone. The reason why the GAP came forward asking for the council to prioritize specifications flexibility was because they were starting to see those impacts play out already as they were planning for their fishing years. So they knew you know, while we weren't really clear at the time that specifications was going forward, that, or back in 2024 when we were working on developing specifications, that these things would be challenging. Now seeing them actually play out is painting a really different story than we understood before. And in hindsight, it would have been helpful to try to buffer those impacts upfront for industry in some way through our management activities. And I think that that's what we're trying to think about with the specifications flexibility action that we'll discuss later this week. And those comments were very distressing. And if all that happened in a half a year, I don't want to hear what happens after another full year of living under that kind of restriction. So with that, I have a request this is, I guess, to the council, to NOAA and the NOAA, both the regional office and the Science Center as well. But I'm wondering if, to support the council in thinking about ways to consider acting quickly to relieve some of the distress for some of the other species as well, and in response to some of the stories that we heard today, if we can request that the Science Center add catch-only projections for 2026 for petrale, short spine, and canary. The Science Center is already running catch-only projections for those species for 2027 and onward as part of the specifications process, and that's described in the briefing book later on. Their timing for running those larger projections. So I'm asking here to extend back 1 year to include 2026, so we can think about what that update could mean for this next fishing year. And then tied to that, I'm wondering if the regional office and council can work together with the Science Center on some ad hoc ABC control rules for those species using the updated catch-only projection information, and bring that back for September so that we can consider what, if anything, is available to us. So I'll stop there if there are questions about that request, or welcome help from everyone in figuring out whether that's possible.
I'll turn to Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And Ms. Shumalo, just thinking here about some process. I think what could be helpful is if we treated your question similar to how we treated Mr. Remco's request, which is give us some time to talk about this, and then we can have some more information for you under workload planning and talk about it there and make some final decisions about whether we can actually do that under that agenda item. Hopefully that works for you.
Thank you. Other discussion, and I just want to note, we started talking about data collection there. This is in season. We do have research and data needs agenda item at this meeting, and if you wanted to follow up, that might be the better place to have that discussion rather than under in-season adjustments. So, any other discussion? Mark Gorelnik.
Since my comment wouldn't be appropriate under research and data needs, and it's brief, I'll make it here. I want to point out that the need for California-specific data only arose when California was defined as a separate stock at the same time, basically, as that assessment came out. So the lack of, up until then, it was a coast-wide stock. So the need for California data arose too late for us to focus on collecting California data. So now that the stock was defined, that effort was made, and we have data, and we have a better assessment for it.
All right. Thanks for that clarification. Todd, can you summarize and tell us what else we should do here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So you have heard from the GMTN GAP regarding reports, as well as multiple members from the public had good discussion. In sum, you have approved 2 motions. One would be the sablefish trip limits for limited entry fixed gear and OA. And the motion, as Mr. Rimko titled it, quillback, rollback on the fast track. And then you are also planning to entertain some discussion regarding specific things like a potential SSC meeting and canary short spine and petrale catch projections that will be discussed under workload planning. My read of the agenda items that you have completed your tasks here.
Thank you. Any closing comments? Not seeing any, then we'll close out this agenda item, and I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and congratulations. We're almost 3 hours late on the day, so don't book an early dinner. And we're going to go straight to lunchtime and try to move along here as best we can because the day is going to be running short here shortly. So Carol will be in place here with some seats swapped out, and we'll start off on F1. Okay, welcome back here. Starting on to F1, I'll turn to Carrie Griffin to get us going. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. This is the Highly Migratory Species NIMS report, F1, and it's a pretty straightforward situation summary. I think we can turn to Mr. Wolf for the NIMS report unless someone has any questions about how this agenda item will. flow today.
Okay.
I guess I will highlight that the NIMS report is in the in your briefing book materials. So, and Mr. Wolf will walk through those.
All right. Thank you for your brevity, Kerry. With that, we'll go straight to Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, as Kerry noted, we have a NIMS report in the briefing book, but I do also have a couple of updates that have happened since we turned that in. So I'll just kind of mix it in my overall report here. So as regards to rulemaking, as you can see in our report, we did finally get to publish, our final rule to set the catch limits for Pacific bluefin tuna, the 2025-26 biennial cycle. That published on May 6th, became effective June 5th. And detailed descriptions of the limits and the seasonal scheme can be found in our report. But this is a trip limit scheme which adjusts based on the time of year, which is based on the council recommendations from September and November. So it just took us a little while to get this published with the change in administration. Similarly, since we submitted this, we also published the final rule on May 23rd to implement conservation measures for tropical tunas adopted by the IATTC at its meeting last September 2024. Just in summary, that's really just continues the existing regulations that apply to large purse-seine vessels of class sizes 4 to 6 and longline vessels greater than 24 meters in overall length that fish for tropical tuna in the Eastern Pacific in the IATTC convention area. So that's my updates as far as rulemakings. In regards to deep set buoy gear permits, we do have some updates here to the Tier 9 permit period. We received 39 applications. We issued permits for the first 25 of these per the regulations. So that would be our issuance. I would note, however, we still have 5 previous permit holders who have not renewed their buoy gear permits. So we are hopeful that they will apply for renewal before the end of this month. If they don't, then we could issue the next 5 of Tier 9 applicants that are on the waiting list. And then, of course, we'll do our next tranche of Tier 9, both a notice to solicit additional applicants and then, of course, to go down the wait list early next year per the regulations, as we do 25 per year, up to 300 permits. Now, I would also note, just as it relates to buoy gear, it's not in our report, but while we are now at a good amount of permits that have been issued, we only had 13 vessels fish deep set buoy gear and make landings in 2024, totaling about 5.6 metric tons of swordfish. Excuse me. Regarding EFPs, the final piece of my report here, noted in the written report, we highlight the publication of the final EIS for the suite of longline type EFPs that the council has recommended NIMS approve. And I'm now happy to announce that in addition to the FEIS, we have finalized our record of decision pursuant to NEPA, and we have sent out the permits to the applicants. We are doing a phased-in approach, as I think we've noted to the council before, beginning with the extended link buoy gear and midwater snap gear. And those, I think at least some vessels have gone out. Others are planning to fish in the coming weeks. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions for Ryan on the NIPS report? I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Ryan. With that, we'll go to the HMS AS report and Mike Conroy. Mike, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, Mike Conroy. I am on the HMS AS and the purse-seine rep to that. In order to sort of cut through time a little bit, I'm just going to highlight some of the points in our comment on this item. We are encouraged by the interest in deep set buoy gear permits, as is evidenced by the 39 applications received for the current pool. We do remain concerned about the inability to issue permits to all who submitted applications. As Ryan just noted, last year of the 75 permit holders, only 13 made landings. If permit holders do not participate in the fishery, they should be replaced by individuals, easy for me to say, who seek to enter the fishery and will participate. The AS appreciate NIMF's issuance of EFPs for midwater snap gear and extended link buoy gear and is looking forward to seeing how those EFPs will perform this summer. And we support and appreciate the final EIS's inclusion of an adaptive management program. Last year, roughly 73 metric tons of swordfish were landed in West Coast ports in California, Oregon, and Washington. This includes participants in the Hawaiian longline fishery and West Coast-based longline vessels fishing on the high seas. Deep set buoy gear accounted for 5.6 metric tons, while drift gill net contributed 16. Total imports of swordfish into the West Coast were roughly 1,900 metric tons. In 2000, the U.S. harvested 5,606 metric tons of swordfish from the Eastern Pacific Ocean. There is clearly a market for swordfish, and we should prioritize fulfilling this demand from our domestic harvesters. The issuance of the aforementioned EFPs, work under agenda items F3 and F4, including the work underway by the FEW, are important steps to increase our domestic production. That concludes our report.
All right, Mike. Questions for Mike on the advisory subpanel report? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mike, and to the HMSAP for the report. On the bluefin tuna regulatory measures that have been put in place, can you give us an update? Has purse seining started? Have there been some hook and line landings? And how are the prices and markets looking? Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks, Rebecca, for that question. There has been some rod and reel fish caught and delivered. I think there is a website that NIMS publishes, the specific bluefin commercial update page. It's updated rather regularly and will show you the total metric ton that's been landed. There has not been purse seine activity yet for a number of reasons, but I know that the folks that I've spoken to on this next agenda item are paying attention to when the fish might be schooling up in a such that they can be caught with a net rather than rod and reel.
Thank you for that update. Obviously, I need to be more website savvy. Can you tell me, I don't know if that website reports prices, but how do prices of purse seine bluefin compare with hook and line? Thank you.
Through the chair, obviously the price for purse seine fish will be lower than what's caught rod and reel. When the fishery was dramatically impacted, and I believe it was 2015, and the trip limits were reduced to that really low number, it didn't incentivize that purse seine fleet to go out and target bluefin. So markets that had been developed went away. And that, kind of coincided with the sort of explosion of the penfish operations going on down in Mexico. So that's had an impact on our markets as well. So it's lesser than what you would get from rod and reel fish for sure.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think this is a germane question, but you mentioned a domestic swordfish. I imagine you're going to have comments on the executive order item tomorrow about along the lines of what Dr. Lentz said yesterday about leveling the playing field for swordfish. Is that something you all discussed?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for that question, Corey. We discussed it late afternoon yesterday, and you'll see in our report on that agenda item, we highlight 3 or 4 things that we thought about it as stupidly high level, but when we come back in September, we'll have more time to think and more fully flesh that out. But exactly what you hit on is something that we landed on pretty heavily.
Hey, Corey. Anybody else? All right. Thanks, Mike. All right, that takes care of our reports. I believe we don't have any public comment, so that'll take us to council action, which will be any discussion that anybody might have. And if not, I'll turn to Kerry. We've finished our...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if there's no further discussion or questions for the National Marine Fisheries Service, then that would conclude your business under this agenda item.
Very good. All right, we'll go straight to F2 then. So.
Super. We can move straight into F2. This is international management activities for highly migratory species. excuse me, the written situation summary has some information on upcoming meetings and recent activities as well, and an update on the status of the negotiations under the United States-Canada Pacific Albacore Tuna Treaty. But I won't read any more than what I just said because we'll let Mr. Wolf cover those items, and Krista will also cover some of those. So the materials you have under this agenda item are 2 supplemental National Marine Fisheries Service reports, and there's also a attachment 1 is the Pacific Bluefin Management Strategy Evaluation Executive Summary, and you'll hear more about all those items in a minute. And then there's also a supplemental HMSAS report. Your action under this agenda item is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate. And that concludes my agenda overview.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Questions for Gary? All right. Ryan Wolf, right?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. I wasn't very good at clarifying what I think the order of events here. Does Krista give an overview first on her international activities?
My bad. I'm looking at F1. So,
Krista.
Apologies. Krista Smithson.
Thank you. I will keep this short. Since the last meeting, we've had our semi-annual PAC meeting. That was on May 28th, and we did receive reports on the albacore management stakeholder meeting that was held. We also received an executive summary around the Pacific Bluefin Management Strategy Evaluation. Otherwise, just looking forward, I'm not going to highlight either, obviously, IATTC meetings, but joint meetings because you have those in your briefing book and reporting materials, or you'll hear them from NIFs here in a moment. I will highlight a few dates moving forward, and those are the Scientific Committee meeting that will be held in Tonga this August on the 13th through the 21st. Typically, there's an online option, and that can be informative in terms of where the science is and what we are prioritizing for science in the Western Pacific. The second meeting would be the first South Pacific Management Workshop on, I believe, albacore, but I can specify that later if anybody needs clarification. That one will be online, and it will be September 11th. And 12th this year, and then the final one before we head into WCPFC in December will be on the 24th through 30th of September, and that is the regular Technical and Compliance Committee meeting. And for those of you that are not as familiar with our process, quite often a lot of the proposals and discussions begin happening at that meeting that can then really take off into fruition in December. And with that, I will close my report of activities since April.
All right. Thank you, Krista. Questions for Krista on the report? All right. And now we'll turn to Ryan, the news report.
Thank you. Our supplemental NIMS report here contains a summary of recent and upcoming IATTC meetings, along with updates, as Carrie noted, to the U.S.-Canada North Pacific Albacore Treaty, starting with the workshops and working groups from the IATTC that happened in April and May. That include a second circle hook workshop, ecosystem and bycatch working group meeting, the fish aggregating devices or FAD working group meeting, as well as a management strategy evaluation workshop and working group related to tropical tunas. And those meetings are summarized here in the report, so I won't go into them. I will speak a little bit more to the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee, since that happened after we submitted this report, June 2nd to the 6th. The IATTC scientific staff presented stock status indicators for tropical tuna. They actually came up with a proposed big eye tuna harvest strategy and then a range of kind of other topics related to bycatch. All relatively typical of a SAC meeting. The ISE submitted and presented, there was a presentation of a draft executive summary of the Pacific Bluefin Tuna Management Strategy Evaluation. That was discussed. I think the biggest thing to note here was that the IATTC scientific staff were able to complete a stock assessment for yellowfin, which they were not able to do previously, or it wasn't suitable for management. And it shows the stock is not overfished, nor experiencing overfishing. So a very positive assessment. This now means for all the tropical tunas we have assessments, not overfished, not experiencing overfishing. Long story short, I think you can anticipate another big tropical tuna year at the IATTC as the majority of members. That's their major fisheries. So that should be a pretty heavy discussion, in particular because the scientific staff have noted that you could reduce or change some of the existing management measures, in particular some of the closed areas, as well as the amount of closure days that purse seine vessels have to adhere to. So you can imagine that will generate extensive discussion. We did roll over a 2-year measure last year because we had some doubts whether or not they would actually complete this yellowfin assessment in 1 year, but they did. So even though the measure actually goes through the end of 2026, we do anticipate pretty heavy tropical tuna discussions at the upcoming IATTC. We're switching to albacore and the temperate tunas. We did have a stakeholder webinar. This council has heard repeatedly from our advisory subpanel the interest in NIMS meeting with stakeholders to discuss North Pacific albacore. So we did that on April 25th. The objective was particularly to gather input on translating fishing intensity into the harvest strategy. So we have a harvest strategy that's recently been adopted by both commissions in the Pacific. The last thing we need to really define is fishing intensity, as well as some criteria for identifying exceptional circumstances. And if you want more detail on that, there is a supplemental NIMS report 2, which goes into a lot of detail on what we presented in the summary of that meeting, so I won't go into that here. Also, as noted in the situation summary, which I think actually quotes Dave Hogan's email from the State Department that went out, we will not have a reciprocal fishing and port access regime under the Pacific Albacore Tuna Treaty for 2025. Department of State has announced that. We are aware they're continuing to pursue a waiver to proceed with legally binding negotiations for 2026, kind of an internal process to allow us to re-engage on that treaty. And I believe they are tentatively looking at fall of this year to hold a stakeholder call on that before we get into next year. But of course, they still don't have approval to engage in broader negotiations with Canada at this point. With respect to South Pacific albacore, we highlight a virtual meeting that was held on May 19th. The chairs of both commissions are looking at the draft terms of reference and a timeline and work plan to develop a joint working group on South Pacific albacore. So the result of that should be terms and conditions and terms of reference, that will be presented to both commissions this year for adoption, that then would allow a working group to be formed and hold its first meeting probably early in 2026. Finally, our report also provides a summary of upcoming international meetings as usual. I do want to highlight, we have now set dates for the U.S. delegation to IATTC. Our advisory bodies, our Scientific Advisory Subcommittee and the General Advisory Committee, our SAS and GAC, are going to meet virtually July 30th and 31st. I would note that we just literally, I think maybe last week, we're able to formally issue out the appointments to the next 3-year terms for both of those committees. So I was a little delayed with the change of administration, but we have the appointments. They're official. We will meet virtually at the end of July, the 30th and 31st. And I would just note this is also a public meeting, so if folks who are not officially appointees would like to attend or listen, just letting them know, and we'd be happy to provide that information. And then do want to highlight the two big meetings, of course, between now and when this council will meet again, are the IATTC WCPFC Joint Working Group on Bluefin Tuna. That will be held July 9th to the 12th in Toyama, Japan. And the IATTC annual meeting, which has been on the books and still will be held September 1st through 5th. And we just have been notified that that will be held in Panama City, Panama, which is where we were last year. Although I don't know if the venue is the same, but we will be in the same city. So that will, I think, those cover the main highlights for me and concludes my updates, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks for that. Questions on the NIPS report? Rebecca Lett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wolf. Just a quick comment. I went for one day to the IATTC Scientific Committee just as a member of the public and saw these summaries of the stock assessments. These stocks are doing really well. Years ago, people said it could never be done, that RFMOs could successfully manage income to sustainable fisheries. So just two points on that. Part of it I know is because of the hard work of scientists, but mostly negotiators like you, like Krista, like Josh, people who go to these meetings. And so bravo. Second thing I want to say is if you're following the news from Nice, nice place, Nice, France, conference going on where people are still running around with their hair on fire saying the high seas are the wild, wild west. It's just not true. The entire planet is covered with RFMOs, which thanks to the hard work of people like you are well managed, and we're meeting our goals successfully. So thank you for your hard work. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Ryan. With that, that'll take us to the HMS Advisory Subpanel report. And we have Mike Conroy and Josh Badira. Welcome.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Conroy. I'm from the HMSAS. Josh, you want to?
Morning, everyone. Josh Madera, Monterey Bay Aquarium, and HMSAS.
Here's my ringer in case you have any questions on bluefin. Our report has a number of recommendations. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to summarize it based upon the species that's covered. With regard to Pacific bluefin, our focus here was on the draft executive summary of the Pacific bluefin management strategy evaluation and the upcoming joint working group meeting. Acknowledging the importance of this year's negotiations on further actions related to the development of a long-term strategy, we provided a number of recommendations and thoughts on potential positions to be communicated to the U.S. delegation to the IATTC's and Northern Committee's joint working group. Particularly broken down into two general categories. With regard to core principles on the harvest strategy, obviously the U.S. fishery participants are interested in a 70-30 impact ratio, 70% on the Western Pacific, 30% here. The 80-20 split proposed in half of the harvest control rules is unacceptable to the U.S. side of it. It bears noting that catch records for 20 to 2023 as published in the ISC's catch table show that the EPO harvest was at either 29% or 30% of the bluefin quota. So it would be in alignment with recent years' catch. And the primary objectives of the long-term harvest strategy should be to increase stawning biomass to the target reference point. Right now, we've rebuilt to a level that's around a threshold reference point, but to rebuild that stock to the target reference point will give more flexibility, safety, and stability to fishery participants. Second one would be prevent overfishing. And then most importantly, from the positions expressed during the AS meeting was to eliminate or limit the catch of small fish, particularly age 0 fish in the Western Pacific Ocean that are critical for stock conservation. Take appropriate steps to address recruitment uncertainty no later than the next scheduled stock assessment, which is scheduled for 2027. and ensure that other nations with recreational fishing activities demonstrate accurate reporting, monitoring, and controls like we do here. That's been a long-standing complaint raised by the recreational component. The second primary component of our core principles is when we're considering the harvest control rules analyzed in the management strategy evaluation. Those are the 16 that are included in the draft executive summary. Note that we eliminated harvest control rules 1 through 8 because they reflected the 80-20 impact ratio. And priority should be given to those that prioritize safety and allow for stability in the short to medium term. In our opinion, HCR 10 does that. Removes harvest control rules 13, 14, and 15 and corresponding ones for the 80-20 split, as those have high risks related to safety and significantly increased catch of Western and Central Pacific small fish, and then suggest development of additional measures to be analyzed that reduce the catch of age 0 fish if the stock falls below the threshold reference point. So those are our suggestions on bluefin. With regard to North Pacific albacore, the AS asked that the Council communicate to the U.S. delegation to the IATTC that no proposals on matters related to North Pacific albacore be submitted and or adopted this year, but that additional stakeholder engagement with the intent of reducing confusion amongst fishery participants be undertaken. Participants in the April workshop felt overwhelmed, and there is a general feeling that additional conversations with more clarity would be beneficial to managers, fishery participants, and other stakeholders. In preparing for further engagement, NIMS should consider providing more clarity on how will effort be defined for purposes of management. Is it days? Is it vessel? Is it day transiting counted within that? Assuring fishery participants that any Canadian fishing effort in the U.S. EEZ will be attributed to the U.S. when establishing our historic effort per the treaty. What this could mean to fishery participants if a management response is triggered, and the potential management and operational implications of an exceptional circumstances. Getting more clarity on these items should result in more productive conversations and informed suggestions. Fishery participants do stand ready to assist NIMS in the planning of future engagements to ensure that those are productive. Further, we ask, as Ryan noted, that the treaty is, there's no regime for this year. We would ask that you communicate to the State Department the need to get approval to conduct bilateral conversations with Canada on a potential future regime before the end of this year. With regard to South Pacific albacore, we support further development of a joint working group between the WCPFC and the IATTC to address management of the South Pacific albacore as soon as possible. The AS encourages the Council to recommend that the U.S. delegation prioritize the interests of the West Coast HMS fleet while pursuing their articulated goals of a common approach to harvest strategy, alignment of catch and effort limits, and improving monitoring and data exchange through scientific research. And finally, with regard to circle hooks, acknowledging the failure to reach consensus during the recent circle hook workshop on any of the substantive matters, notably definition of large circle hooks and best handling techniques, the AS recommends communicating to the U.S. delegation to the IATTC the importance of ensuring that progress is made on circle hooks as part of the tropical tuna measures this year, which, as Ryan alluded to, should be fun. So that concludes my summary of our report.
All right. Fantastic. Thanks, Mike. Questions of the AP report? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Conroy and Josh, for the report. Fully support your recommendations. Just a couple of quick highlights on the U.S.-Canada Treaty. I understand that right now, or the latest version, seemed more beneficial to the Canadians in terms of fishing and port access than the Americans, so that's an issue. If you ever get back to the table, that has to be taken into account. But I did hear from some albacore fishermen that it's really critical for them to be able to go pick up their crew in Canada, and even vessel maintenance, better prices, more convenient. So another benefit if we can get back to the table. Thank you for raising circle hooks. That's a key element of an unlevel playing field. If you look in the record of decisions, the terms and conditions for the EFPs, the modified long line, all require large circle hooks. which is required, of course, in the Hawaii fleet and Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic. It's just not a level playing field. It's bad for those reasons, but it's also bad for sea turtles. And it's bad for us as consumers when we go in and buy a bag of frozen steaks from Ecuador. Who knows if they're using sarcolex? There's a lot of foot dragging going on in these negotiations. I'm really sorry. They couldn't even agree on a minimum size. So thank you for highlighting that. And thank you to our powerful negotiators who will be back in there with scientific data. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mike, and to the panel, and for summarizing all this this good information. I'm looking at the not surprisingly, thinking about the albacore, the North Pacific albacore paragraph in the workshop. Thoughts you all had on the workshop. I was and our HMS management team rep Phil were able to observe that, and yeah, and I really appreciate the thoughts here on how you all could move forward. The thought I have in reading your response, in your report here, and in thinking of my own thoughts, how would I do this better? I would do it something like we do here at the council, and consider, like, for example, I'm looking at what you're talking about, a bluefin. We all are, rebuilding bluefin, and what we're thinking about with North Pacific is, what if we ever had to rebuild albacore? And so let's see some science, let's see some rebuilding type scenarios with the MSC or whatever, to see what that might look like. And so long way of saying, like, what would your thoughts be about, can you elaborate on how you might structure more of the process and what information you'd like to see that you're getting at in that paragraph, but just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Corey. It's something that I've given a lot of thought to since the April 25th workshop. Last year, there were 357 vessels that targeted albacore in the North Pacific U.S. vessels. I would say that AFA and WFOA represent maybe half of that fleet. There is a lot of folks who don't have the level of understanding that AFA and WFOA members had going in, and I think it's just, people hear management and they're not understanding the need or the reason for it. I think you hit, bluefin is the perfect example, right? We are doing what we're doing today so that we don't have to have happen to our fishery what happened to the bluefin fishery in 2014, 2015. So I think coming in and explaining why we're doing this, how we're doing this, when we're doing this, because there's a misconception, and you know how doc talk works, right? I can tell you something, and by the time it gets 3 people down from you, it's a totally different conversation. So I think coming in, and I know Clay and I talked about this, we're more than happy to work with NIMS to help frame this, to help sort of guide where this conversation would go, to get this out to the industry so that it doesn't turn into an exercise in futility. But, in terms of what we would like to see, what would be helpful is, if we get to a point where management action is needed, how would that look to the fleets? I think people are having a hard time conceptualizing that. So that would be, a concrete example of something that I think would be very helpful moving forward and allay a lot of the fears.
All right. Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. Thank you. That'll takes care of reports, takes us to public comment. I didn't see it here earlier. Oh, we do. 3, my bad. And first up will be Dave Gershman. Dave, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
We can. Welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And thanks for the chance to comment remotely. Again, yeah, I'm Dave Gershman, and I work on international fisheries with the Pew Charitable Trust. And I'll just focus my comment on North Pacific albacore. And on this, we would urge the council to recommend the U.S. delegation promote an agreement on a method to translate fishing intensity into units of catch and Pacific albacore. I heard the questions that were raised from your advisory panel and questions on what if you had to rebuild albacore. These are all good questions, and we support addressing them. And that's why we need to agree this year on a method for intensity and management quantities. And then in your order of operations, there can be a discussion in terms of how far you need to go to define future management arrangements. But let's not lose the opportunity this year to make progress. Both of the RFMOs have requested advice on how to translate fishing intensity. It's necessary to operationalize the harvest control rule. Without doing that, you certainly can't rebuild albacore if you need to. And this harvest strategy is designed to achieve a sustainable fishery over the long term. So if we ever needed to take action to protect this fishery, we need to have this translation method in place. And thanks to U.S. scientists, one methodology has been developed. It's before the ISC, so it can be discussed and adopted this year. So I think just to wrap up, the bottom line is this is an opportunity. Let's not lose sight of it. Adopting a methodology to intensity is not going to lead to any changes to the objectives of the harvest strategy, which have already been agreed. It's not going to lead to any immediate changes in exploitation on the water, because of that, of course, is going to be driven by your harvest strategy. This is just a tool to help future-proof this fishery. So let's get this done this year, and then a number of the good questions that have been identified this in the previous remarks can be addressed. But let's make progress and adopt a methodology this year. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, but thank you for the opportunity to take a comment virtually.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on his testimony? I'm not seeing hands. Thanks, Dave. Next up will be Clayton Wraith. Clayton, welcome.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Clayton Wraith. I sit on the HMAS as a commercial troll representative. I am the executive director of the WFOA, the Western Fish Boat Owners Association. In that role, I spent the last 2 months going up and down the coast, speaking with a number of my constituents and a number of the individuals that will be impacted by the decisions that are made in this council and beyond. A number of those have to do with international matters. As an HMS fishery, we are dependent not only on what we can do, but what others are doing. A good understanding of this fishery requires an understanding that these are small businesses, family-owned often, and entrepreneurial. To borrow a phrase from other entrepreneurial pursuits, the questions that we're trying to answer today need to start with why. When we're having conversations on the docks, when we're having conversations in the wheelhouses, when we're wondering why we need to go through with certain steps, it's easy for the well-informed to make critical decisions or ask specific questions that have to do with long-term ramifications. It's not so easy when your entire livelihood depends upon making sure that you have the means, as in the boat, the engine, the crew, to go out and pursue, and the time to spend not only on the water, but with your families. This isn't to excuse some of the constituents and some of the fishermen for being uninformed on some of these topics. It is merely to say that if we are to take up the mantle of leadership and help to define the parameters for which these people can do their jobs, we need to do a better job of communicating what those requirements will be, how they will be applied, and in what circumstances. I came prepared to this meeting to discuss a number of those issues in detail. It seems that the recommendations that we have heard during this council, that discussion can be delayed. I agree with that position, and as a member of the AS, stated as much. That being said, we should not waste this time. And any efforts that we make in order to engage the stakeholders and the fleet need to be done with purpose, intent, and start with why. Why we are doing this in the first place, why we can expect cooperation at an international level, why when a fleet that has already been decreasing we need to have more limitations. I know the answers to these questions, and we will convey that as much as we can in as plain language as we can. But when we look at these complicated mathematical equations to create relationships between intensity, effort, catch, and all the rest, it's essential that we can communicate this on a level that not only is relatable, but is based in the reality of our particular fleet and our impact on these stocks, internationally and beyond. I appreciate the efforts that have been made this far, but feel like we need to continue to do better. That being said, I know that our advocates in the international arenas are doing their best to look out and make sure the future of our fleet is protected. And for that, I appreciate it. But as we go forward, we need better understanding and better communication. These men and women will be on the boats this summer. They're about to launch off into a season where they will spend a lot of time in these wheelhouses, on the phone, on their computers, on their radios, discussing these matters. So we need to have them prepared to have these discussions in a way that can inform our actions going forward. I'll take any questions on this matter.
Thank you, Clayton. Questions for Clayton on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Clayton. And thinking back to Mike's comments too, and appreciate you all trying to get the word out and help people understand what's going on here. I guess I'll save this for council discussion, but I'm going to say I don't even understand the trade-offs involved here. Albacore harvest control rule is a groundfish control rule, and I've been doing that for a long time. And I'm looking at these scenarios, and I don't understand if and please never may this happen, if albacore were to become overfished or depleted, what would happen to our fleet as we try to rebuild it? So do you feel like you all do understand like what the various nations and regions, what level of catch they would be looking at versus what the U.S. West Coast would be, and what kind of timelines of rebuilding we'd be looking at and levels of catch? Do you all have? I know you spent more time thinking about it than many of us have, but is that something level of detail that you all have? You think you at least at the organization level think you have a good grasp on the details?
Through the chair. Thank you for that question, Corey. I'll answer it in two ways. First, the details are to be determined, is my understanding. So how those details are presented is incredibly important. Mr. Conroy referenced that. If we could get some specifications or specific boundaries or guardrails or metrics to be able to convey, that changes the topic of conversation. Overall, I can say that there is consensus with the surface fleet, the pull and troll, to have any management measures be done under a total allowable effort as opposed to a total allowable catch. That I feel confident in conveying to this council and our international partners and representatives. That being said, how that effort would be defined and at what point individual effort controls would go into effect is not being conveyed in a manner that I believe the average individual on the water is being able to understand. Quite frankly, considering the state and the statistics of our fleet, many of these measures may have a de minimis or non-existent impact on the way that our West Coast fleet proceeds. That being said, we need to look towards the future. What is now may not be in the future, and we can hopefully get more engagement and create more opportunities for this fleet in the future through well-managed stocks. So to directly answer your questions, at an association level, I feel like we have a good understanding. Conveying that to a boat level to get the input that we need to make these decisions from the majority of the members is a different story in entirety.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Leighton, for laying this out. I'm not familiar with this issue. I'm eager to find out more. It does get really complicated, and it's helpful to get it in a form that people can understand. Look at examples from other fleets. Are they using days or well capacity or whatever? How do you measure that fishing effort? So thank you for pointing it out, and particularly the need to communicate. Just a quick question. Between WFOA and AFA, what % of the U.S. Albacore, or the Albacore fleet is represented in those two organizations? Seems like a good pipeline. Thank you.
Mr. Conroy's point earlier, through the chair, thank you for the question, Rebecca. To Mr. Conroy's point earlier, I would say somewhere around half of the vessels probably are current members. But I would caveat that with saying that these members are in code groups with many other members who may not be paying their dues or have current status. There is a number of these people that will say, I was a member, therefore I am a member, when maybe they aren't. But that doesn't mean that they're not getting our newsletters or hearing this information. We have the capacity and the capability to disseminate the appropriate information to the people that need to hear it and get their response. Unfortunately, it's a byproduct of how the fleet has decreased. We can call most of the people up that will be directly impacted this and have a discussion, if we can have that discussion in a manner that not only respects their livelihood, doesn't use metaphors that may be ill-advised, or create tensions when no tensions need to be allayed because we're not dealing with these issues in an immediate manner. I understand, from my perspective, having been involved with the council and some of the international organizations, the RFMOs, how slow this can go, and that this is preventative. But to talk to a fleet that is already suffering and on unstable mooring, discussing limiting what they're already trying to do, it starts these conversations off on the wrong foot. That being said, I go back to my initial comment. We need to start with why this is important, why we are doing this, and why, if we agree to be going forward with this, it will be enforceable on an international level and actually benefit the American fishing fleets in the long term.
Thanks, Rebecca. Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Hayden. And last here will be Teresa Labriola. Teresa?
Good morning, Chair Pettinger. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. And I want to provide you with some history and recommendations on Pacific bluefin tuna. I started fishing in Rhode Island waters after the golden age of sport fishing had passed there. The giants were extirpated from coastal waters by the 70s, but I still heard tales of women like Kay Topping catching giant bluefin tuna just a mile or two off of Watch Hill, Rhode Island. And I still cast my line in search of these stories. A similar fate played out in the Pacific. In 1898, Charles Holder landed a 183-pound bluefin with a rod and reel, and he ushered in sport fishing into California. Large bluefin tuna became the backbone of California sport fishing, Southern California sport fishing. And then a surge in post-World War II industrial commercial fishing seemed to squeeze the stock. Echoing the Atlantic, larger Pacific bluefin tuna were soon non-existent in California waters. By 2011, the spawning stock biomass shrunk to less than 3% of historic levels. And then a historic rebound seemed to rewind the ocean 100 years. Record Pacific bluefin recruitment in the mid-2010s led to bigger schools and then bigger fish. Californians began chasing and catching fabled bluefin measuring over 300 pounds, and coastal waters frothed with bluefin once again, leaving us anglers and conservationists to wonder, how do we sustain this boom, not only for today, but for future generations? Wild Oceans believes that the best way to sustain the recovery of bluefin tuna and recreational opportunity is to err on the side of conservation. This requires old school sportsmanship. Charles Holder's historic catch led to the creation of the Tuna Club of Avalon, with the aim to conserve ocean resources. Wild Oceans founders carried this conservation ethic forward. Even as bluefin tuna return in numbers that surpass historic records, the fresh memory of the collapse remind us that we need to coexist with the sea, sharing the resource with the myriad of other creatures and respecting its natural limits. This summer, the IATTC and WCPFC are scheduled to adopt a long-term harvest strategy for Pacific bluefin tuna. An ecosystem approach to management that goes beyond basic instincts of valuing quota above all else. It presents us with an opportunity to prioritize safety, to minimize the probability that the stock will fall below a point to which fishing is no longer considered sustainable. We support harvest control rules that do just that, and specifically those that set the target biomass at 40%. This is a win for conservation and a win for recreational fishing and a win for commercial fishing. It also provides a buffer against what we don't know. It provides a buffer against changing ocean conditions. It provides a buffer against low recruitment regimes that challenge even the most conservative harvest control rule. It provides a buffer against changes in forage fish availability and other things that may impact bluefin tuna growth. Fishing in Southern California, just like Rhode Island, marks the local economy. It was and still is woven into the local life. Returning bluefin tuna to our shores has brightened this cultural tapestry, and we cannot change the past and the ways we strained the ocean, but everything we do can change the future. And I ask the Council to provide NIMS with a strong recommendation to support Harvest Control Rules 3 and 11, which set a target at 40%, and to negotiate a harvest control rule that prioritizes safety of the stock and the future of fishing. I would end my bluefin there, but I then heard a little back and forth on circle hooks, and it's another issue that is very dear to wild oceans. And I just want to add a quick comment on that many of our international agreements on circle hooks require longline vessels to incorporate an either-or strategy, either circle hooks or mackerel-type baits, but don't necessarily require circle hooks. And so while we encourage the U.S. to continue to work to make progress, especially in IATTC, to define circle hooks, I also always like to highlight that we'd like that to be an ultimate requirement to require circle hooks. They benefit sea turtles as well as the post-release survival of non-target and prohibited species, including marlins and sharks. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you, Teresa. We'll take care of her public comment, and it takes us to council action, which is before you. So open the floor for discussion as needed. John Newgrass.
Thank you, and good morning, or I think it's morning still. I just wanted to voice my support for the HMSAS. I always appreciate their leadership and guidance on international activities for HMS, and I appreciate their proposals 1 through 5 at the top of their report. I support those. I wanted to emphasize that we have always supported the efforts to change the split between what California fishermen get and what our international partners get, and that 70-30 split would be more appropriate. I also support the need for the State Department to continue to request approval to negotiate with Canada on albacore. And hearing from the public and Mr. Wraith and the AS description of need for outreach and gathering more information from the fleet when discussing albacore limits for the future. Appreciate that and support that. And also support the seeking progress on the circle hook decision. So just wanted to offer that as a starting point and guidance to NIMS and the State Department.
Thank you, John. Anybody else? Krista Smithson?
Yeah, thank you. I am in alignment in terms of supporting the HMSAS, and really thank you for putting recommendations at the top where they're in bold and easily found. I just wanted to add a little bit of thought around a couple of these. we've consistently heard over the years from the fleet about total allowable effort. So just putting another pin there that we hear you, and that has been consistent messaging that we've heard from our advisors, and not just the ones that we have sitting in chairs, but when they come in and publicly testify. We heard a little bit of comment about the number of vessels, and that may be important in terms of there was a comment about building capacity. And I just want to recognize for a second that it isn't necessarily that we're building capacity. It's more that we are using the capacity that we have historically used. And I say that because this is shockingly to me, my 20th season of dealing with albacore. And I went back and I was looking at what we were catching when I started, because I remembered it being about 10,000 metric tons. And lo and behold, it was. Last year, we caught just under 5,000, so a little less than half of what we have historically done. And I'm not suggesting that that is related to anything other than to say that it is not surprising that we have fewer boats prosecuting less fish. So if we have the opportunity, and some of that depends on where the fish are, when they're closer to shore, we have more boats. When they're further from shore, we have fewer boats. When fish are further offshore and fuel costs as much as it does now, we have fewer people going out and looking for fish, which means fewer fishermen. So there are any number of reasons, but I do want to urge some caution on setting expectations for today when that is not the number of vessels that we have traditionally had when we're thinking about how to move forward and recommendations that this council should be making. I'll just reiterate, because I didn't see it in the report, but we've heard it repeatedly, that in terms of conducting bilateral conversations with Canada, doing that early in the process is always beneficial, so that we don't run into people taking off during the fishing season and not having the opportunity to get shipyard work, et cetera, done. And I think with that, I will close my comments, but appreciate the work that was done by the advisory panels and very supportive of their advice.
All right. Thanks, Krista. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and in agreement with John and Krista. And yeah, if you're not allowed to talk to someone, I can see why you're not allowed. You can't reach agreement. So hopefully our negotiators are allowed to do that. I'm going to zero in on the albacore, North Pacific albacore, and Krista's total allowable effort. Yeah, and we've heard that our longtime advisor Doug Fricke was a really big proponent and explained that's how the Oregon salmon troll fishery works versus Washington's, which works on quotas, and it's basically quotas can be off, and if the fish show up, you get shut down prematurely. But if you have to, so there's good rationale behind it. The thing that I'm not seeing, and if everyone else is seeing, and they might be, is that total allowable effort is still aiming at an amount of catch. And it's the 70-30 thing. Like, what would we be aiming at if this were ever to get into the lower abundance levels? And again, this is like, it's almost thinking to what Sam Rauch, the discussion with Sam Rauch yesterday about why things, why landings may have dropped. And the albacore, this is like the magical fishery. We don't do anything to it, and it stays. And I just keep knocking on wood every time I think about it, that it's been staying at above target without us doing anything at all to it. And we also we don't talk about it a lot either. So maybe that's another jinx. The more we talk about a fishery, the less we catch in it. So yeah, I would really, this is a long way of saying to Ryan and NIPS, I hope I meant to reach out before this meeting, but hopefully you can have some discussions. I would like to have discussions as an agency with you and with the industry groups and others, I'm sure, about how we can take the next steps to getting people better informed. And lastly, because what I see is happening is this: we have a pretty precautionary harvest control rule. It's like a rockfish control rule for a stock that looks more like it has a flatfish life history. So if we get down to like B20%, which is where the assessment is saying that MSY exists, and these tuna stocks don't show a big relationship between recruitment and biomass, and we see the 2 or 3 year olds coming off this coast, if it gets that low, you're still going to see the same recruitment coming by as we've seen. And so how does that affect you're not going to see big drops in recruitment at that level you wouldn't expect. It's always uncertain, of course. So how does that work in terms of total allowable effort and what our percentage would be? So there's details I don't understand, and yeah, I know that NIMS and others put a lot of effort into the MSC, and maybe our fleet does understand it, but I think there's a lot more to understand before those discussions are made, and I'm still unclear on what happens at the international level versus the implementation stuff that happens at the domestic level. So, Brian, that was a long way of saying I hope we can have more, not today necessarily, but talk more about what else could be done to prepare for these. And yeah, echoing Rebecca's thanks to the amazing negotiation and things you've achieved through negotiation so far.
Thanks, Corey. All right. Anyone else? Rebecca, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. Just to move forward, I assume that this council action that we want to take, as I mentioned in my first intervention and I've heard again 4 times, I think we all support these recommendations 1 through 5. Is it possible just to refer to those and council nod, or do we need to do something more formal? Thank you, Chair.
I haven't seen anybody shaking their heads, so I think we're pretty good there. Okay. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. Just a comment. Appreciate Mr. Niles' comments. I'm happy to continue the conversation. Appreciate the AS report and their recommendations as well. I do think we have some time, right? I think because I noted on albacore in particular, as I noted with the bluefin MSC, with the tropical tuna measure, with a suite of other things that may be coming as it relates to bycatch. I think 2026 meeting is probably more relevant. We'll see some of the broader North Pacific albacore discussions happen again. So happy to continue the dialogue in really all fora and formats as we look towards that. I did omit something in my report that I did want to highlight to folks, because as I'm thinking through our executive order discussions that are happening, it reminded me that we have an executive order that the State Department is running, but I think the due date is between this and the next council meeting. I think it's 180 days from February 4th. So according to that order, that is, the State Department is ordered to review the U.S. participation in every single international treaty that we are a part of, and also provide funding to, and to make recommendations to the president on whether or not we should continue to be in those organizations. So I did just want to highlight that's obviously not I don't think there's a notice and public comment process on that one, but that we may have more information when we get to our next meeting. I don't raise that just to highlight that I have any concern about the commissions that we're talking about. It seems to be very targeted over non-fisheries related organizations, but did just want to note that for the record.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Anyone else? All right, Carrie, how are we doing here?
I think you're doing pretty good. This question of guidance versus motion, came up in discussion, and I think it was the guidance last year as well in this agenda item. And it sounds like there was some general support among the council members for the recommendations in the HMSAS report. And I think if there are no further questions or guidance to be conveyed, then I think that would conclude your business under this agenda item.
Okay, very good. Well, it's 11:53, which is probably close enough for lunchtime. I don't. John, you sent me an email. You were kind of wondering about working through lunch, but I don't know if would you like to speak about that, or just what do you got?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would propose we push through. Let's get these two things done before lunch.
Maybe 2.5 hours.
I sincerely hope it doesn't take that long. But I'm trying to be respectful to the public who anticipated HMS this morning. We decided to take a groundfish item that took 3 hours. I suspect people are waiting on their Saturdays. If we take an hour for lunch now, we won't get back to it until 1 o'clock. So, that's part of my intent here, but it's up to your discretion.
Well, I would, Mark Relic?
Ever in the effort of compromise. I think we should at least take up the EFPs because I'm not sure how long this will take.
Okay.
And then we can reassess whether we should continue to the next agenda item.
Fair enough. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. All right. Carrie? If someone needs to sneak out and go to the restroom because we're past 2 hours, I won't give you the stink eye. So, Carrie? F3?
Yes, thank you. We are on F3, exempted fishing permits, final action. The situation summary lists has a table of the 3 EFP applications that are in the advanced briefing book and are also held by NIMFs at this point. They're all 3 for night set, deep set buoy gear. All right, I'll get a little closer to the microphone here. So just recall that daytime deep set buoy gear is authorized fishery in the FMP, but night set is not yet. And so under COP 20, which describes HMS, the HMS EFP process, we typically, it's a 2-meeting process, June and September, and applicants are required to submit their first applications in June and then come back in September for final action. The council has employed the practice of giving sort of a waiver, and in some situations when they're comfortable with the EFPs, they're either repeats or they're known actions, they've taken action in one meeting. And the situation summary and the description of the council's action lays out that option for the council today. There are supplemental reports as well from the HMS-MT and the HMS-AS on these EFPs. And that pretty much summarizes what will happen under this agenda item. And again, your action is to adopt preliminary or final at the council's discretion the exempted fishing permit applications as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Carrie on his overview? All right, seeing that, we'll go to the reports. It's the HMS management team and Liz Helmers. So is Liz?
The sheet is updated.
Oh,
online.
My bad.
It's Carter. Is Carter here?
Carter?
Oh, I was looking for him.
All right.
I do.
Welcome, Carter.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council.
The HMS management team discussed 2 new night set buoy gear applications from Shearwater Fishing LLC and Mr. Landon Yakabuchi, as well as an extension request from Mr. Nathan Perez. The team recommends that the council recommend NIMPS issue both of the new night set buoy gear EFPs, as well as granting the extension request. And further, we propose that the council recommend NIMPS apply the terms and conditions that have been applied to the current night set buoy gear EFPs to the 2 new ones. We had some discussion about night set buoy gear effort to date. There has been pretty limited effort so far under the EFPs that have been issued. And Mr. Perez is the only current EFP holder who's requested an extension when his permit expires at the end of this year. Since the council's intent is to collect data, the team supports renewal of that EFP and approval of the 2 new applications. As I mentioned, the team in general supports renewal of EFPs that are actively fishing and collecting data, and inactive EFPs may not need to be renewed unless there are extenuating circumstances. And that's all we have on this one.
Very good. Questions for Carter on the HMS management team report? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next up will be Clayton Wraith and the HMS AS report. Clayton, welcome back.
Thank you. The AS reviews, discussed the 2 new EFP applications and recommend the council approve the applications as submitted.
Questions for Clayton on the AP report? All right, very succinct. Moving on. Okay, any public comment? 0. All right, council action. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate this item. I support approval of these to go to NIMPS for their approval. I support extending the existing one. I appreciate that the individual on that existing one has been the only individual to actually try to fish this and has been successful. I think we need more effort in night set to help us advise us to whether we want to approve this as a gear type. I will say that if we get 5, 10 more applications for night set, I won't be interested until we see the results of these ones. I want to get the results, but I don't want to do what we did with regular buoy gear and essentially create a fishery through EFPs. So just flagging that for future, but at this point, I think we should move forward.
Okay, thank you, John. Any questions for John? Okay. I think you had a motion already, but I'm sure you do, or somebody does. So, anybody else?
Thanks. And I don't have a motion pre-written, but if someone wants to grab the screen.
I think we're ready.
All right, thank you. I move that the council forward the 2 new night set buoy gear EFP applications in attachments 1 and 2 to National Marine Fisheries Service for their review, and recommend to National Marine Fisheries Service to extend the EFP in attachment 3.
Okay. Is that language accurate?
Yes, it is.
Very good. Look for a second. Seconded by Corey Ridings. Thank you, Corey. Speak to your motion as appropriate.
I think we're okay there.
Okay, there we go. Discussion on or questions to the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? I see it's lunchtime. All right, with that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Carrie?
That concludes your business under this agenda item.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we are going to go to lunch. Oh. You think Krista?
Yeah, I would propose that we at least start the next one. And I suspect, based upon the discussion that we've had with a number of the members of the FEW, et cetera, we may be able to do this very quickly as well, but I will leave that up to others.
Asia?
I don't agree with that. I have a lot to say here that I think relates to D2 later on, and I would like the time to do that. So that's all.
Okay, I think we want to make sure we have enough time here to not rush through things. And okay, so all right, we'll take a lunch. Let's be back here at 1. It'll be kind of a little shorter lunch, but 1 o'clock. Yep. Take the full hour, 1:05. 5 more minutes. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start off on F4, and look to Carrie Griffin to get us going here. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F4, highly migratory species roadmap development. I'll summarize the situation summary and then go over the materials that are in your briefing book and the council action. The council's highly migratory species roadmap has been in development for a couple of years now. It replaced the draft swordfish monitoring and management plan, and there's been quite a bit of work since then done on the roadmap, especially by the highly migratory species management team. There's just a few sort of highlights of what's happened in the past. Last year in March, the council adopted a set of goals for the roadmap. There's a reference to that in the FEW Report 1 that's in your briefing book. Then last June, in 2024, the council held an HMS roadmap workshop, and the report of that is in the both the September and the November 2024 council meeting briefing books. In November 2024, you adopted the roadmap, and the council initiated the Fisheries Innovation Work Group to take the roadmap and begin exploring and developing for implementation several key tasks that are in the roadmap, not all of the roadmap, but the specific charges to the FEW. And then in March, the council considered the draft roadmap development by the HMSMT and tasked the FEW with coordinating future updates. And there is an updated roadmap in FEW Report 1. At this meeting, the council is going to consider several issues, which you'll hear more about shortly, and you'll be asked to provide guidance. And then the situation summary covers some of those key items. The roadmap document itself, there are some proposed edits, as I mentioned, and there's a couple of sort of elements or guidance desired from the FEW, some guidance from the council on sort of what to do with the roadmap, what do you want it to be and look like, and how it should function and things like that. On the second page, there's a paragraph on the FEW, the Fisheries Innovation Work Group, and there's 6 bullet points that summarize the charge to the FEW that the council adopted in November. And one of the charges was to look into the National Seafood Strategy and see how that pertains to HMS Fisheries. And there is attachment 1 in your briefing book materials is a sort of a white paper, a summary of the National Seafood Strategy, and there's a table that is a crosswalk table that identifies the sort of linkages and synergies between the HMS roadmap and the National Seafood Strategy. And then a lot of, obviously, what the FEW is working on is geared towards exempted fishing permits. There's some information in both Report 1 and 2 on process and timing for the HMS EFPs, as well as EFP performance goals, including acceptable levels of bycatch and metrics to evaluate EFP performance. Yeah, so we'll move on to the, well, let me go back to the materials. So just to be clear, in your advanced briefing book, there was FEW Report 1, which has several recommendations and their version or their suggested edits to the draft roadmap. And they also have the proposed terms of reference. And one of the asks is for the council to consider and adopt the terms of reference for the FEW. Then there's the attachment 1 on the National Seafood Strategy that I mentioned. And then there's supplemental FEW Report 2, which is more focused on sort of workload planning and presents this plan for the next year or so for work and tasks and deliverables and sequencing for the FEW. So they would like guidance on that. And You also now have supplemental reports from the HMS-MT and the HMS-AS. And last I checked, there was no public comment yet. So the tasks are to adopt the few terms of reference, adopt the edits to the HMS roadmap and provide guidance on next steps, and then provide guidance on a handful of items, including the areas of alignment between the roadmap and the National Seafood Strategy, EFP acceptable levels of bycatch, process and timing, and performance goals and evaluation metrics, and then general guidance on future few workload and other topics. And you'll hear again more about those. So what we'll do is we'll turn to the report of the few, and we have Josh Madera, who's the co-chair of the few, along with Krista Svensson, and he'll walk through some slides that will sort of clarify and elaborate on a few of the items that I just covered. And also, Katie Westfall has been helping us a lot and has produced the bulk of the work that's in the briefing book, especially from the few. So she's here if any questions arise that Josh might want to turn to her on. So we'll start with that, and then we'll have the reports from the MT and the AS. And then again, your council action is to adopt the terms of reference and the roadmap and provide further guidance. So that concludes my agenda item overview. I'm happy to take any questions if you like.
Thanks, Kerry. So Josh is going to have a few words for us. Okay. Any questions for Kerry? All right. An overview. Okay. With that, Josh, welcome.
Great. Stand by just a moment. There we go. All right. All good? Great. Great. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Josh Madera. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Fisheries Innovation Working Group, or the FEW. And as we've heard, I know there's not a lot of time, so I'll be pretty brief in my outline of the work we've done so far. I did want to thank the council staff, Carrie Griffin in particular, and Katie Westfall, who's been helping a lot to make this all happen. We've already held 3 meetings of the few, which is significant. We've produced quite a number of reports, as Carrie just outlined, and we're poised to make a lot more progress. But we do need this key council checkpoint to be able to continue our work and make sure we're still in alignment with what you all intend us to be doing. And so that's the focus of my presentation here. If I can, but I'm having a little bit of a spinning wheel at the moment, so stand by. There we go. Okay. Oh. It caught back up to us. Okay. These are the items that I will cover in this brief presentation. We'll review a little bit of the background of the few, what you have charged us with, some terms of reference that we've developed for ourselves. Then we have a number of key tasks related to EFPs that we'll talk about and outline how we are going to make next steps on those. We did develop a work plan, and we do need some more guidance on the actual roadmap itself. And I'll summarize all those. Just turning back to November, when you approved of this working group, this is the charge that you gave us. Our focus is on EFPs. We are working towards how can we streamline and improve the EFP process for HMS Fisheries, ultimately, hopefully leading to more data and information that can come out of EFPs and lead to progress on the goals that are stated in the roadmap. That's our main charge. Within that, we are going to be looking to provide a final sort of set of guidance on EFPs. We'll also be developing more on these EFP performance goals, including the topic of acceptable levels of bycatch, as well as economic viability and some of the other key topics that have kind of been challenging in the past for the council to make progress on. So we're hoping to make some progress in those areas. And then, as Carrie mentioned, we will continue to link back to the National Seafood Strategy and on any other EOs or other things that you deem appropriate for us to weigh in on. But I will note it does seem to be very much in alignment with the EOs that are calling for more innovation and particularly EFP action. So that's positive to see. Finally, we'll talk about the roadmap itself. This slide is meant to just try to ground us in what the FEW's work is and how it relates to the other bodies. There has been some confusion about what is the FEW doing and how does that relate to the other projects that are related to HMS activities. The roadmap, I just think of as it provides us with some specific goals and things that we're aiming for. The FEW then takes those and we're charged with actually providing some specific outcomes related to EFPs and guidance and ultimately developing some hopefully new ways to think about and for the council to move ahead on creating these new innovative ways to fish for HMS. We also have the special project number 3, which has been involved in the EFP process. But again, there's some other workshops that will come out of that special project later on, which may inform. But the main takeaway here is that the FEW is where the work is actually happening to try to progress on these key issues. And then we can bring it back to the council and inform the roadmap and other things as appropriate. Our first item for the council to weigh in on is the terms of reference. We've drafted a terms of reference in report number 1, as Carrie mentioned. It basically outlines our purpose, who we are, what our roles are, and the milestones that we're aiming for. I think it's pretty straightforward. It's based on other terms of reference that the council, other ad hoc bodies have. So I'm hoping that will be a fairly quick agenda item, and we're hopefully not going to dive into the details on that one. We do have some short-term, immediate suggested changes that we want to recommend to the council, particularly around the EFP process and timing. And as you can see here on the screen, there's 3 near-term recommendations that we'd like the council to move ahead on. The first has to do with when do HMS EFPs come to the council floor. Currently, that's June and September, and it's a 2-meeting process. The changes that we'd like to see include the FEWs recommending that EFP proposals come to the council floor in November and March. The main purpose of that is because fishermen are often fishing in the summertime. That's a key time for them to be actually trialing and getting data on EFPs. So we'd like to try to encourage the additional applicants to be able to submit their EFPs in the winter time so that they can then trial them and run them in the summer and the fall. The second part of that, I'm going to jump to the third item here, accepting EFPs applications at either of the 2 proposed meetings. So our suggestion is in either November or March that applicants can be submitting those proposals. And then the third is that in situations where it's appropriate, that the council could make a single meeting process to approve an EFP. Our intention with these 3 recommendations that are near-term recommendations are that we would like the general guidance of the council and approval to move ahead with drafting the line-by-line edits on these items that we would bring back for the September meeting and approve as part of the COP agenda item. So that's our immediate request and recommendation to the council. Moving on, the topic of performance goals and metrics is probably our most challenging and will be our most time-consuming activity in the FEW. It's based in the goals that have been laid out already in the roadmap, where we already define goals that have to do with things like economic viability and acceptable levels of bycatch. The FEW's intention is to take those goals and then to try to operationalize them and bring back some specific performance goals and metrics so that the council can more easily evaluate EFP applications and consider EFPs in general. The little blue lines here that connect these different pieces also reference the data collection piece. The idea is that the FEW intends to learn as we go. Not only are there a number of EFPs that are already on the water or plan to be on the water, but we want to make sure that we're continuing to kind of use an adaptive approach as much as we can as we're building this guidance. And we're happy to take any overarching guidance that the council wants to give us, but just know that we'll be coming back with much more specifics and a deeper dive on these topics in future meetings. Bycatch. This is another one of our performance goals and metrics, a specific one. We wanted to outline the approach that we're going to take to try to make progress on defining what acceptable levels of bycatch are. As you can see in this list here, it's kind of a 4-step process. First is just, which we've already started, thanks to Katie's work. We're just trying to understand what is the current baseline of understanding of what levels of bycatch do occur in HMS fisheries, trying to create a more apples-to-apples comparison, getting everybody on the same page with that. Second step would be to develop a methodology or to look at multiple methodologies to be able to assess that those kinds of bycatch goals and metrics, and ultimately to choose one that we would then implement in terms of setting some kinds of bycatch-related goals and metrics. And finally, bring learnings from that and recommendations back to the Council for consideration. So for this specific item, and just generally for the topic of performance goals and metrics, we're seeking your approval and understanding that this is the kind of systematic approach we want to take to setting performance goals and metrics. On the work plan, we took it upon ourselves to start outlining what a work plan for the few would look like. We do have the objectives and goals that stem from the charter that you gave us, and then we started to work forward from there, setting more near-term deliverables that we could act on and that we can make progress on, and ultimately end up in a specific outcome that the Council can act on. We've also tried to tier our activities into kind of short-term Tier 1, medium-term Tier 2, and longer-term Tier 3. Some of the actions that we need, or some of the progress that we need to make on some of these issues, we have to make progress on them in a stepwise fashion so that we have the work plan that we've outlined kind of lays out these tasks in that kind of an order. This next slide actually starts to outline what those categories and objectives, deliverables, and outcomes are at the different columns. You don't have to read these words on the screen. The intent is just to give you a sense of how we're going about this, how we're looking at this, and what you can expect to hear from us in the coming months ahead. I could go through them, but I think for purposes of time, we will come back. I think this slide, next slide, there we go, gives you a little bit more of a graphic representation of the kinds of tasks. Again, there's this blue task, or the thing similar to what I just mentioned about some of the immediate decisions the Council can make with respect to EFP timing and consideration. But then we've got this yellow bar in the middle that is longer or medium term, and then the orange bars at the bottom are the things that have to build on each other. And we're going to take a little bit we need more time it's really the hardest work that has to get done. So we need more time. And then there's some additional things on the top that you can see. And we'll try to sequence this as best we can with Council meetings and give you adequate notice of when we think we will be able to bring things back to the Council. And finally, the roadmap itself. We do have a draft of the roadmap with some revisions that include revisions from the MT as well as the FEW itself. That's in report number 1 in your briefing book. There have been some different views expressed about the roadmap and some sort of just general confusion about the roadmap. Is it a living document? Does the outcomes of the FEW have to end up in the roadmap or not? And what does the future look like for the roadmap itself? And that's the guidance we'd like to seek today from all of you on this. We do also want you to give us some signal that the current version that we're using of the roadmap, even though it has amendments to it right now in track changes, is the version that we can and will use going forward. So to summarize, here are requests and recommendations for the Council. On the terms of reference, we would like you to adopt our terms of reference so we can check that box. We have the immediate term EFP review process and pieces, timing questions that we've put forward some specific recommendations. We'd like to bring back line-by-line edits in September for approval as a new COP or as amendments to COP 20. The performance metrics, if you would like to give us any guidance, we can take that now, or there'll be plenty of opportunities in the future as well. But in general, we want approval on you agree with the general approach that we're taking. Similar for the work plan. If you have any suggestions, we can take those today. We'd prefer not to go into the super details, but if you have high-level guidance for us, we welcome that now. and then general approval that this is our year at a glance, essentially our steps for moving ahead. Finally, on the roadmap, we do need this guidance to clarify how you all intend to use the roadmap going forward so that we can make sure that our efforts are going to support that. I think that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Josh. Questions for Josh on the FEW roadmap? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While that slide is up there, thank you, Josh, for that presentation. First one on the roadmap, number 5, is it the innovation work group's feeling that the roadmap, that with some of the edits that have been suggested there, if they're incorporated, that's enough of a strategic plan, a guidance document to move forward, and we can kind of set that aside and do some other things? Or your thoughts on finality of the roadmap?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So speaking from the perspective of co-chair, and I welcome my other co-chair, Krista, to weigh in as well. There has been some discussion in the FEW about what is the future path for the roadmap, and that's the guidance that I think we're seeking from all of you today. I think the general tenor of the FEW is that we want to roll up our sleeves and get to work on the most challenging parts of this work, which have to do with setting those performance metrics. And so I think for our purposes, the roadmap as it's currently is drafted in Report 1 is satisfactory to give us that general, it's generally sufficient for our purposes to go ahead. But again, if you have a different view of how you would like us to use the roadmap, we'll take that. And otherwise, we're ready to kind of roll up our sleeves and get into the most challenging of topics.
All right, thank you. And one more question, if I may. On the list of tasks there, that's all clear to me. But through a lot of this, the use of the term bycatch and analysis of that. So I'm looking at the slide, I think it's number 8, key FIW task bycatch performance goals. What is the FEW's context for bycatch performance, fishery or within the EFP? Because I see it applied in a couple different ways.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The charge we were given as the FEW stems from the wording that's already exists in the HMS roadmap. The roadmap says we want to we want to make progress on defining an acceptable level of bycatch. And so the FEW's work, my perspective is the FEW's work is to go ahead and do that, try to define that in a more substantive way based on the available information and based on this kind of a methodological approach, stepwise approach to being able to choose a methodology so we actually can come to more of a conclusion on what that would look like. And we, of course, bring that back to the council. I don't know if my co-chair, Chris, would like to add any to that, or others.
Thank you. I don't feel I have anything to add to the second question. The first question, just to kind of reiterate, we've had a number of versions of the roadmap. And so what we're really trying to prevent here is having people continue to go back to the mine when we have really some important work that we need to be picking up. So having a baseline, I'm not saying we won't need additional edits as time goes on and as we develop the work through the work plan, should we choose to go that route through our guidance today, we will likely need a little bit of flexibility, but the bulk and the heft of it is from the FEW perspective there. And it would be beneficial to adopt that so that we're not focusing on continuing to work on something that is not really the priority.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Krista. Thank you, Pete. Anyone else? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you. One thing you learn in the fishery management process is you're never totally done. You can always go back and put an amendment on your FMB to regulatory, some flexibility to your regs. So it doesn't mean it'll never be revisited. but it does allow the few to focus on the next steps. And as things come out that need to go on the roadmap, that can always happen. That's, I think, the way the few sees it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Asia?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So I have a question too about sequencing for things too. And this is relative to COP20. Does blessing this roadmap preclude our involvement in thinking about COP20 more, or can guidance on that come in later on? I don't know who this is a question to necessarily, but I'm just trying to ask.
I'm looking. John Ugritz?
Again, just looking at the FIW report, they're suggesting bringing proposed revisions to COP20 to the September meeting when we are discussing COPs.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Asia? Good? All right. Okay. No further questions? All right. Josh, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
That takes us to the HMS management team and Jessica Watson. So, welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I will be reading the HMS management team's report. The team reviewed and discussed the HMS roadmap, HMS exempted fishing permit framework, and future workload and priorities for the Fishery Innovation Work Group. The team recommends the council, 1, adopt the few terms of reference described in Few Report 1, 2, enact the near-term EFP streamlining adjustments, the one-meeting review process, reviews in November and March, 3, conduct a review of potential performance metrics, including any metrics for economic viability, 4, adopt the few work plan outlined and described in Supplemental Few Report 2, but prioritize production of an EFP application template and EFP application guidance document. 5, finalize the current draft HMS roadmap as a living document. Now I'll provide a little bit of detail and considerations related to these recommendations. For the few terms of reference, the team discussed the few terms of reference and is ready to assist the few in accomplishing its milestones, especially where subject matter experts and the advisory bodies could provide beneficial input on specific tasks. With regards to EFP review process and timing, the few recommendations to make changes to COP20 to optimize the council EFP review process for potential EFP applicants are appropriate, and the team endorses the immediate adoption of the first deliverable in the FEW's work plan, the surgical high priority COP20 proposed revisions. Making a recommendation on EFP applications in a single meeting where appropriate and reviewing applications in November and March rather than June and September should streamline the administrative review process and reduce barriers to entry for fishermen wishing to try new HMS gear innovations. The team also supports allowing applicants to submit at either meeting where EFPs are reviewed. The team notes that the timeline for completing all necessary analysis and consultation by NIMS can vary and is longer for new gear configurations and regulatory exemptions being proposed for the first time relative to applications which simply add a vessel or an EFP participant to a gear type where the regulatory process is already completed. The team discussed related workload and recommends the council consider suggestions by the team from its November 2024 report, which we have linked. Applicants are required to submit their EFP applications directly to NIMS and can do so for initial review before submission to the council. As part of this, NIMS could determine if the application is within the scope of existing documentation for NEPA and ESA and assess the workload related to applications received. Those applications that are identified as being within scope could proceed using the one council meeting process, while those outside of scope could continue in the traditional two-meeting framework. For EFP performance metrics, there have been extensive discussion on the utility of EFP performance metrics, and the team supports its previous statement on how the council could consider those topics. Again, we're linking to the November 2024 team report. Given the complexity of the topic, the team recommends the FEW develop a process for reviewing and refining potential EFP performance metrics in consultation with advisory bodies. The FEW draft work plan outline. The team supports the FEW work plan as outlined in the supplemental report 2, but questions whether updates to COP20 are necessary for some items. The team suggests the FEW prioritize clarifying application requirements and desired contents, and the team recommends that completing these deliverables independent of revisions of COP20. In this way, the work products could be available as a service to applicants, and the Council could avoid unnecessary administrative procedures that could delay these deliverables. Regarding the EFP application procedures addressed in the third item in the work plan, it is important to solicit and process applications from those who will fish their proposed EFPs without incentivizing speculative or unserious applications. An EFP application template could reduce existing barriers in the current process and alleviate the need for multiple reviews. This would ensure that the applications provide original information and clarify applicant intentions without putting the burden on prospective EFP fishermen to try to determine what is required or incentivizing duplication of previous applications. If desired, the team can develop an application template which could be hosted on the Council and/or NIMS website for ease of access. Additionally, should the Council adopt standardized review criteria for evaluating future EFP applications based on input from the FEW, these criteria could be informed by the format and fields of the template application. Lastly, with regards to the HMS roadmap, the HMS roadmap replaces the Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan, the SMMP, with the stated intent to augment the Council's planning and prioritization of future workload by offering a holistic view of management considerations for balancing economic viability with conservation objectives in the HMS fisheries off the West Coast. Like the SMMP, the roadmap outlines goals that underpin the Council's interest in exploratory fishing under EFPs, as well as a suite of actions that connect Council priorities to decision-making frameworks that may inform future updates to the FMP. The team recommends that the Council finalize the roadmap as a living document to prioritize its workload on HMS fishery actions. Finalizing the roadmap as a living document accounts for the exploratory nature of the actions therein and provides flexibility for the Council to incorporate learning as actions progress. For example, the Council might choose to document analyses or decision-making tools such as performance metrics within the roadmap to maintain course in pursuit of roadmap goals. Alternatively, the Council could decide that such deliverables are best suited to serve as guidance documents, COP revisions, or supporting information for FMP or regulatory amendments. And that concludes our report. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Questions on the management team report for Jessica? All right. I don't see any.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Takes to a public comment. Oh, actually takes to invite yourself down. Sorry, Clayton. Try to move this along here. So.
Moving right along. Thank you. Council, good afternoon. Chair, Vice Chair, distinguished guests. My name is Clayton Wraith. I am giving the AS report on the FEW. Briefly, we support the FEW recommendations to adopt the term of reference. We had a report and received a briefing from Josh about this matter, and the recommendations are as follows. We strongly support the adoption of the FEW's proposed near-term changes to the Council Operating Procedure 20, or COP20, and request that the Council adopt these during the September meeting. The AS supports the FEW's approach to establishing performance goals, metrics, including the issues we've already addressed today, the heavy lifting of the FEW, as it's been referenced. The AS supports the FEW's proposed work plan, which puts us into next June. And as far as the draft navigational chart, the roadmap, number one, continue to have it as a living document, updated periodically and as needed based on the progress that the FEW is making. Two, the AS supports coordination between the FEW and NIMS so that any future few recommendations on EFPs can align with and support opportunities to expand fishing for HMS via future FMP amendments. And finally, number 3, the HMS roadmap document as proposed to be amended by the few is sufficient for today. As we've already discussed, we feel this is a good starting point, and we recommend giving the few authority to continue to recommend proposed edits and potentially bring back at future council meetings as needed. Happy to take any questions on the advisory subpanel's report on this topic.
Okay, thanks, Clayton. Questions on the AP report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, now that takes us to public comment. And I do believe we have one. And Teresa Labriola, are you there?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. And I just want to provide you with some ideas and thoughts today to support your work. We have continued to support the work of the few to develop draft performance criteria for exempted fishing permits, or really objective criteria that can be used to determine whether an experimental gear or an exempted gear is meeting the council's goals and values for a new fishery. And that question of what are the goals and values is really the crux we see of this project for the few. The performance criteria are not just bycatch goals, but can include other impacts to the fishery and impacts the fishery may have on ecosystem or socioeconomics. And I'll provide you with maybe a brainstorm list in a moment. To help develop the bycatch metric portion of this, the council staff compiled bycatch data on the longline type fisheries and presented this information to the few. We think the staff and few should also compile data on our authorized deep set buoy gear, including the target species catch rates, the bycatch rates, and the post-release survivalship. And that from this baseline, which the council has already authorized and which stakeholders supported, the few can recommend criteria to guide further EFP performance and score future performance, for lack of a better word. But as I said, performance criteria are not just bycatch goals, and I'll just take an opportunity to provide a brainstorm of potential criteria, as I think may have been one of the objectives of this agenda item. And we encourage you, the council and the few, to use this to begin discussions. Performance criteria may include high target species catch rate and the target, and ensuring that that target is a healthy stock. Low bycatch catch rates, high avoidance of to minimize bycatch, negligible impact on threatened, endangered, or protected species, high post-release survivorship of non-target or discarded species, avoiding negative impacts on structure, function, and aquatic habitats, low impact on overfish stocks or stocks experiencing overfishing. And for example, we talk a lot about swordfish availability on the West Coast, but the southern stock is not as healthy. And so as we start to consider EFPs that are not just for swordfish, but other stocks, how might that impact those species? Low impacts on small boats with safeguards against consolidation or large-scale fleets that could dominate resources. Low impact on recreational fishing, maintaining the trophic role of all marine life, and minimizing ecological changes, and minimizing regulatory costs, including costs associated with monitoring and managing a fishery, recognizing that larger scale fisheries can often require greater oversight, restrictions, and constrictions that reduce their impact on unmarketable species. So I know that was a long list. Sorry I didn't provide that in writing, but it is just my own brainstorm and what I encourage the council and the few to do to sort of shake out what really is the council's values and goals that they see in future HMS fisheries. And so with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Corey Writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Teresa. My question is regarding the use of data. You talked that the group looked at longline data, but it sounds like there wasn't data from the authorized deep set buoy gear. And I'm wondering about other gear types like harpoon, or if you're asking for sort of a complete review of all gear types or all. If you could just provide a little more information for me on what you'd like to see as part of that and kind of how that would help this exercise.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings and Chair Pettinger. If we look at, I think this data set is extremely important. If we look at longline type data and we look at the bycatch and the non-target species catch, and we use that as our baseline, then we're basically putting ourselves right into a route, a highway that only includes looking at that data. So it narrows our focus. There are many other gears, including deep set buoy gear, which is authorized on the West Coast, buoy gear in the Atlantic, green stick in the Gulf, troll, which is in Hawaii, short lines in Hawaii, which all provide different mechanisms for catching HMS and specifically swordfish, which have different footprints than longline type gear. And I think looking at how those gears operate is very valuable in our case, when we're trying to really come up with guardrails for where do we want our future fisheries to operate. And so by looking at the full breadth of authorized fisheries in the U.S., we get a better idea of not only what is possible, but what other fisheries are accomplishing. So I think that when you start to look at bycatch metrics, it's very important to include non-longline fisheries in that picture.
Thanks, Corey. All right. The questions for Teresa? Not seeing any. Thank you, Teresa. Okay. That takes care of our public comment. It takes us to council action, which is before us. So open up the floor for discussion. Asia, Subodh.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question about the tie between the two-meeting process that's outlined here and the regulations for EFPs, which discuss having a Federal Register notice that falls over the council meeting. And so the way that I'm reading this process right now is that, I'm not clear that we're overlapping the Federal Register notice portion of things with bringing the EFPs before the council. So I'd love some clarification from folks about how they envision those two processes playing out together.
Okay.
Ryan, thank you. I'm trying to think about how the two-meeting process overlays with the regulations for publishing a Federal Register notice describing the EFPs for public comment, and then the regulations also specifically discuss overlap, like if there is going to be council input, then it should overlap with this process.
Ryan.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Schumo, for the question. So the multiple meeting process is a result of the council operating procedures. The regulations that NIMS has for issuing EFPs state that, first we have to review the application and decide whether it's warranted, right? And if we feel it's not warranted, then we are required to notify the council and the applicant in writing why not, if we're not going to move forward with it, or if we just feel it's not warranted from the beginning. If we feel we have a complete application that is warranted, then the regs say that we may consult with the appropriate council concerning the permit application during the period in which comments have been requested. So I would read that as, at least the regs envision, you would seek council input once the Federal Register notice is out for comment. Now, we have done that frequently. That has been our practice, but we haven't always done that. Sometimes we've waited for the council review of it and then put out a Federal Register notice after, considering then applications would be complete. And I still think that that is also consistent with the reg, but it clearly does seem to lay out the council engagement overlapping with that window, if I think that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. Anyone else? John Ugritz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And going back to Asia's comment, question, you're discussing a two-meeting process and noting that the recommendation of the FIW with support of the HMSAS, HMSMT, and very importantly, a large number of commercial and recreational fishing representatives that participated in a workshop a year ago, is to actually shorten that to a one-meeting process where it's appropriate. And so that is one of the key revisions to COP 20 that we're seeking to look into in September, is to streamline the process, allow it to be one meeting where appropriate, and take applications 2 times a year rather than 1 time a year.
Asia?
Thank you, John, for that clarification. I just still think that given that there's a requirement for a Federal Register notice to be published to accept comments, that it may make sense to try to overlay that with the council meetings that they're going to be requesting comment. I recognize that that poses some challenges to how things have been playing out in the past, because I know that the council has wanted to have a lot of input into the shape of the EFPs, but the point of the Federal Register notice, in my experience, is to gather input that can inform the terms and conditions, the shape of the EFP in the future. And so I'm coming from a place of looking for efficiency, and so I'm wondering if we'd considered that. I came into this part of the process late, so I'm wondering what consideration was put into overlaying the two processes so that we weren't spending additional time that's not necessary.
John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Asia, for the clarification. And yes, that is the intent of having an FIW and all of the effort that has been put into this over the last 4 years to make this process more efficient. As to whether it distinctly overlaps a Federal Register notice by NOAA, I think is somewhat, aside to the discussion. The point is to get people out fishing EFPs faster. And notably that this is COP 20 and not COP 19, which deals with groundfish EFPs, which you may have some more interest in discussing it at that September meeting as well. So COP 20 has been in place for 25 years. It was last updated 8 years ago. It's certainly time to review it and try to make things more efficient. And I think we learned quite a bit through the buoy gear EFP process, and all of that, along with the results of 68 participants at a multi-stakeholder workshop, is how we got to where we are right now.
Asia?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm well aware that we're talking about HMS here and not groundfish. I think that there's inefficiencies in both of the processes that I'm trying to think about. So, and I know I came into this late, but I'm kind of, some of this discussion for me is I'm grafting this over to D2, where we're going to discuss the executive orders. If we're making edits to the COPs, I think we should try to tighten the process up as much as possible. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were considering all of the steps that need to go into it, and making things as efficient as we could. I know that a lot of industry has given input into how things flow, but I have a lot of experience on the NOAA side of things and how things are playing out. And I think that, I just want to make sure that the right kinds of efficiencies are being built in all of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Asia. All right. What else? Ryan?
Yeah, just one comment here also on the timing, a different comment, because it's relevant, and I made this point in the few, but I want the council to be aware of it too. I don't have a problem with the recommendation to move towards more streamlined. I don't have a problem with looking at November and or March versus June and September. But I just wanted to note that another reason why we had it, that was because the NIMS collects fishing data from HMS on their timeline, which is their fishing year is April 1st through March 31st, right? So June is usually when we have data on the prior fishing year. So I don't think it's a big deal. It just means if you have an application in November, the EFP data that we'll have will be, from the fishing year prior. So just wanted to note that. I don't think it prevents us from doing that, because I completely understand the rationale that was given us in the few and by the fishermen that the goal would be to then get on the water the same year or that they're trying to apply for. So that makes sense to me. But I just wanted to also note that that was connected to why we had the June, September timeframe before as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some guidance on this topic if we're through other discussion, but I don't think there's an intention of making a motion, so I don't want to cut off discussion unless somebody comes out with a motion that I'm not aware of and having.
Please.
Okay. So I've lined these out in terms of really the 5 pieces that I saw that came forward in the HMS management team report. The first one is guidance to adopt the few terms of reference described in FEW Report 1. And that is related to having a TOR adopted will give us common language within the FEW so that we can move more quickly. And also, as I spoke to a little bit earlier, that the adoption of items like the TOR and the roadmap will allow the FEW to focus on the work that they were tasked with rather than to continue splitting efforts in the work that we are doing. For my second point, to direct the FEW to provide recommended language for COP 20 to the Council during the September 2025 meeting. So that would be the membership appointments and COP's agenda item. And it may be, Asia, that you want to show up to the FEW meeting and help us out on that one, which is great. We know it's an open meeting and we certainly have had a lot of people, but I think that the conversation we had would be beneficial in terms of that type of language. We have been exploring streamlining our EFP process to save the Council and applicants time while balancing the need for sufficient consideration. I think the concept that was raised in the management team report to do a pre-assessment of EFP applications with NIMS should also be considered, just because it could help with that timing. And it would also help set applicants' language within the applications and also their expectations. If you're doing something really far out, you probably would be benefited in knowing that that is going to take a longer time frame than something that we've already looked at on a number of occasions. For the third bullet point, it was task the FEW with prioritizing the development of HMS EFP performance goals, including acceptable bycatch and economic metrics to evaluate EFP performance. Performance metrics continue to be a topic of interest for a variety of stakeholders, and I think it's important to prioritize bycatch as well as economics. I also just want to say that I think we need to make sure that we do consider things like safety, fishing performance, or anything else that may come up as applicable. So just because those 2 items are prioritized, that does not mean we should not consider anything else. On point 4, I think adopt the FEW work plan outline described in Supplemental FEW Report 2, prioritizing production of an EFP application template, an EFP application guidance as a document. In adopting the work plan, this would codify for the FEW that what we're working on is what we're working on and can serve as a prioritized punch list of topics. Codification of that work plan will also allow the FEW to lean on advisors as appropriate in developing tools. So, for example, the FEW can request that the HMS management team develop an application template for EFPs. This would support us as a council in more quickly evaluating applications, but it would also help applicants develop their own projects, which this year's cycle has indicated that we may need to be a little proactive in that and help people in preventing confusion about what they should or shouldn't be including. And finally, to finalize the current draft HMS roadmap at the November meeting by bringing a clear version for final review. There's been quite a bit of discussion around the roadmap and in some cases, what exactly is a living document? What does that mean? In looking at previous council discussion, we were all in alignment that the roadmap is the way the council can chart a path forward. The roadmap would allow us to prioritize work and execute tactical components with the flexibility to change based on our political and/or natural environmental conditions. The FEW is helping us move forward on a number of the EFP-specific issues that will enable us to make progress on our roadmap goals. And in terms of the roadmap, we don't need to continue working on reviewing and substantive editing at this point in time, but it would be beneficial for the council to adopt the current guidelines and strike-throughs that we saw in our briefing book, and then to see a clean draft for any final edits based on further guidance from the FEW.
Okay. Thank you, Krista, for that. Really good. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Krista. That was a very nice summary, and I'm hoping Kerry was able to capture it all, or perhaps you can share your notes with him. I really do appreciate that it clarifies that we aren't, in quotations, adopting a roadmap at this meeting, but rather we're tasking the FIW to accept the edits that are in there now, clean it up, bring it back for November, and have it final as a living document at that point. I appreciate that, and I think from everything we've heard that it's at a state where it can help guide us. If it needs changes in the future, so be it. We can talk about that. And I want to come back to the Vice Chair's question back. I forget whose report you asked it of, but regarding the bycatch metrics and what are we talking about here and what is bycatch and what is performance. And I just want to lay it out that from my perspective and from what I've heard on the FIW, we're talking about the way the council reviews both applications and active EFPs in terms of giving known goalposts and sideboards for what we think is acceptable. And clearly, we have an idea of what we did not find acceptable. We went through multiple years of discussions for hard caps in the DGN fishery and more years of discussions in potentially revising those hard caps because the council felt that even though the bycatch levels were within the legal limits, they weren't acceptable to the council. And so that is what the FEW is trying to tackle, is what is acceptable. What we're not trying to do is revisit hard caps for existing fisheries. And whatever we come up with as performance metrics is something that we will use as a council when we're considering things and eventually forwarding them on to NIMS. When NIMS considers them, they have the regulatory framework to go with as to whether something is legally within the limits. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I think just wrap up by noting that the FEW has been very clear, both in our edits to the documents and our discussions, that when we're talking about bycatch, we're actually talking about protected and non-marketable species. We're not talking about non-target catch that is eventually sold. And I just wanted to make sure everybody had that in their brains as well. So thanks.
Okay. Hey, John. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in response to Krista's list there, I agree with that. You know, the roadmap was a big one. I wasn't sure. I'm glad you specified that. We don't need to edit anymore. We've got a strategic document that can direct us. I guess this morning in one of our meetings, my analogy was it's a roadmap. We've spent enough time exploring our route. Now let's start the journey. And so we can do that at a later date. In response to the bycatch stuff, I hear what John says. I just have anxiety about how we treat it in this process, in the EFP process, and I'm not sure how it changes. But when I look at the overall goals as stated in the roadmap, Goal A, support innovation, development of multi-species HMS fishing methods to increase the domestic supply and meet demand. And Goal B, support and test fishing practices that have potential to be economically viable and consistent with National Standard 9, which is minimize bycatch to the extent practical. At points, I read in here that applying bycatch at the EFP level could constrain the development of these fishing methods that lead to a viable fishery. Bycatch, and especially the protected species, I'm glad John referred back to that, are very important. But the advantage we have is the few is composed of people in the industry who do the fishing, who are exploring some of this and helping provide the guidance and know what goes on. And I view the EFP as the mechanism that lets you explore the fishing methodology and make changes in that as you explore it to minimize the bycatch. And I don't want to predispose or limit the EFP process by, I guess maybe that's predisposing what an acceptable bycatch level is in the EFP. Bycatch is extremely important, but we're exploring the development of fishing methods and, and a real high sense, and again, not ignoring it, but an acceptable level of bycatch in an economically fishery is one that does not close the fishery after 2 months of fishing and close it for multiple years. It's minimizing that. So in relation to that, and I appreciate, I think Asia said with this COP20 and what we're trying to specify in there, there was reference to the executive orders and what we'll take up under D2. I'm concerned about how we treat EFPs here and making sure that we have a pathway where the council is always engaged in that process and they come through us. I'm just going to point out that we have the first report we heard was linking the roadmap to the NOAA's National Seafood Strategy, and that's very good. That's a great document. But we heard, well, I don't know when we heard it. There's another seafood strategy. It's the America First Seafood Strategy that's on the block also, and that's the executive order restoring American seafood competitiveness. And when Sam Rauch talked about that yesterday, I asked the question, what does this mean about expanding EFP approaches? and it's unknown yet. So, you know, we're walking into an area of unknown. We can take it up under D2 and link some of that to what we have here. But I just want to be careful that as the few works forward to figure out what things we would evaluate under the EFPs. I understand the performance metrics in that, but if our process puts constraints on that in exploring viable fisheries, there is still the avenue, and we heard it yesterday, any EFP applicant can go directly to NIMS, and NIMS, Mr. Wolf told us, well, they try to come back to us should that happen and work with us, but it's not a necessary step. So we need to keep ourselves in the game and make sure our process moves forward. So, sorry, that was a long thing, but I just have this anxiety. I understand, but I don't think the fishery participants are going to develop a fishery that's going to put them out of business. They're thinking carefully about this, and I don't support faith-based management, but I do have faith that they're going to work hard to develop techniques and evaluate it so they can minimize bycatch. And I think we need to be careful. Thank you.
Hey, Pete. Rebecca Litt.
Mr. Chair, I was going to intervene, but if John has to leave, maybe you want to speak first. You're good? I just want to say thank you for that guidance. I think that is good guidance to the few, that as we're looking at these bycatch performance, we want to make sure we're considering all of the factors. The great news here is that we have already had EFPs that led to an FMP amendment and new gear. We've got EFPs already in place. People out fishing have been for a couple of years, so we're learning from those. We managed to come up with those and get the council to approve it, and we've got these fresh ones coming on this summer. So we've had a pipeline. We've been doing this. I think as we look at what we're trying to do in the few now, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're continuing this type of work, which so far is bearing some fruit and bringing us in some more fish. But thank you for that guidance.
All right. Anybody else? Corey Niles.
Just thank you. Thanks to the work of the FIW. I know some of you are flip-flopping on saying few versus FIW. But that's what I want to. I think I recognize. I'm starting to understand what Asia says, and I think what part of what she's saying is we can't ignore the NIMS part of this and the council part of this. And I heard Krista say that you all are gonna think about that anyway. So I just want to. Those are two things to think of. Those are good things to think about. And thanks to all of you on the FIW who have been doing this and looking to become more efficient. And I want to debate John on whether we should authorize a fishery with a EFP or not, but not right now. So I'll some other time. But yeah, thank you for all your work on this.
All right. Thanks, Corey. All right. Anybody else? Rebecca?
Well, before we close out, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank Carrie and Katie and the council for their support on all of this work, and Gilly as well. We've made a lot of progress. Thank you.
I'm not there yet, but I'm getting close. So, anyway, I haven't seen any heads going like this. So I think we have my consensus. I think we've kind of accomplished this. Carrie, I want to kind of just go over where we're at here, so everybody, so we leave this agenda item understanding that we're good.
Yes, I think I can do that. I didn't type all this that fast. I did have some help from Krista, so thanks for sending me your talking points. So what I'm hearing is consensus to adopt the terms of reference that are in Fee Report 1. And she gave rationale for all these. I won't give the rationale. And then direct the few to provide COP 20 language in September 2025 under the membership appointments and council operating procedures. And along those lines, there are in Fee Report 1, I think it outlines 3 specific sort of tactical changes regarding the timing and the months. But then I also heard discussion and guidance from Chris to consider this option of having applicants apply directly to NIMS with less of a presence in the council process. And I'm anticipating that there would be some pretty specific guidance on that, like, under specific circumstances that might be appropriate. But then I also heard very clearly that the council doesn't want to abrogate our responsibility or ability to be involved in EFPs. And then also to task the few with developing HMS EFP performance goals and metrics, including the acceptable levels of bycatch and economic metrics. Adopt the work plan that is in FEW Report 2, and prioritize the production of EFP applications. So that gets to trying to sort of standardize and make facilitate and support the EFP application process to make it lend some clarity and perhaps efficiencies to that. And I know some of the HMSMT members have already been exploring an easier template or application package. So I think that's what we're talking about there. And then finalize the current draft of the roadmap. So that means, I think your guidance was to go ahead and adopt the proposed changes from the FEW that are in the FEW Report 1. It's Appendix 2, I think, one of the appendices to that FEW Report 1. And then, Krista, I think you said, and then bring it back in November for further consideration or approval. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have in my component at the November meeting, that is currently shaded on the November meeting. So that there, I think, is a little bit of flexibility if we end up unshading for November, or if the FEW comes back and says, hey, we need a little bit longer. But basically to take that final draft version that we have, meaning adopt the changes that we've currently got and bring that back under that agenda item that we have on the agenda at this point in time. Since I have the microphone, I am going to just make one point on point 3, because Carrie, I didn't hear you speak to that, which was I did have the words about prioritizing around bycatch and economic metrics. So I just don't want it to fall through the cracks in terms of tasking the FEW with developing HMS EFP performance goals, that there was the prioritization of those two items with the consideration of others.
Okay. Thanks, Krista. Okay. Well, there you go. There's the summary. And so we're all good. So I think we're good. So, Carrie, we compete on.
Okay. Well, if there's no further questions or guidance, then I guess that concludes your business on this agenda item.
Well, very good. Well, thank you. Yep. Thank everyone. With that takes care of our HMS items. And I will pass the gavel back to Vice Chair Hassemer, and probably take a short break, 10 minutes.
Yes, if I have the gavel, we have a 10-minute break. All right. Hate to spread the bad news, but we need to get back to work here. All right, thank you. We're all pretty much settled here. We're going to move back into the groundfish items. And we are on E5 Intersector Allocation Review. I'll turn it over to Jesse Waller to give us the overview. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. Apparently black does not show up very well on your screen, so apologies for that one. Yes, this is agenda item E5, Intersector Allocation Review, Final Action. So just really quickly wanted to go a timeline on how we got here because there's been some changes along the way. So back in November 2017 is when we actually completed our last intersector allocation review. And at that time, the council specified a 6-year cycle for future reviews to start on even numbered years. And it was to be done in conjunction with the catch share review. And this is for our formally allocated stocks. And this is outlined in COP 27. And so in September 2022, we had our kickoff meeting for the catch share review and the intersector allocation review, and we began to discussing scope and hearings. But at the time, staff capacity working on gear switching continued to delay action, and again, because this was tied to the catch share review. So along the last few years, we had some check-ins. But finally, in April of 2024, you completed your gear switching action, which allowed us to start moving forward on both the catch share review and this intersector allocation review. And in September, you gave guidance to expand the look from just those formal allocations to looking at all biennial trawl, non-trawl allocations in preparations for the harvest specifications. And at that point, we actually separated it from the catch share review, and that is anticipated to come in September for preliminary review. But with regards to this review, we are looking for final adoption here. And so, terms of your council action is to provide feedback on the intersector allocation review and to adopt the allocation review document. And I just wanted to note up top, there was an error identified in the initial attachment 1 that was provided in your briefing book. So there is a revised attachment, and as I go through, I'll note where the bigger changes were found. So just to start us off here, in our fishery allocation review policy, NIMS Policy Directive 01-119 outlines that councils are responsible for identifying review triggers for the FMPs with allocation. And so the council went through this process when this policy directive was issued, and we have COP 27, which actually outlines review triggers for all of our allocations within our FMPs. Specifically for groundfish, we have several allocations, but the ones in focus today, we have our Amendment 21 species for trawl, non-trawl, sablefish north, whiting, and halibut IBQ, and those are specified at that 6-year interval that I mentioned when we were going over the timeline. And then all of our biennially allocated stocks are on an as-needed basis, and we typically take these up as a part of the harvest specifications process. So NIMS also has a directive on considerations for evaluating intersector allocations. And so this is for when you are reviewing and making allocation decisions. This policy's directive is by no means comprehensive and may not be applicable to all FMPs or allocations. But they do outline 4 recommended practices, including evaluating and updating FMP goals and objectives, identifying user needs, minimizing speculative behavior, and planning for future conditions. And then there are 4 groups of factors to consider, which include ecological, economic, social, and then other indicators of performance and change. So here are the stocks that are being considered in this review. Again, we have our Amendment 21 trawl, non-trawl allocations that are formalized within the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. We have our biennial stocks, which are what you added in September 2024. Additionally, we look at sablefish north of 36, the Pacific whiting allocations, and Pacific halibut individual bycatch quota. So since September, when I brought forward the scoping document, I have updated the information with final 2023 data and included preliminary 2024 data, and then, of course, included biennial allocations. And now, before I get into this, I do want to be clear that this is a purely retrospective analysis, and there are no recommendations here. It's to highlight trends with a focus on the time period since the previous review to provide information for the advisory bodies and the council to consider whether changes are warranted. If there is information that suggests that allocations should be looked at, the council and advisory bodies could bring that up under agenda item E8 at this meeting, which is our harvest specification planning agenda item, which you'll take up tomorrow. So starting off with our first group of stocks, this is just kind of wanted to provide a little background on our trawl, non-trawl allocations. So we have two allocation types. Amendment 21, which again, formal allocations, and biennial stocks that are determined each cycle. So in Amendment 21, the council contemplated long-term allocations to provide stability and predictability. And at the time, these were thought as needed to be implemented, needed to implement Amendment 20, which was our trawl catch share program. Amendment 21 stocks are what are considered trawl dominant, and here we have the majority of our species are issued as 95% to trawl and 5% to non-trawl. Other stocks, which we term biennial stocks, were not formalized at the time of Amendment 21 because they were considered non-trawl dominant, were overfished, or were caught in large amounts by both sectors. Since 2011, we have seen some changes from our Amendment 21 to biennial stocks, and this has actually been since the last review. So 5 stocks and complexes changed from formal allocations to biennial allocations. The first 4, slope rockfish south, widow rockfish, petrale sole, and lingcod south, were all moved into a biennial stock format in Amendment 29, which was implemented in 2021. And then most recently, of course, short spine thorny head, we combined the north and the south stocks into one and changed it into a biennially allocated stock. The short spine north and south were both previously Amendment 21 stocks. So just for a quick reference, these are the list of species as of 2025 that are formally allocated and those that are allocated each biennium from reference, for just a reference. Okay, so I just wanted to provide some overarching trends since the last, since the last review, and we'll go into a little bit more detail as we go through the presentation. So this is comparing 2011 through 2015, which was the period of the last review, to 2016 through 2023. So in terms of allocations, we've seen an increase for both trawl and non-trawl. A large part of this is due to increases in ACLs for Dover sole, which doubled. Arrowtooth flounder increased by 3-fold, and then canary rockfish increased by 18 times. Again, I want to reference that this is between 2011 and 2024 and does not take into account the recent changes in stock assessments and ACLs that we are seeing in 2025. In terms of overall utilization decline, we have seen a decline, although there has been a slight uptick in certain landings of species because of those allocation increases. So our absolute landings might have gone up, but the overall utilization has gone down. For the trawl sector, it's declined by about 3%. The non-trawl sector overall has declined by a greater degree from 25.2% down to 17.3%. Overall, there are limited stocks where we see even greater than 50% attainment of an allocation routinely. Widow, yellowtail, and petrale are the ones with the highest for the trawl. Again, we're going to talk about sablefish north later. I'm not forgetting it. And then yellow eye and short spine north are typically highly attained in the non-trawl sectors. In terms of revenue and landing, trawl and rec landings have been increasing over time in general. Trawl revenues have been decreasing, and then our non-trawl commercial sector has seen decreases in both landings and revenue. And then here on the end, just some general thoughts, kind of things seen in communities. So Newport has seen the largest increase in trawl landings and revenue since the last period, analytical period. Oregon and Northern California have seen increases in non-trawl landings and revenue. Morro Bay has seen a decline in both trawl and non-trawl commercial landings. Westport and Newport, in terms of recreational catch, have seen increases. And then for California, which is, we have kind of a bigger look instead of an individual port, it's by management area. So the southern management area has seen decline in retained catch. And again, this is just of the allocated species, if I didn't say that earlier. So this does not take into account any species where there's not a defined trawl, non-trawl allocation. This is just some of the trends, and there's a lot more you can dig into. There are several other types of breakdowns included in attachment 1, including comparison across 2011 through 2015, 2016 through 2019, and 2020 through 2024. In addition, the appendix includes annual results at the end of the document for all of the trawl and non-trawl sectors by species. So in terms of attainment trends, Table 1 shows the minimum and maximum attainment for each species that has been seen from 2011 through 2024, and the number of years in which there was 50% and 90% of attainment in the trawl and non-trawl sectors in total. For the trawl sector, just some things I wanted to note. Petrale and Widow were the only stocks where we saw 90% attainment for the trawl sector. Again, as I highlighted on the previous slide, species where we've seen generally routine attainment of 50% or greater are Widow, Petrale, and Yellowtail. For the non-trawl sector, we see a greater number of stocks that have had 90% attainment or greater for the non-trawl sector. But I do want to flag that there are some years with very high attainment or 100% even or more attainment, but this is really mostly early on in the time period, so 2011, 2012, and it was for stocks where there was incredibly low allocations for some stocks or even low ACLs. So attaining 100% or more wasn't actually like absolute a great amount of overattainment. It was just strictly because of the low allocations and then relatively low mortality. So this is a new exercise analysis piece from September, looking at a little bit at landings and discards. So in considering how groups utilize allocations, whether or not they're using it to actually land or is it to access other stocks, and they're discarding certain species in the process. So figure 2 and figure 3 in attachment 1 show the proportion of discards in the trawl and non-trawl sectors by stock. So as a reminder, some fisheries utilize certain stocks for accessing target stocks, such as bycatch and midwater stocks in the whiting fisheries, whereas other sectors have a multi-species targeting strategy, such as DTS, or having general bottomfish strips in the recreational fishery. High discards could be a result of regulatory restrictions like trip limits or bag limits, or could be economic in nature, such as market limitations. And so just some things from our analysis is that the trawl sector has been seeing an increasing proportion of arrowtooth and English sole being discarded. For the non-trawl sector, we saw high discard proportions, likely due to regulatory restrictions for canary and yellow eye, or for where there were non-target species with low overall mortality like Dover, long nose, or arrowtooth. And here we're going to move to the commercial sector, some general trends on landings and revenue. So on the left-hand figure on your screen is figure 4, which is commercial landings by sector. On the right-hand side is ex-vessel revenue, and this has been adjusted to be in 2024 dollars for the non-trawl and trawl sectors. So starting with the trawl sector, which is the right-hand graph on each of the 2 figures here on your screen. There's been an increase in the overall landings starting in 2017 with the reemergence of the midwater rockfish fishery. And this is further seen in increases in landings of key midwater stocks over the 3 time periods analyzed in the document, such as Widow, Yellowtail, and Canary. While there has been interannual variability in overall landings of these allocated stocks since 2017, with 2020 and 2024 seeing the lowest landing levels, the overall average in terms of pounds is 48.4% greater than it was in 2011 through 2016. While revenues initially saw an increase in 2017, revenues, again adjusted for inflation, have dropped below 2011 through 2016 levels, and you can see this on the far right figure here on your screen. Dover, Sole, and Thorny Head average landings and revenue have been seeing declines over the time series. For the commercial non-trawl sector, though, there's been a general decline in landings and revenue since the start of Amendment 21. While there was a spike in 2017 in revenue, similar to the trawl sector, the ex-vessel revenue from the commercial non-trawl sector from 2017 through 2024 had declined by about 12% of pre-2017 revenue. Species where we did see average landings and revenue increases, though, over the 3 time periods examined include lingcod north and other shelf stocks such as chili pepper, boccaccio, and canary. Sablefish south, lingcod south, and short spine have seen declines on average. And here we have the recreational sector, and this is very much different than the initial document that you saw in your briefing book. So that has been updated. So in terms of the graphics here on your screen, you have figure 6 on the top, which shows the retained catch, again, of allocated stocks we're looking at here for coast-wide. And then on the bottom, this is by state with California, Oregon, and then Washington, respectively. And I do want to note that on the state-specific graphics, the y-axis does have a differential bounds for California compared to Washington and Oregon. So some overall trends, coast-wide landings of our allocated stocks have been increasing and is what we've generally been seeing for Oregon and Washington as well. California, you'll note, has been really variable in the last few years, and you do see this drop off in 2024, which is likely due to some kind of combination between the sub-bag limit for vermilion and the quillback-related rockfish restrictions. So our next section is on community impacts. For our commercial sector, the landings and revenue were mapped to our IOPAC port codes. For the recreational, this was again changed for our original analysis. Here, the revised attachment looks at retained catch and angler trips, and this is done to the RecFin Port District or code. So there's 2 measures we looked at in terms of how ports are affected by our allocated stocks. And so port involvement is the first one, and it's a measure of a port's contribution. And so for the commercial fisheries, trawl and non-trawl, this value is measured as the ex-vessel value from the fishery landed as a share of the total X value from the fishery. And again, we're looking at our allocated stocks and kind of the split there. And so as there is no value estimation available for the recreational fishery, though, bottomfish angler trips were used as a proxy. Angler trip estimates are not associated with specific species, and therefore recreational involvement considers all bottomfish effort, and therefore it's not specifically tied to the allocated for stocks. And I do want to note that with the revisions I did for the recreational fishery as opposed to the commercial fishery, the recreational fisheries are done at a state level, and this is given the difference in the port scale for California versus Oregon and Washington. But here I just list the top 3 ports for port involvement for the commercial sector with the average percentage of revenue from the allocated stocks. And you can see the details and rankings in tables 10 and 11 for commercial and recreational. So for our trawl ports most involved include Astoria, Newport, and Eureka. For non-trawl, it was Santa Barbara, Morro Bay, and San Diego. For the recreational fisheries, the Southern District, which includes San Diego, LA, and Orange counties, had 56.5% of all bottomfish trips in California on average. This is from 2020 to 2024. For Oregon, the highest was Newport at 23.4%, and for Washington, it was Westport, which had 54.6% of all bottomfish trips on average. Our second measure is port dependence, and it's looking at our reliance. And so port dependence for commercial fisheries is considered in terms of commercial fishing in a particular port and their relative reliance on the groundfish fishery as compared to other regionally caught landings. And again, specifically, this considers the impact of revenue from our allocated stocks versus all other landings. And this does include things like whiting and other non-ground fish. Again, we're just looking at the impacts of the allocated non-whiting stocks here. So for the commercial fisheries, you can see here the ports that we kind of see most involved in these fisheries are more dependent on the fishery. For recreational dependence, this considered overall groundfish trips compared with all other trip types within a port to use as a proxy. And so here for the recreational fisheries, again, it's done on a state comparison, not a coast-wide comparison like our commercial fisheries. We see different port groups or ports coming up here than we did in the involvement sector, and this is likely because it's just relative. Remember, this is considering how many of all the trip types that are landed in a port or a district are considered bottom fish trips for the rec sector. So a high percentage, which I have listed here, might just be because there's not a lot of trips actually being done out of that port. So next we have Sablefish North. And so while Amendment 21 did cement the Amendment 6 allocations done by Sablefish North, it kind of got included here, and so it's part of our formal review. So here you have the kind of our allocation scheme, which is actually formalized in the FMP for Sablefish North of 36. So just walking across, you have our ACL, the tribal share of 10% is deducted, and then we subtract off any estimated mortality of research and recreational fisheries, which results in our commercial harvest guideline. Our commercial harvest guideline for Sablefish North is then split between the limited entry share, which is 90.6%, and the open access share, which is the remainder of the 9.4%. And then LE share is split between trawl at 58 and fixed gear or 42, which is 42%. So just to highlight a few trends in terms of sablefish attainment since 2016. For the LE sectors, both trawl and fixed gear, we've seen an average of 85% attainment of their allocation. We have seen a decline since 2020, which averages just 72% in the last 4 years, noting we did see COVID, and of course we've seen those increased allocations of sablefish. So while the absolute amounts might be similar or rising, they haven't increased to the degree as the allocations have changed. And while that's on an overarching level, we've seen a very similar pattern in the individual LE sectors. The open access fisheries have been extremely variable in terms of attainment. There hasn't been a direct trend there that was seen in the analysis. So our next group is looking at within trawl sector allocations. The prior review done in 2016 covered Pacific whiting plus canary, dark blotch, POP, and widow. As a reminder, those 4 species were allocations at the time of the last intersector allocation review, and they have been changed to set-asides since that time, and we're going to discuss set-asides on the next slide here in a second. But I did want to highlight the whiting sector allocations and attainments here. So this little pie chart on the screen is just a visual representation of the allocation of whiting between our 3 non-tribal sectors. So you have CP at 34%, mothership at 24%, and shoreside at 42%. And here you have our percent attainments comparing 2011 through 2015 and 2016 through 2024. You can just see a decline in each of the 3 sectors across the time period. Noting that, again, while the percent attainment has gone down, we have seen an overall increase in allocations across that time period. So given that the last review talked a lot about canary, dark blotched widow, and POP as they were allocations, just kind of wanted to take a minute to talk about set-asides versus allocations. So set-asides were a management measure that were developed under Amendment 21 to account for mortality of non-whiting groundfish. And as I mentioned, they were established as allocations with the expectation that co-ops would be managed within these values for those 4 stocks. And if exceeded, those sectors would automatically close. Under Amendment 21-3 and 21-4, we moved stocks to set aside management and removed the formulas that had established those allocations from the FMP. In terms of set-aside management, these are amounts that are determined through the biennial specifications process, and in-season management for sectors managed by set-asides can only be permitted if there is a risk of a harvest specification being exceeded, an unforeseen impact on another sector, or a conservation concern. And so future actions could consider management changes related to set-asides if the council so choose. Just thinking about if the intent is to account for mortality, then a set-aside might be appropriate. If the intent is that sectors remain within a value, then another management measure may be appropriate. This could differ by species. It could be a single or combined value. I just know that this was something the council had been interested in, and we said that we would bring some history back on set-asides and their how they've been managed. And so I did want to take a look a little bit about how set-asides have been performing. And so Table 17 in the document shows the number of years where set-asides were exceeded. So Short Spine and Sablefish North had the most number of exceedances. But in general, set-asides have been appeared to capture potential bycatch, and regulations on set-asides that I mentioned on the previous slide have actually never been utilized. Now, all that being said, I know that the co-ops do implement efforts to control bycatch, particularly of certain species, which would, of course, impact these results and and how exceedances and the frequency of those in the past. And so our last slide here is on Pacific halibut, which is a prohibited species. Our catch share program is designed to minimize bycatch, and so we manage it under an individual bycatch quota, or IBQ, for north of 4010 in the catch share program. And then there's a 10 metric ton set aside for to be split between any trawling south of 4010 and the at-sea co-ops. In terms of percent attainment of the halibut allocation for the catch share for the trawl sector, it's increased from 30.8% from 2011 through 2015 to 33% from 2016 through 2024. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or on the presentation or anything in the revised document.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll look around and see what questions there are. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Jesse, for the presentation. I'm going to have a really easy question for you. This is on slide 5. One of the considerations for evaluating intersector allocations is the recommended practice of minimizing speculative behavior. What do you mean by that? Or what does the NIMS policy directive mean by that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Lent, you're having to pull up the document here just a quick second. So as outlined in the document, the idea of minimizing speculative behavior is focused on providing stakeholders with a clear understanding of possible changes to allocations, and states the council should consider announcing a control date when appropriate. Since Amendment 21, we haven't actually had a control date for changes to allocations subject to formal intersector allocations. And so, in terms of that, it's not likely to apply, but it's mostly to try to provide stakeholders with an understanding if we're going to change allocations, which we typically do through our regular council process.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Ms. Waller, for the presentation and the report. The issue of reliance for recreational communities comes up all the time, especially when there are small communities that just have a small fishery. To show Port Orford as 100% reliant on bottom fish fishery, there's maybe 200 trips a year out of Port Orford total. We can have 500 private boats go out of Newport alone. So there's a scale factor that I'm wondering, I doubt you have an answer because this comes up on anything that's looking at a community-based impact. But is there another way to look at that with some sort of scale of like a minimum of 1,000 trips or something like that, just to show that it's, some of the numbers can be a little misleading depending on the scale. And I don't think there's an easy answer. I'm not an economist. I just play one at work from time to time.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Bass, me too. Play one part-time. But no, I think it's a very good question. And that's why I wanted to make that, really clear. I know that looked for Port Orford having 100%. And that's why I made that point very clear that it's likely because it's a small number of trips. And so it is 100%, but it's all relative. And I think that's my goal, was to try to make this as apples to apples as possible. But, I think it's something to consider and, something that as we start thinking through our specs process and, we have economists on the GMT, and I think there are other ways we could be looking at recreational reliance or dependence. And there's a lot of different metrics out there. It's just a matter of like the data we have available and having, I think, to take into account the entire picture. And so it is looking, I think, at proportion, but also like, what are the landings? What are the trip numbers? Like, I think it's going to take all the pieces of the picture to probably put that in line.
Any other questions? Not seeing any on that review of the report or the review of the intersection allocation. So we'll move on with our management team and advisory body reports. First up is the Groundfish Management Team report. Whitney Roberts. Welcome to the table, Whitney.
Through the Vice Chair, good afternoon, Council members. For the record, my name is Whitney Roberts, and I will be reading the Groundfish Management Team's report on Intersector Allocation Review Final Action. The Groundfish Management Team reviewed the Intersector Allocation Report and noted that it follows the methods used in the previously accepted performance evaluation of intersector allocations. The GMT concluded that it meets the requirements described in Council Operating Procedure 27, Process for Initiating Allocation Review. The GMT recommends the Council adopt the Intersector Allocation Report at this meeting. The GMT also provides feedback on three things: 1, interpretation and expected use of this report; 2, improvements or considerations for future intersector allocation reviews; and 3, 1 technical request to be made by Pacific Fishery Management Council staff during finalization of this report. The GMT's understanding is this report is intended to provide the Council, advisory bodies, and public with information on what stocks or stock complexes may benefit from further investigation. The GMT discussed the limitations of interpreting this report to inform any potential future allocation changes, as this report is intended to be a retrospective look at how trawl and non-trawl allocations have been attained in recent years, not accounting for any new information in 2025 or beyond. Major changes in the attainment of any allocated stocks may trigger further investigation, which the GMT understands would be conducted in a separate and subsequent process, such as the 2027-28 Harvest Specifications and Management Measures process. Additional information which is not provided in this report should be considered for any changes to intersector allocations in 2027-28 specs and beyond. For example, as outlined in the NIFS Procedure 01-119-02, the marginal value individuals or sectors place on their share of the harvest, in other words, willingness to pay, should be considered when analyzing the trade-offs of an action that is aimed at improving economic efficiency. Additionally, economic impact is identified as a relevant economic factor to consider in allocation decisions. The GMT notes that the existing input-output model for Pacific Coast Fisheries, the IOPAC model, in other words, could be used to inform the economic impact of a current or future intersector allocation. The GMT feels this would be useful in the next intersector allocation report in 6 years. The GMT also notes that, according to consultation with Council staff, the community involvement and dependence scores do not account for the at-sea sectors, which would otherwise be grouped under the Puget Sound Port Group.
The GMT requests that the report explicitly clarify that community involvement and dependence scores are based on shoreside landings only and do not account for involvement from the at-sea fishery. While this fishery does not make shoreside landings, it does contribute to the local economy by bringing in job opportunities and revenue to the Seattle area. The GMT recognizes that the at-sea fishery does not target any of the non-whiting allocated stocks, but the exclusion of the at-sea fishery is an important nuance to clearly state in the report. And that concludes my report. Happy to take any questions, and I also have a friend online if I need.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Roberts on the Groundfish, management team report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the presentation. This is the first time I've seen willingness to pay for recreational fisheries. Have there been some groundfish surveys and studies that calculate the willingness to pay? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. I think this is one question I may need to phone a friend. Dr. Aaron Mamela from the Science Center is online to support with any economic questions. He is our resident economist on the GMT, so he may be able to help with that.
Aaron, are you online? Did you hear the question?
Yes, sir, I did. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the question. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I can give a very satisfactory answer. I'm not personally familiar with much economic work related to recreational groundfish fishing on the West Coast. There's plenty of research in the economic literature related to marginal willingness to pay in a recreational fishery. We have from other regions. I have some work in Alaska and the Southeast, as well as in the Northeast. But I'm not specifically aware of marginal willingness to pay being estimated for West Coast groundfish fishing. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, follow up.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much, Aaron, for weighing in. It is a really intensive analysis to come up with willing to pay estimates. It takes surveys. It requires all kinds of preparation and questionnaires through OMB and Paperwork Reduction Act. But it's a great investment in getting a true snapshot of the value of recreational fishing and the amount that you should compare with net income from the commercial fishery. Otherwise, you're taking a stab at the dark, looking at expenditures, looking at whatever costs, gross revenues. So I hope that, in a time of shrinking resources, it's highly unlikely, but maybe there could be a graduate student interested in a good thesis topic. Thank you very much. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Whitney. And next we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report, Gary Richter. Welcome back, Gary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Be reading from agenda item E5A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Intersector Allocation Review for final action. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel recommends the Pacific Fishery Management Council adopt the allocation review document found under agenda item E5, Supplemental Revised Attachment 1 for June of 2025, and offers the following 4 comments. For one, the GAP understands that the primary purpose of this document is to meet the National Marine Fisheries Service Policy Directive 01119 Fishery Allocation Review Policy. Number 2, the report contains a substantial amount of useful information relative to the species that have permanent trawl, non-trawl allocations for arrowtooth flounder, chili pepper rockfish south, dark blotch rockfish, Dover sole, English sole, lingcod north, long spine north, other flatfish, Pacific cod, Pacific Ocean perch north, sablefish south, slope rockfish complex north, split nose south, starry flounder, and yellowtail rockfish north. The GAP supports the current allocations for these species based on the performance of the fishery relative to the goals and objectives of the fishery management plan. For number 3, we are mindful that in September of 2024, the council expanded the scope of the review beyond those stocks included in Amendment 21 and included the suite of stocks allocated on a biennial basis. The report also contains useful information relative to these species. There is interest by some GAP members to explore the current allocation of one or more of these species, for example, canary, during the biennial specifications process. And lastly, the GAP cautions the council on how it uses this report, particularly when it comes to the conclusions in the report relative to dependency of ports on the commercial and recreational fisheries. We also caution that the trends in the recreational catches reflected in the graphics can be misinterpreted, given that the data excludes recreationally important species such as black rockfish that are included in the Intersector allocation review document. That completes our GAP statement, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Richter on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? See no questions. Thank you. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. I do not see any. That's been confirmed. Thank you very much. So we will move into our council task, which will flash up on your screen, but it's simply, I believe, to adopt the Intersector Allocation Review Report and provide any feedback on that. So with that, is there anybody who would like to start this discussion? Corey Niles, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess first, thanks to Jesse and staff for producing this. I know it's a lot of work. I think Jesse's got a lot more efficient at it. But it has me kind of thinking about this setup that the Magnuson Act requires, where we have to do these reviews on a periodic basis. And then the idea is that we then come up with ideas for improvement. It's almost kind of assumes this, we've just totally ignored the program for the previous 5 years. So I don't know that this is telling us anything we don't know. And for example, I was looking at Brad, and it was probably, I'm going to exaggerate, but 2 months into the IFQ program, where I remember Brad and folks coming in saying, observers cost too much, we've got to do something about it. And I was like, wait, we just gave you an IFQ program and you couldn't wait a little bit longer to criticize it. So it's not like we don't think about how to improve things, and the industry's not thinking to improve things like every single meeting almost. But just a reflection of this, a lot of work goes into this, and I think maybe it's the gap indicated is in some cases it doesn't get to the level of detail we need, or we usually use to decide if something is needing changes and what alternatives we might look at to help us decide to make those changes. So that's a long way of saying I don't know that asking for more work within this type of document would be worth the staff time or our time. I think if we're wanting to change allocations, then we move into our typical process for doing that.
Thank you. Further discussion? All right, I'm watching hands go up. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse, for the report. And I really appreciate the big poster caveat that there's a date cutoff here that isn't reflecting our current biennium and the current situation we have with a few of our very important key species that are going to be more problematic as we move forward. But I think I'm in agreement with you, Corey, that this is a good springboard. It's initiating some discussion, but otherwise we have a mechanism where we can tee this up in our specifications process that's been working relatively well. So I don't see a need to expand upon this at this time, but to bring it back up in September and put it in the context of those species where we might need a little bit more digging and a little bit more investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to look to my left and see if Lynn Mattis wanted to weigh in.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The reason I was pointing to Caroline and put my hand down is I don't want to preclude discussion, but when it gets the time, I do have a motion ready. But I think Ms. Kiefer may have a question or a comment first.
Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in agreement generally with both Corey and Caroline about this is quite a bit of work, and I think provides the technical information we need. But I would notice that the GMT had made one technical recommendation, and not so much dealing with numbers, but more just a clarification of a particular point. I'm assuming that would not be too difficult for you to integrate.
Jesse, do you want to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Kiefer, no, I think they're, depending on where the council wants to go with this, that's a very easy thing that I think staff, I could add in the clarity. And if I see any other little, typos or whatever, can fix that after the meeting with the council's blessing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That might be covered in a motion anyway. Let's make sure. Not seeing any other hands, so Lynn, why don't you go ahead with that?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Learning from my GMT colleagues yesterday, I tried to make this a really short motion. So I move the council adopt the Intersector Allocation Review Document, Agenda Item E5, Supplemental Revised Attachment 1, June 2025.
Thank you. That's brief and it looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Asia Shumalo. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think some of the comments that others made show that this is a pretty thorough document. There are some caveats that both the GMT and GAP have mentioned that I think we'll be keeping in mind as we move along. It's not a formal part of the motion, but I hope we can provide guidance to council staff to make any technical corrections as needed, such as the misspelling here and there, and the one that Ms. Kiefer pointed out from the GMT. Hopefully those are within bounds within this. And I don't know that I need to say much more.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? No questions. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. And Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Lynn, for the motion. Speaking to the GAP report of the interest in canary rockfish, I do think that the not having my agenda numbers memorized, I think E8 we will be bringing up canary rockfish, and we do have we had interest in looking at that last specs cycle. Just the gist for people who don't remember that was that since the canary ACL increased tenfold back in 2017. We don't think we ever had the fair and equitable discussion among all the sectors, and how that has affected our recreational fishery in particular. And the analysis didn't go like we thought it would go, hoped it would go in the last cycle. And so we're thinking we might need, and not result-wise, just even being considered in the fashion that we thought would be justifiable. But and so we, at that point, a number of times we said, do we need another process besides our biennial process to do that more thoroughly? And the information we've been getting on the side is, let's try again in the biennial process as something to propose there. So just wanting to note that we did see that in the gap report, but E8, if I'm reading this right, is where we can talk about, we will propose that more.
Thank you, Corey. Please, go ahead.
Apologies, an important point. I think we also think that the E7, the flexibility item, which I'm going to try to avoid rhyming, is another place where at Canary, addressing the pain that Canary is causing various sectors is another place we would like to bring it up. So excuse me for forgetting that point.
All right. Thank you for foreshadowing those couple of items there. Any other discussion to be had here? Otherwise, I'll look to Jesse for a wrap-up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you have completed your action for today, so we will work on getting those few technical corrections to the Intersector Allocation Review document done, and we will get that posted to the council website, so it is final.
All right. Thank you. Multiple years, big chunk of work done there. Thanks to everyone who contributed to that. And with that, how long have we been here? We've got one more item. Do we need a short break so we can charge all the way through, or do you want to charge ahead? I'm getting a short break signal. So, like 7 minutes or 10. 7 turns into 10. So let's come back in about 10 minutes. All right, we're getting close here, so I'll just tell you if the council members, the council table is a species, there's two stocks, those back on time and those not back on time. Well, both he and our executive director are well briefed on the topic, so. Well, there they are. So as I said, they're well briefed on this. So I think on this E6, the phase 2 stock definitions, it is a two-part item. Before I go any further, I'll turn it over to Todd Phillips and Katrina Burnhouse, and please give us the overview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Council. We do have Phase 2 stock definitions final action considered Part 1 for you this afternoon. Mr. Vice Chair and Council, what we plan to do is just briefly touch on the situation summary and then go into our presentation, as it covers a lot more than the situation summary ever could. So, great. Okay, so your task today is divided into three pieces. The first task is for the council to consider adoption of the FPA, or final preferred alternative, to identify a set of groundfish species in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. And for those species that you adopt under that terminology, you would also need to adopt stock definitions. The second task, the council is going to consider adoption of a PPA as appropriate for the remaining set of species, and potentially adding one species from the FPA, which we will cover in our presentation. And the third piece is the council in March requested some information regarding EC, or ecosystem component species, and the GMT has that information ready for presentation to the council. Excuse me. So looking into your reference materials, other than the items that were online prior to the council meeting, you do have a supplemental attachment 4, which is a table that needed to be corrected, a supplemental attachment 5, which is essentially a one-pager on the action to hopefully simplify what is going to be spoken to today. And then looking at your statements, you have a tribal statement, 2 GMT reports, a GMT presentation, which is on those EC species, a GAP report, SSC report, and a Habitat Committee report. And with that, just looking at your council tasks, we have adopt FPA for 47 species analyzed in attachment 1, adopt FPA for stock definitions for 28 of those species, as indicated in attachment 1, adopt revised language for the FMP in conjunction with your decision-making under FPA, consider the results of the 10-factor analysis of the 40 species in attachment 2, and adopt a PPA, including stock definitions where appropriate, and then provide any guidance on next steps that you may have. And with that, Mr. Chair, we'd like to go into our Mr. Vice Chair, we'd like to go into our presentation.
Thanks. I think that should be pretty clear to everybody what the tasks are, so proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Todd, for the overview. We can get our presentation going. Okay, it's just a little slow. The council is required to identify stocks in need of conservation and management in the EEZ per the MSA and its national standards, which is why we are here at this action. The process to determine which stocks are in need of conservation and management is dictated in the National Standards Guidance at 50 CFR Section 600-305C. This action follows that process and is in the context of the larger Stock Definitions Project, which began in 2022 to define stocks of all managed groundfish species. Amendments 31 and 35 were a part of Phase 1 of this project, and this action here is a continuation of that effort called Phase 2. The Council first initiated Phase 2 in November of 2023. In September 2024, this action was scoped, and staff proposed an analytical framework largely built on the National Standards Guidance at Section 600-305C. A purpose and need for the action was also adopted at this time. The purpose and need that was adopted at that time is shown up on the screen here and is available in the materials. The Council then adopted a range of alternatives in March of 2025. Further, the Council adopted a 25% threshold at the time, as detailed in the range of alternatives analysis, distinguishing between a group of species principally caught in state waters with less than 25% mortality in the EEZ, and a group of species principally caught in federal waters with greater than 25% mortality in the EEZ. At this time, the Council also adopted a PPA for 47 species based on this initial analysis, recommending that the remainder of the species in the groundfish FMP be analyzed under what's known as the 10 factors at Section 600-305C of the National Standards Guidance, which will be described in detail later on in this presentation. There are 3 action alternatives here in the range of alternatives, in addition to the no action alternative. Under no action, all species remain in the FMP as currently defined and managed. The Council would not define stocks of the species in the FMP other than the ones already defined. The no action alternative is untenable as it is necessary to align the FMP with the stock definition requirements of the MSA and its national standards. Alternative 1 would identify species as in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, and these stocks would remain in the FMP. Stocks of the species will be defined as one or more stocks consistent with the options under this alternative, which will be shown in the next slide. Alternative 2 would identify the species that are not in need of conservation and management. Stocks of these species will not be defined, and these species will be removed from the FMP. Alternative 3 also identifies stocks that are not in need of conservation and management. Species in this alternative would be designated as ecosystem component or EC species, which are listed in Chapter 3 of the FMP. Stocks of these species will also not be defined. For those species identified as in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and hence placed under Alternative 1, the Council also adopted 3 stock definition options under this alternative. Option 1 would define a species as a single stock, either as a coast-wide or a state-specific stock. Option 2 would define a species as 2 stocks, delineated at a specific geographic scale. And option 3 would define a species as 3 stocks delineated at a specific geographic scale, for instance, by state. So currently where we are today, there are 2 subparts for Council action to Phase 2, which split in March 2025 when the Council adopted a PPA for 47 species. We find it's easiest to kind of compartmentalize these 2 subparts when thinking about your action today. Attachment 1 in the briefing book outlines the analysis for adopting an FPA for the 47 species for which the Council adopted a PPA in March, including stock definition options. Supplemental Attachment 2 outlines the 10-factor analysis of the 39 species the Council requested a full evaluation of in March of 2025 to inform selection of a PPA of these species. Supplemental Attachment 4 provides a correction of a table 4.1 in this document. Supplemental Attachment 5 provides a summary of all these decision points, the alternatives, and the species considered under each decision point at this meeting. And if you get lost, I would recommend looking at that to know which species are being considered under each decision point. As Todd described, in March of 2025, the Council also requested a review of the species currently identified as ecosystem component species in the FMP, which was completed by the GMT and is available in Agenda Item E6, GMT Report 1, and they also have a presentation. However, it is important to note that reconsideration of the current ecosystem component species is not within the scope of this action, based on the scope, purpose, and need that were adopted in September of 2024. Overall, this action is somewhat complex as it contains two distinct decision points, with two sets of analyses to address each of these decision points. First, the Council is tasked with identifying a PPA or an FPA as appropriate for each species in the groundfish FMP. This decision will be based on the question of whether a species is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Based on whether species are found to be in need of conservation and management, they will be adopted under Alternative 1, yes, or Alternatives 2 or 3, no. If a species is not found to be in need of conservation and management, the Council will determine whether it should be removed from the FMP, Alternative 2, or designated as an ecosystem component species, Alternative 3. The second decision point regards defining the stocks of the species that are in need of conservation and management under Alternative 1. This decision point is the primary analytical focus for the species already under consideration for FPA in Attachment 1. But this analysis is relevant to both subparts of this action. For all species adopted under Alternative 1, the Council must also specify a stock definition option. For species adopted under Alternatives 2 or 3, stocks will not be defined. The analytical framework for this decision point follows that established through Amendment 31. And I'll hand it off to Todd to get started with the FPA species.
Thank you, Katrina. So the intro part there is quite important. I want to pause and see if there are any questions from the council.
Any questions up to this point? Not seeing any.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So my portion is the analysis of the preliminary preferred alternative for 47 species that were adopted under Alternative 1 in March of 2025. Again, here your action is to adopt FPA where and when possible. So just to, again, reiterate, as you will notice, and I do this quite a bit, is the repetition, is that your tasks here are to determine if these 47 species are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ as appropriate, and then to adopt stock definitions for the 28 undefined species. And then following that, adopt any revised language to the FMP. Just to give you a clue, or I guess a recollection of what happened in March, we brought forward 86 species, the total of all groundfish species that are managed at present by the Council. You have selected Alternative 1, which would mean the species are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ for 47 species. And then you referred 39 of the species to the 10-factor evaluation, which will be covered by Katrina after my portion concludes. So stock definitions of those 47 that were adopted in March were considered for 28 species as 19 had previously been defined. So option 1 stock definition for all those 28 species was adopted as PPA, which means that it would be a single stock in a single area. Here's the list of all those species. I don't intend for you to read this, but mostly as a reference as you go into your discussions, is these, sorry. And these are all 47 species as currently listed in Alternative 1. So the analytical steps, what we followed, is the main question that we needed to ask was, is the species in need of conservation and management in the EEZ? And for these species, we really focused on the 600-305C factors 1 through 3. And in the text there, those factors are the ones that should be considered first, as well as been given a little bit more weight in your decision-making factors or considerations, excuse me. So in just a really brief overview, factor 1, which is the stock an important component of the marine environment? We looked at the groundfish ecology in terms of literature review. The stock assessment prioritization page is available from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And then looked at the ecosystem model for the species that we could. And that ecosystem model does provide an index scoring, which gives us a relative importance of that species to the environment. Overall, we found that you can't really divorce the species from its environment, and that we concluded that all these species are important in some way to the marine environment. Factor 2 is what we discussed quite a bit in March of 2025, where the question was, is the stock caught by the fishery? So this is where we use that 25% threshold and to determine if principal mortality was in the EEZ or if it was in state waters. All of these species that we're talking about here, these 47 species, were principally caught and have principal mortality in the EEZ. Factor 3 asks the question whether the FMP can improve the condition of the stock. And as the FMP is specific to federal waters, it works in concert with factor 2 in the sense that principal mortality for all of these species being in the EEZ, the result is yes, the FMP can and does have the tools to improve the condition of the stock. So our conclusions from this particular analysis is that 46 of the 47 are strong candidates to be considered in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. The analysis did indicate one species, which is harlequin rockfish, should be evaluated under the 10 factors, and indeed we did do that. So if the council, however, wishes to reconsider the PPA alternative 1 for any of these species, we would need to do a 10-factor evaluation. And again, I just note there that harlequin was added to that analysis based on our understanding of the results from this particular analysis. Like always, terminology is a sticking point, especially with groundfish. So I just wanted to pause here and give you an idea of how we view definitions in terms of the overall action. So population is a word that I'll be using in the scientific sense. It is a group of interbreeding individuals from the same species, whereas stock is a connotation that we tend to see in management and in policy. It is a grouping or a species, subspecies as noted there, that is capable of fish, that is capable of management as a single or multiple units. Now, key aspects that I hope the council will consider is that the decisions that you make are not binding forever. We do have the process through COP 9 to go back and revisit any definition for any species on the schedule that is specified in COP 9. I know that is of concern. I just wanted to make sure that we had that in our brains. All right. So of the 47 species, 19 of which were defined under Amendments 31 or Amendment 35. At present, those definitions are not being reconsidered under this particular action. Of those remaining 28, 23 were considered only under option 1, which would mean the stock would be defined as a single stock in a single area. Boccaccio, green spotted, harlequin, and cowcod were considered under 2 options, option 1 and 2. So option 2, of course, would mean 2 stocks in 2 areas. Dark blotched is the only species considered under all options, and 1, 2, and 3. So this is very similar to the list that you saw earlier. This is the entire group of species adopted under alternative 1. This one are the stocks or species that need to have their stocks defined. Again, this is meant more as a reference material as you go back and think about your decision making as opposed to you needing to read it at present. So stock definitions, this is what was considered for these species. So there, the table on the left are all the species that were considered only under option 1. The species that were considered under options 1 and 2, and then options 1, 2, and 3 are shown in the table on the right. Your PPA was, the vast majority were coast-wide. So that table there on the left are all the species that would be defined as coast-wide stocks, whereas the species on the, excuse me, let me reverse my brain there. The table on the left are the species that would be coast-wide. On the right, there are two separate instances. The first grouping there on the top would be California-only species. They would also be option 1, but they would be only for California, which are scorpionfish, cowcod, and starry rockfish. And then the PPA indicated that harlequin rockfish would be an Oregon-Washington stock. And that asterisk there is just serve as a reminder that it is also considered under the 10-factor evaluation. So the focus per the methodology that was developed under Amendment 31 is to look at three main factors, which is the population structure of the species, the biological implications of a stock definition, and the management implications of that stock definition. Key aspects here to remember is that the definition delineates the boundaries of the stock, and the status is determined at that same scale. So if the stock is defined as coast-wide, status would be coast-wide. The OFL ABC is at that same scale. So if you define a stock, again, as coast-wide, the OFL ABC would be at that same range. But ABCs and ACLs do have the potential to be subdivided into regional amounts, very similar to what we do for longspine thorny head as well as sablefish for the present. 24 species. I will not read the list, but there are 24 species there that were only considered in option 1. So all of these species would be considered or be defined as coast-wide with the exception of 2 species, which is starry rockfish and California scorpionfish. Those would be defined as California-only stocks. In looking at our literature review that was recommended as BSIA by the SSC, it indicated there is either population structure is not present or is unknown. And population structure is something that we use and have used in this process to help us figure out where stocks could be defined based on known genetic, larval movement, adult movement, and other related biological issues. So option 1, in terms of the biological implications of this particular option, is not likely to cause localized depletion, meaning that most of these species appear to have either coast-wide have no population structure or potentially unknown population structure, which then suggests that it is just one long population within its range. There's no breakup. And then option 1 is unlikely to disrupt how they are currently managed. A couple of things. I do just hone in on the geographic range is California for scorpionfish and starry rockfish, which is the rationale that was given for why those species are considered only for California. All the other species, again, would be coast-wide. One key thing that I did want to inform the council about deals with blackgill rockfish here. So the assessments for this particular species, there are 2 assessments, and in order to generate a stock definition OFL ABC, in order to get a coast-wide definition, we would have to marry 2 unlike stock assessments in terms of categories. So we'd have to combine a category 3 and a category 1 assessment. And why I brought this to light, and you will see this in subsequent slides, is the SSC does discuss this. Why this is important is a category 1 you can determine status for, whereas a category 3 you cannot. And in terms of when you put these assessments together, is that you do have the potential of risking localized depletion whenever you put two numbers together or 2 areas together. So these 4 species, Boccaccio, cowcod, green spotted, and harlequin, were considered under options 1 and 2. Boccaccio, option 1, which would be a single stock coast-wide, was your PPA. It is also considered an option 2, which would divide the stock north and south of 4010. The population structure information indicates that there is no known structure. But per the assessment and other scientific information, it does appear that there are two large, what we call demographic centers. One is central to Southern California, and the other one is northern Washington and into British Columbia. Option 2, which would divide the stock in two ways, based on the literature review, which is BSIA, is really inconsistent with this finding of population structure. The biological implications, as I mentioned before, this does require putting together a Category 1 and a Category 3 assessment. And option 1 could be seen to have some risk for localized depletion north of 4010, just because the Category 3 does indicate we don't have as a firm grip on the population in that area. Management implication, option 1 is inconsistent with status quo management, and I say that as that Boccaccio is managed as a single species south of 4010, whereas north of 4010 it is part of the shelf rockfish complex. But as I mentioned earlier, we could still manage it in the same way that we manage it as present. It would just be defined as a single coastwide stock. The management burden could increase if we were to split these up, just as another implication there from this particular option 2 stock definition. CalCon was considered under two options, which is option 1 was a single stock, but California only. Option 2 in the PP or the ROA PPA decision process was considered under two stocks, which was California and Oregon, and that should have been a little bit different. Based on the biology of this particular fish and the genetics of this fish, it should have been really two stocks considered north and south of Point Conception, which is 3427. So there is population structure of this fish, and it is less than coastwide, and the break is really strong there at Point Conception, 3427. The biological implications, same verse here, is that you're putting together two different categories of assessments, a Cat 2 in this case, and a Category 3 in this case. So option 1, where you would have a single California-only stock, does have some implications of risking localized depletion north of 3427. The other side of the coin is that management-wise, option 1 is very similar to how this particular species is managed at present. Whereas option 2, if we were to divide the stock into two, or divide the species into two stocks, does likely require us to consider how we would manage the species in those two areas, which could increase management burden. Just again to reiterate that there is a strong justification to reconsider that option 2 as instead of a California-Oregon, which is representative of the range of the fish, but biologically and in terms of population structure, it is much better to consider it as a stock or a species north and south, two populations north and one south of Point Conception. Green spotted rockfish, your option 1, again, was a single stock coastwide. The SSC recommended and the council did adopt option 2 for consideration, which would be two stocks, north and south of Point Conception or 3427. The population structure, though, based on the literature review, is uncertain. There's really a limited information regarding population structure. The genetics and the life history data is limited, and the genetics really, there isn't a whole lot of information on that, which is a key indicator of population structure. However, when this stock was evaluated or assessed, the only assessment in 2011, it did break it into two groups. So one north of Point Conception, one south of Point Conception. And the models, however, weren't based necessarily on genetics or larval dispersal, adult movement. It was based primarily on growth and exploitation history of the species. Again, we'd have to put two dissimilar categories of stock assessments together. Option 1 could increase the risk of localized depletion in that Category 3 area. And so option 2 could be more reflective of regional biology of this fish. The management implication is that both of these particular options are close to status quo management, and it's not really likely, either option is not really likely to change how we currently manage the species. Harlequin rockfish. So when we were looking at Harlequin, or excuse me, the stock definition options are an Oregon-Washington stock, or option 2, an Oregon and Washington stock. And this is reflective of the range of this particular fish. So overall, when we started to look at it, the population structure is unknown. There's very little known about this fish in this area, both biologically and in terms of population. Management implications, there is really no difference in terms of management burden. And the reason I say that is currently this species contributes 0 metric tons to the rockfish complexes north and south of 4010. So it wouldn't change much of what we're doing. The other considerations here is why we considered, or why we also investigated the species in the 10 factors, is that it has a very, very low mortality, especially in the last 5-6 years. That's less than 0.006 metric tons. And then in the last 21 years, we've only seen 1/4 of a metric ton of this particular species. So that drove us to really consider those 10 factors. And because, if you'll allow a little bit of humor here, because it seemed like the gap, no one had ever seen this fish, I just wanted to present it. It's a red rockfish, which is, of course, a rare color for any rockfish. Dark block rockfish, which is our last species here, considered under all options. Your PPA was a coast-wide stock. The SSC did recommend that the council consider, and the council did adopt, options 2 and 3, which would separate out this fish into 2 stocks and 3 stocks respectively. Again, similar to most other species that we've talked about, the stock structure here is really uncertain, and the literature review found limited data to support any type of structure, and the assessment treated it as a single stock. So options 2 and 3 were brought forward as there is some very limited genetic information that suggests that there may be some populations separated in time and space along the coast. Option 1 is reflective of current management and the biology. Options 2 and 3 would both require new assessments, or may require new assessments, and would likely require new OFLs as support definitions. The management implications, again, option 1 is reflective of how the species is currently managed, and options 2 and 3 probably would require reconsideration of allocation structure and could increase the management burden. And just to, I guess, bring this to a close here is that for whatever species, or however you define your species and adopt alternatives for your species, we do need to reconsider FMP language. That document is provided for the council to consider. The definitions at this particular time and in that document are reflective of the PPA, but can and would be modified based on your adoption of an FPA. And your FPA task, again, to reiterate, determine if these 47 species are in need of conservation management in the EEZ, that is to adopt alternative 1 or not. Adopt the stock definitions for the 28 undefined species as appropriate, and then adopt the revised language in conjunction with your definitions and alternatives. And I will pause there and answer any questions, or we could just move directly into Katrina's.
Let me look around and see if there's questions. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. I think it was slide 29, if I caught the number right. It's awfully small from where I'm sitting, but I have a question relative to the comment about choosing a stock definition where you have 2 areas or 2 models where you've got mixed, like category 1 and category 3, and how that could be problematic if you were to choose that. And I think your example was blackgill, for example. I'm just want to make sure, confirm for me, the suggestion, it sounds like the implication here is that if you were to choose the definition at that broader scale, that those 2 assessments would be combined to create a singular OFL. Is that correct?
Yes, through the Vice Chair. Yes, Ms. McKnight, you are correct. They would be, as per the SSC's discussion in their statement, there is a methodology to combine them. You would have a single OFL, ABC. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just to take that one step further, I just want to, I need a reminder, refresher that from my recollection, we had a similar situation with let's say copper rockfish, where we had one single stock off California. We ended up with two area model assessments that said two very different things, but were still combined together to give one singular OFL. And there was very clear signaling from NIMS and Science Center models that required attention, that required very specific management measures in those areas to address it. So I guess I'm a little confused about the suggestion that combining mixed category assessments are problematic when the expectation on the management side is that you'd still be paying attention to that. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing something there. Thank you.
Through the vice chair. So I think the term problematic, if I used that, it was probably a little too strong. Management could address the different areas quite easily, and it would be probably the expectation of the council to do so. You see this quite often along the coast, copper being a good example, where management measures may be more reflective of regional biology so that they can address if there is less information about that particular species or more information about that particular species. So it comes into I guess you can be more precautionary in one area and a little bit less precautionary in another area based on your known information. So in the case of blackgill rockfish or any of those species that were considered under alternative or option 2, you know that a certain region is, say, a category 3, you could address that through management measures. Does that answer your question, Ms. McKnight?
Thank you. Any other questions? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Sorry to be nitpicky. Is this presentation online yet? I'm trying to find it in the briefing book. I've hit refresh about 12 times so that I can follow along on my own screen.
Through the Vice Chair, I believe it. I do not know, but we can get it up there.
That would be helpful before we break for the day, so we have it as reference while working on motions, and et cetera, this evening.
Absolutely. There will be.
Thank you.
No problem.
Other questions? Not seeing any, so carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We will now move on to the second subpart of today's action, which is the full evaluation of 40 species via the 10 factors at section 600-305C to adopt a PPA for these species where appropriate. As a reminder, the Council's tasks for this subpart, based on the materials found in Supplemental Attachment 2, are to consider the results of the 10-factor analysis of 40 species and adopt a PPA for these species as appropriate, including stock definitions if it applies. The Council may also provide guidance on next steps as appropriate for Council staff to consider before the action is next taken up and FPA is adopted. In March of 2025, the Council recommended these 39 species for a comprehensive evaluation under the 305C 10 factors. And as Todd mentioned, Council staff identified one additional species, the Harlequin rockfish, to be added to this 10-factor test based on its initial evaluation, bringing us to the 40 species you have here. And so we've mentioned the 10 factors at section 600-305C, which we may also describe as the 305C factors or just the 10 factors. And Todd got into the first 3 factors, but I'll provide a little bit more background on these factors and their consideration to help you answer the question of whether these species are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. So the Council's decision to retain a species in the FMP, remove a species from the FMP, or designate a species as an ecosystem component species should be based on a holistic consideration of the factors at 600-305C of the MSA's National Standards Guidance, and a finding after the evaluation of these factors of whether the species is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. The evaluation of factors 1 through 10 should consider the specific circumstances of the fishery and of each species. And this evaluation will determine whether there are biological, economic, social, or other operational concerns that can and should be addressed by continued federal management. No single factor in this analysis is dispositive or required in determining which species should be included in an FMP. Therefore, while factors should be applied in a consistent manner, one factor may have more significance in one case than another, depending on the circumstances of the species or of the fishery. The guidelines also note that if the amount or type of catch that occurs in federal waters is a significant contributing factor to that stock status, such information would weigh heavily in favor of adding a stock to an FMP, hence the adoption of PPA for the 47 species we've already discussed. So I'll go through all 10 factors. We already discussed 1 through 3, which consider the maintenance of the marine environment and the fishery resource. So the first factor is the stock is an important component of the marine environment. The second is the stock is caught by the fishery. And the third, whether an FMP can improve or maintain the condition of a stock. The next factors consider social and economic considerations that may determine whether a species is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Factor 4 considers whether the stock is a target of a fishery. Factor 5 considers whether the stock is important to commercial, recreational, or subsistence users. Factor 6 considers whether the fishery is important to the nation or to the regional economy. Factor 7 considers the need to resolve competing interests and conflicts among user groups and whether an FMP can further that resolution. Factor 8 considers the economic condition of a fishery and whether an FMP can produce more efficient utilization of the resource. Factor 9 considers the needs of a developing fishery and whether an FMP can foster orderly growth. And the last factor, factor 10, is a governance question, which considers the extent to which the fishery is already adequately managed by states, by state or federal programs, or by federal regulations pursuant to other FMPs or international commissions, or by industry self-regulation, consistent with the requirements of the MSA and other applicable law. Section 600-305C also guides how factors should be relatively considered in the synthesis of their evaluation. Factors 1 through 3, addressing the maintenance of the fishery resource and the marine environment, should be considered first. Factors 4 through 9, which set forth key economic, social, and other reasons for FMP actions under the MSA, should be the next factors considered. Lastly, factor 10 should be considered before deciding to remove a stock from or continue to include a stock in an FMP. And finally, these factors are non-exhaustive, and other considerations may be added depending on the context of the fishery to determine whether a species is in need of conservation and management and whether they should be removed from the FMP or designated as an ecosystem component species if not. In this evaluation, we've added the species vulnerability to the fishery as an additional consideration to their evaluation in this analysis. So in this portion of the presentation, I will give an introduction to the 10-factor analysis and how it was completed for the 40 species, showing the methods used to evaluate the species within each factor, and then summarizing the results organized by these bins we created to make our lives easier. After discussing the 10-factor analysis, I will discuss the stock definition options for species that are available, which is covered in Section 5 of Supplemental Attachment 2. And as a reminder, these options will only apply to those species that are adopted under Alternative 1, but we have outlined the possibilities for all species. So getting into the evaluation of the factors. The first 3 factors consider the maintenance of the marine environment and the fishery resource. Factor 1 is the stock is an important component of the marine environment. As Todd mentioned, we did a review of the SAFE the aspects of life histories and status of managed groundfish, scientific research, and the Pacific Coast Fishery Ecosystem Plan, as well as looked at an ecosystem results of an ecosim model that looks at the ecological importance of each species relatively and is provided in the stock assessment prioritization tool of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And overall, it was really hard to determine whether each species is more important than the other, as all these species play important roles in the marine environment, though some may be more ecologically interchangeable than others. Next, factor 2 considers whether the stock is caught by the fishery. So again, the fishery is defined as a fishery that occurs in the EEZ. And as described earlier, analysis of this factor was based on the range of alternatives analysis presented to you all in March, and the 25% threshold to define a species that is principally caught in the federal fishery at this time. So this precautionary 25% threshold was applied to the mortality of all managed groundfish species, including the 40 evaluated here. And here we also considered mixed mortality, where the area of principal mortality may have varied by state. So it might have been principal in the EEZ off of one state, but not another. For several species, principal mortality in the EEZ tended to be very low. It may be de minimis mortality, which is defined as less than 0.1 metric tons annually, or there was no recent recorded mortality for some species, which could also prompt the Council to reconsider whether these species are caught in the fishery and whether they need to be actively managed. Factor 3 considers whether an FMP can improve or maintain the condition of the stock, tied to the first goal of the Groundfish FMP to prevent overfishing and rebuild overfished stocks. If the stock is overfished, experiencing overfishing, or in a precautionary status, the FMP guides management to return the fishery to a healthy state in the EEZ. So again, the 25% mortality threshold was also applied to this factor. And for species with principal mortality greater than 25% in the EEZ, the FMP was considered likely to improve or maintain the condition of that stock. For species without principal mortality in the EEZ, less than 25% mortality in the EEZ, the FMP is not considered likely to improve or maintain the condition of the stock. The next set of factors considers the role of species for fishery participants, taking into account social and economic considerations. Analysis of each of these factors utilized both qualitative and quantitative data. Factor 4 seeks to determine whether the stock is a target of a fishery. Target stocks are stocks or stock complexes that fishery participants seek to catch for sale or personal use, including such fish that are discarded for economic or regulatory reasons. Non-target stocks are fish caught incidentally during the pursuit of target stocks in a fishery. Non-target stocks may still require conservation and management under the evaluation of other factors, and if so, should be included in an FMP. To understand this factor, members of the GAP and GMT were asked to identify key target species in commercial, recreational, and tribal fisheries along the West Coast. Public comments were also reviewed for qualitative information from the public on target stocks. To further understand whether a portion of the non-tribal groundfish fleet is targeting particular species, we also analyzed landings data on a per-trip basis. From 2015 through 2024, individual commercial vessel trips were characterized by the top species by landed weight, and the species comprising the largest portion of that trip's landings was considered the target species for that trip, understanding that targets would probably average out if they differed over that time period. At-sea whiting trips were excluded from this analysis as they are known not to target the species being analyzed. Due to the structure of the recreational data, we did an empirical analysis to understand the relative probability of a species being one of the top 5 species retained in a recreational bottomfish trip in any random year between 2015 and 2024. Factor 5 takes into account the importance of fishery resources to fishery participants in commercial, recreational, and subsistence sectors. Importance can be highly subjective, so qualitative information was collected from the GMT, GAP, and tribal representatives, and public comment was reviewed to identify important species and to provide some context as to why these species might be considered important. The stock assessment prioritization tool that had the ecological importance scores also had scores available for commercial, recreational, and tribal importance for inclusion in stock assessments. So for these species that were available, we categorized the species as relatively low, medium, or high importance. I moved on too fast. Lastly, considering that some species might be important to fisheries on a local or regional level and might get lost in the data on the West Coast, a local quotient was also used to understand locally important species. Similar to a calculation of dependence, it measured the importance of a particular species to a fishery relative to all species caught in a particular port or area. For commercial fisheries, this calculation relied on ex-vessel revenue, and for recreational fisheries, this was calculated using number of fish caught. Moving on to factor 6. Per the national standard guidelines, conservation and management of a fishery in the EEZ may be necessary when a fishery supports provision of a net benefit to the nation by providing significant net economic benefits. Factor 6 in this analysis considers how substantial the contributions of a particular fishery are relative to the regional and national economy. And the region here is defined as the West Coast region. The GAP was once again consulted to provide qualitative information speaking to whether a species included in this analysis was included in local, regional, or national markets. And a regional quotient was also calculated for each species, representing the species' relative contribution to the West Coast region's economic benefit derived from groundfish fisheries. So similar to an engagement score, it divides the contributions from a particular species by the total revenue or landings for the region. Here we excluded whiting and sablefish as we knew they would dominate the data. Factor 7 considers the need to resolve competing interests and conflicts among user groups and whether an FMP can further that resolution. Competing interests and conflicts in a fishery may include competing needs between states, competition between sectors, and competition between resource user types. Broadly, an FMP may be useful to facilitate resolution of potential conflicts or competing interests in a fishery. The analysis of Factor 7 considers whether an FMP has been useful or could be useful in the future to moderate these issues. This analysis was qualitative, combining insights from the GAP, the GMT, and review of public comment, identifying themes such as disparity of impacts between sectors and states. Factors 8 and 9 concern utilization of the fishery and development of the fishery, respectively, and were analyzed together. Factor 8 characterized trends in utilization of a species within the fishery to determine whether there is potential for more efficient utilization via implementation of an FMP. Factor 9 identifies fishery, if there are any among these species, for species that are under development and the growth of these developing fisheries, including whether that growth could have been or could be guided by an FMP. For this analysis, trends and landings were analyzed from 2015 through 2024 for each species, considering mortality in both state and federal waters to understand what trends we were seeing. Tribal representatives from the GMT also provided additional qualitative information to add that several species included in this analysis are subject to developing commercial tribal fisheries. And lastly, Factor 10, which evaluates the extent to which the fishery is already adequately managed by states by state or by federal regulations pursuant to other FMPs or international commissions or by industry self-regulation consistent with the requirements of the MSA and other applicable law. Evaluation of this factor consisted of a summary of programs and management measures outside the groundfish FMP that contribute to the management of the groundfish fishery. For instance, state management plans, nearshore permits, area closures, or other notable management measures. This analysis did not seek to evaluate the efficacy of state or other programs or speculate on management scenarios in the instance that any species are removed from the FMP under this action. And the other considerations. The 10 factors are not meant to be non-exhaustive, as I mentioned, with the national standard guidelines specifically providing the opportunity to include in the evaluation of a species any additional considerations that may be relevant. In this analysis, an additional consideration that was added to evaluate the species is the productivity, susceptibility, and vulnerability of the species. At their March 2025 meeting, the SSE recommended considering the results of the Productivity Susceptibility Analysis, or PSA, conducted in 2011 by Cope et al. When evaluating species as candidates for EC designation. Vulnerability refers to the species' potential to become overfished under current fishery conditions in this analysis. It is important to note that the PSA is more than a decade old, and there may be some caveats to consider in the data given that it is a decade old and things have changed since then. Further, the PSA did not take into account the area of principal mortality to define the fishery and evaluate vulnerability in that fishery. Overall, information from the PSA is helpful in differentiating stocks of low, medium, high, and major concern of vulnerability in the fishery. And this information, combined with the area of principal mortality, can help the Council determine whether each species is highly vulnerable to the fishery in the EEZ and inform differentiation between alternatives accordingly. So I might pause there, but I will get into the results synthesizing this evaluation next in case there's any questions.
All right, let me see if there's any questions on the process for doing the analysis first. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thank you both for all of this. This may have been covered somewhere, but there's been a lot, so I might have missed it. I'm looking at for the factors, I think it's 4 through 6, looking at more of the economic side of the house here. And I think you said that you talked to GAP members maybe, or certain members of industry, and I'm wondering if you can just elaborate a little bit on sort of what your methodology was for those sections and talking to members of industry.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Ms. Ridings, for your question. So for this kind of consultation process, I think is how we described it, and having discussions to collect qualitative information. We based a lot of our guiding questions for these discussions on some of the surveys and social science work that has been done in the region historically for the groundfish fishery to understand the relative value of various sectors and parts of the fishery. So while these were more informal consultations and not surveys, they were based off of, I guess, social science informed starts to these discussions, if that makes sense. And outreach was done to the GAP and GMT to get members who were interested to provide input.
Follow up, Corey.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Do you have a number of how many folks you talked to and how many different sectors they represented?
Thanks, Ms. Ridings. Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly the different sectors they represented. I will say it was about, I think, 9 or 10 responses from industry side. And then the GAP also reviewed this information in their meeting this week to provide additional input and context, if necessary, to the information that was collected.
Thank you. Any other questions before we proceed? And not seeing any hands, go ahead.
All right. To wrap up the 10-factor analysis, we will discuss a synthesis of the overall conclusions from factors 1 through 10, which is available in section 4 of supplemental attachment 2. So the conclusions are organized by these bins of species, which are groups within the 40 species with common characteristics. Note that these bins do not have any weight themselves. They are just how we chose to organize this analysis to make our lives and all of your lives a lot easier with all of this information. So caveats are given for individual species, and while species in the same bin might have a lot of similar findings because they have these similar characteristics, the council should consider the question of whether each species is in need of conservation and management on a species by species basis. And that decision needs to happen for each individual species. Further, we do not present here or in the attachment a specific conclusion on whether any of the species or species bins are decidedly in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Rather, it is up to the council to weigh the evaluation of the 10 factors and the additional consideration to make a finding of whether each species is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and populate a PPA accordingly, also taking into account the information from the advisory bodies. I will evaluate here I will identify here whether the evaluation we did weighs in favor or against finding a species evaluated to be in need of conservation and management, but will not provide a conclusion overall for each species. Sorry to give you more work. Keep in mind that per the framework and the national standards guidance, factors 1 through 3 should be weighted most in this evaluation, followed by factors 4 through 9, and then factor 10. So before evaluating the factors by each species bin, I will actually present conclusions for several factors, 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which are generally equivalent across the species here. So regarding factor 1, the species in this analysis are all considered important components of the marine environment, as we have stated several times. They occupy a diverse range of habitats, depths, and a multitude of benthic areas, and serve as both predator and prey in various instances. However, some species of groundfish may play the same role in the ecosystem and may be ecologically interchangeable with others that occupy the same habitat, making their importance less than the overall importance of all groundfish. In the quantitative analysis using the index scores, black rockfish was the only species in the set to be classified as high importance. Regarding factor 7, inclusion of the species in this analysis for management through the FMP broadly may provide benefits in the form of mitigation and resolution of conflicts between user groups. The FMP and the council process provide an avenue for communication, stakeholder input, and inclusion of the best scientific information available in the conservation and management of these species. However, the benefit of the FMP may also be limited for species in this analysis, as conflicts between user groups often occur and are resolved in state waters, particularly for nearshore species. Overall, analysis of factor 7 does not provide support either in favor or against the species being found to be in need of conservation and management. Regarding factors 8 and 9, no developing fisheries or areas for increased efficiency of utilization were identified for the groundfish species in this analysis. Factors 8 and 9 do not support finding any of the species included in this analysis to be in need of conservation and management. The council may, however, wish to monitor any future development of new gear types or other fishery innovation, which could alter species utilization within the EEZ in the future, and make those considerations in the future. Mexican and green blotched rockfish are two species to note to potentially monitor, given that they were found to have recent spikes in mortality. And regarding factor 10, several state programs currently contribute to the overall management of species included in the West Coast groundfish fishery, particularly nearshore species. Given the limitations of this analysis, however, our analysis of factor 10 and the existence of state nearshore programs in and of themselves neither weighs in favor or against finding the species evaluated in this document to be in need of conservation and management. So the remainder of the factors will be synthesized by species bin with certain caveats given for particular species where is appropriate. First is the shallow nearshore bin, which includes black and yellow rockfish, China rockfish, gopher rockfish, grass rockfish, kelp rockfish, cabezon, and greenling. Overall, factors 2 and 3 weigh against finding the species in the shallow nearshore bin to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Analysis of factor 2 indicates that the species in this bin are not caught by the fishery, as their mortality in the EEZ is significantly less than the 25% threshold. At the state scale, all species except for China rockfish off of California have less than 10% of their mortality attributed to the EEZ. Further, applying these findings to factor 3 indicates that management under the FMP would do little to change the condition of these species. Factors 4, 5, and 6 may also weigh against finding that the species of the shallow nearshore bin require conservation and management in the EEZ. In terms of factor 4, these species are not individually targeted, and in terms of factor 6, only gopher rockfish contributed more than 1% to the regional economic benefit derived from the groundfish fishery when excluding sablefish and whiting for both commercial and recreational sectors. Cabezon also contributed over 1% to the commercial sector. Species that were identified as important by fishery participants included black and yellow rockfish, gopher rockfish, cabezon, and kelp greenling. And tribal representatives particularly identified cabezon and kelp greenling as important species to tribal fisheries. Next is the deeper nearshore bin, which includes black rockfish, blue rockfish, brown rockfish, copper rockfish, deacon rockfish, olive and quillback rockfish, and treefish. Overall, factors 2 and 3 weigh against finding the species in the deeper nearshore bin to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Except for black, copper, and quillback rockfish off of Washington, mortality of the species in the deeper nearshore bin is principally in state waters based off of the 25% threshold. Applying these findings to factor 3, the FMP cannot maintain or improve the condition of species principally caught in state waters, as any management measures of the FMP are limited to the EEZ. The exceptions are black, copper, and quillback rockfish off of Washington, which had principal mortality in the EEZ. I'll also say that special consideration may be given to California quillback rockfish, which has just slightly above 20% of its total combined fishery sector mortality attributed to the EEZ, but is still below the 25% threshold. Therefore, it is not considered caught by the fishery. This finding gives rise to the question of whether continued federal management would be appropriate to maintain or improve the California stock of quillback rockfish, as management measures in the FMP are limited to fishing activity in the EEZ. So while this stock is one of major concern, achieving the California quillback rockfish rebuilding plan already depends on the state of California implementing management measures in its state waters. Factors 4 through 6 may weigh in favor of finding that the species in this bin are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. In the analysis of factor 4, black rockfish, copper rockfish, blue and deacon rockfish, brown rockfish, and treefish were each identified as target species. Further, the analysis of factor 6 emphasizes the contributions that these species make to the regional recreational sector. The tribes have also identified black, blue, deacon, and brown rockfish as important to tribal commercial and subsistence fisheries. Therefore, these species were considered important to both individual fishery participants and the West Coast region as a whole under these factors. The relative importance of deeper nearshore species as identified under these factors must, however, be weighed with the findings of the analyses of factors 2 and 3, which identified few of these species as principally caught in federal waters. Next is the shallow shelf bin, which includes calico, flag, freckled, half-banded, honeycomb, pygmy, rosy, speckled, and sword-spine rockfish. Consideration of factors 2 and 3 may weigh in favor of finding all of these species to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, except for calico and rosy rockfish. For calico and rosy rockfish, these factors would weigh against requiring conservation and management in the EEZ, as they do not have principal mortality in the EEZ. I apologize for my slides. Based on the area of principal mortality in factor 2, the factor 3 evaluation would also indicate that with the exception of calico and rosy rockfish, the FMP could maintain or improve the condition of these stocks. The council should, however, consider the de minimis mortality, again, that's less than 0.1 metric tons per year, of calico, pygmy, freckled, and sword spine rockfish in the EEZ, in determining whether factors 2 and 3 still weigh in favor of finding these species to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Factors 4 through 6 would weigh against finding these species to be in need of conservation and management. While some species may be caught alongside target species, no shallow shelf species were identified as targets themselves, as important to fishery participants, or as important to regional economic contribution of the fishery. Most species are too small to be retained, and as I just mentioned, several have de minimis mortality, so those are calico, pygmy, freckled, and sword spine. Next up are the deep shelf species, which includes bronze-spotted, chameleon, green-blotched, harlequin, Mexican, pink rose, and tiger rockfish. Consideration of factors 2 and 3 may weigh in favor of finding all the species in this bin to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. One exception to this generalization is tiger rockfish off of California and Oregon, which has about 24 and about 15% of its mortality respectively attributed to the EEZ in those areas. An important note, however, about the species in this bin is that only green-blotched and Mexican rockfish have mortality in the EEZ exceeding 0.1 metric tons per year. The rest have de minimis mortality. Because factor 2 questions whether a species is caught by the fishery, the council should also consider whether the de minimis mortality means that the chameleon, harlequin, pink rose, and bronze-spotted rockfish are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ under this factor. Analysis of factors 4 through 6 weigh against all of the species in this bin being found to require conservation and management in the EEZ. Like the shallow shelf species, the deep shelf species are not considered targets or important to the commercial or recreational sectors, with the exception being the tiger rockfish identified as an aesthetically valued fish. Except for green-blotched and Mexican rockfish, however, the deep shelf species have de minimis mortality in the EEZ, including the pretty tiger rockfish. The deep shelf species are not considered important to commercial, recreational, or subsistence users, or to the region or the nation, as these species amount to close to zero contributions to regional revenue and landings. Next is the flatfish bin, which includes butter sole, curlfin sole, rock sole, sand sole, and starry flounder. Analysis of factors 2 and 3 weigh in favor of finding butter sole, curlfin sole, and starry flounder to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. The factor 2 analysis indicates that the mortality of these species, except for rock and sand soles off of Washington, is principally attributed to the EEZ based off of the 25% threshold. These species are therefore considered caught by the fishery, except for rock and sand sole off of Washington. These species had de minimis mortality off of Washington, rock and sand soles, and also have principal mortality in state waters. The factor 3 analysis applied to these findings indicates that the FMP is likely to improve or maintain the condition of the species in the flatfish bin, except for rock and sand soles off of Washington. Factors 4 and 6, however, weigh against finding that the flatfish species require conservation and management in the EEZ. Flatfish were not identified as current target species of recreational or commercial sectors, except for the starry flounder off of California. And overall, these flatfish, despite being targets historically, are found to be no longer targets due to waning market demand. Currently, however, these species are not identified by non-tribal fishery participants as economically important to the region. Tribal representatives did, however, identify rock sole and sand sole as important to tribal fisheries, given a potential interest in targeting these species in the future. Next is what we call the no mortality bin, which includes light dusky rockfish and dwarf red rockfish, species that have no observed mortality from the fishery in at least 21 years. Overall, it was difficult to apply the same analytical methods to these species as with other bins, given the lack of mortality data. However, from this lack of data, we can conclude that all factors weigh against species being in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, as they are not caught in the fishery and not important for any social or economic reasons. And lastly, we have the leopard shark, which is alone in its own bin as the only elasmobranch in this analysis. Overall, factors 2 and 3 weigh against finding the leopard shark to require conservation and management in the EEZ. Under the factor 2 analysis, leopard shark mortality was determined to principally occur in state waters and is therefore not considered caught by the fishery. Under the factor 3 analysis, the ability of the FMP to improve or maintain the condition of this species is limited, as it principally occurs in state waters. Factors 4 through 6 further support that the leopard shark does not require conservation and management in the EEZ. While analysis of factor 4 shows that leopard shark is a target species in California, it is not targeted in either Oregon or Washington, and targeting off California is principally in state waters. So overall, the species is not identified as important to fishery participants on the West Coast region as a whole. And I'm again going to break there for questions before we get into stock definition options.
Thank you. I'll look around, see if there's any questions up to this point. Appears to be very clear, so go ahead and continue. Thank you.
Thanks for all the page turning. There's a lot of slides. Moving on to stock definitions. Any species that were evaluated under these 10 factors and are determined to be in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and hence adopted by the Council as a PPA under Alternative 1 also require identification of a stock definition option, choosing from the same 3 options that we saw before. So option 1, a single stock, either coast-wide or by state. Option 2, 2 stocks, or option 3, 3 stocks, which is a state-specific stock. So here are the potential stock definition options for 40 species. These were not analyzed as heavily as the 47 species in this action part of the action, as they are only at PPA, but these stock definition options are based off of the same information from the literature review. So overall, 40 species are under consideration for option 1, and then option 2 is considered for black and yellow, blue and brown rockfish, cabezon, China rockfish, deacon, gopher, grass, and harlequin rockfish, kelp greenling, kelp rockfish, leopard shark, and olive rockfish. And then option 3 is considered for just a few of these species, blue, brown, China, deacon, and olive rockfish, as well as cabezon, kelp greenling, and leopard shark. For those species only considered under option 1, all can be considered for a coast-wide definition, and several, as indicated here, can be considered for a California-only stock definition. For those considered under multiple options, the details of those options are outlined here and are based on breaks between states or other geographic boundaries. So to wrap up this subpart, Council action for the 40 species that underwent the Section 600-305C 10-factor analysis is to select a PPA alternative for each species and a stock definition option where appropriate. The Council should weigh the 10 factors and the additional consideration in determining whether species are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, and hence which alternative is most appropriate. For species that are found to be in need of conservation and management and adopted under Alternative 1, the Council should also identify a stock definition option for PPA. I encourage you again to reference Supplemental Attachment 5, which provides a cheat sheet of the decision points and species referenced at this meeting. I know we're not getting into discussion quite yet today, but I think it will be helpful to separate things out. Thank you.
And with that, I'll look around and see if there are any questions on that piece. Not seeing any. We've got a number of reports to go through and some public comment. Oh, sorry, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Sorry I didn't put my hand up quickly enough. Thank you for your PowerPoint and your reports. So thorough and great and very helpful to be walked through it. I'm wondering if you can help me figure out if and when a NEPA analysis is going to be done on this, whether your analysis is in lieu of that or as part of that, or how does that fit into the actions that we're taking under this agenda item?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. I might pass this question off to Ms. Keely Kent.
Keely.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. I'll separate out the 47 species right now that we're looking at potentially final action of from the other grouping, because I think they're likely to be on different NEPA determinations, as well as they're on, right, we're at a bifurcation and they're going to be on different pathways. So for the first 47, that action is very similar to actions 31 or amendments 31 and 35 that we have done. In those scenarios, we determined that a categorical exclusion was appropriate. So I think that's likely the pathway over there. For the other 40 species, what we've been waiting for is this council meeting. There is such a big MSA policy question here. We wanted to focus the effort initially on all of the analysis that occurred for those questions. And then what we intend to do is immediately after this meeting is to have a further discussion on the NEPA question and on the outcome of that, right, bring you a potentially different document for September. So I don't know the answer yet, but what I'm posing is that our expectation is that we'll be able to dig into that whether and what we need for NEPA after this. And I do think it's appropriate, right, that we focus first on the MSA piece, but I'm not saying that we won't look at the NEPA piece and be sure that we present the council with a thorough evaluation to be able to make that final decision for those 40. And I know the number may change, right, but for September.
Thank you. Is that good, Corey? Okay. Any other questions? Right. We've got a number of reports and public comment. As I said, let's take one more, see if one more 10-minute break will get us to the point where we can charge through the rest of those. So let's be back in 10 minutes. Thanks. Okay, let's move back to our seats. We can get started here and shortly. All right. Sorry for the delay there. Get back to our action, our reports now. And first off, we have a tribal report. I'll turn to David Solms.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'll have Will Jasper come up and present his report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Will.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassemer and members of the council. My name is William Jasper. I am a groundfish biologist from Makah Tribe and currently work or serve on the tribal seat of the GMT, and I'll be reading the tribal report. The Makah Tribe, the Quileute Tribe, the Ho Tribe, and the Quinault Indian Nation, collectively the Coastal Treaty Tribes, have been following the PFMC discussion and action related to the stock definitions agenda item, also known as Phase 2. After 40 species were identified for additional analysis in March of 2025, the Coastal Treaty Tribes carefully considered tribal commercial landings since 2000, near-term commercial development opportunities, and subsistence value of each of the 40 species. Following these efforts, 7 species have been identified by the Coastal Treaty Tribes as being of particular importance to commercial and/or subsistence harvest. Those species are black rockfish, blue deacon rockfish, quillback rockfish, rock sole, sand sole, cabezon, and kelp greenling. This comment letter details the rationale behind each of these species and the rationale for the Coastal Treaty Tribes for those remaining in the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Groundfish FMP. This report contains aggregated commercial data from each of the 4 Coastal Treaty Tribes. While not comprising all tribal catch for each of these species since 2000, subsistence landings are not included. The coastal treaty tribes agree that the data presented is generally representative of overall trends in tribal fisheries and sufficiently illustrates the tribal position on each of these species. Finally, the coastal treaty tribes offer no input in this report on the other species being considered in the 600-305C analysis, the 10-factor analysis. The coastal treaty tribes are of the opinion that any species known to occur in Washington should have a defined plan for continued assessment, monitoring, and management by the state and/or tribes before removal from the groundfish FMP. First is black rockfish. This species has known subsistence value to coastal treaty tribes and is actively being considered for directed commercial fishery development as part of a nearshore fishery with cabezon and kelp greenling. Commercial landings consistently occur in the tribal fisheries, as detailed in the table above. Only 2 years out of the last 25 have had no landings of black rockfish. Blue deacon rockfish. While the species has limited documented landings in tribal fisheries, the co-occurrence of the species with black rockfish means that, as a directed commercial nearshore fishery develops, it is likely to become commercially important. Additionally, this species is known to have subsistence value to the coastal treaty tribes. Quillback rockfish. While the species is not part of a directed fishery, there have been increasing encounters with quillback rockfish in established longline fisheries. As these other fisheries occur in federal waters, it seems appropriate that the species stay in the FMP to facilitate the management and monitoring in association with other federally managed species. Additionally, mortality of the species is likely to increase with the development of a nearshore commercial fishery. Rock sole. Primarily encountered in the tribal commercial groundfish trawl fishery, rock sole catch trends changed in 2017 following changes in fishery participation and market opportunity. However, it is anticipated that the catch of the species could rebound to prior levels in the event that market pressures once again shifted for participating vessels. Currently encompassed as part of the other flatfish set-aside, this species remains commercially important to tribal fisheries. Additionally, the stock status of rock sole is relatively uncertain as compared to flatfish species of greater focus such as petrale sole. Rock sole was last assessed as a DBSRA species in 2011. Sand sole. While the species has not been regularly encountered in recent years, the potential for high encounter events still exist. Currently, the species is a component of the other flatfish set-aside. While tribal groundfish trawl fishery continues to rebuild, the potential for high catch events in existing fisheries and a relatively unknown stock status, it is important that this species remain in the FMP. Cabezon. This species has known subsistence value to the coastal treaty tribes, and a directed commercial fishery is currently in development. Landings began to increase in the 2010s, with steady interest in the development of a directed commercial fishery. A set-aside was established in 2023, and there continues to be effort in establishing this directed commercial fishery, despite a disruption in 2024. Kelp greenling. The species has known subsistence value to coastal treaty tribes, and a directed commercial fishery is currently in development, paired with cabezon and black rockfish. Additionally, as cabezon kelp greenling is managed as a complex in Washington, no species-specific code exists for kelp greenling in the fishery databases that the tribes use. Given the known subsistence value, potential for directed commercial fishery development, and difficulty in distinguishing records or future records, this species is in need of continued federal monitoring and management. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Jasper on the tribal report? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jasper. Hopefully it's just a quick clarifying question. On the graphs of catch, what is the metric of the y-axis? Is that pounds, number of fish, metric tons? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Mattis, those are pounds. Thank you, not metric tons.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, William.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Scientific and Statistical Committee report. I believe Dr. Schaffler is online to deliver that. Can you hear us, Dr. Schaffler?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do hear you.
Great. Let's hear your report.
Okay. I am Jason Schaffler with the SSC, and I will be reading Agenda Item E6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Phase 2 Stock Definitions, Final Action. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed the stock definition alternatives for Phase 2 groundfish stocks, combining sub-area assessments with different category designations, previous SSC recommendations regarding population structure and its interaction with partial inclusion versus exclusion of spatial components of a species in the fishery management plan, and the 10-factor analysis for determining whether a species is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. Todd Phillips and Katrina Burnhouse, both with the council, provided a summary of the issues of interest to the analyst and were available for questions and discussions. Phase 2 stock definition alternatives. The SSC agrees that the stock definition alternatives are consistent with the available scientific information, except for cow cod, where option 2 should be north and south of point conception. Combining sub-area assessments with different category designations. The SSC discussed methods for making status determinations and for deriving acceptable biological catches when sub-area assessments with different category designations need to be combined. The SSC recommends that the status determination be made when combining Category 1 and Category 2 sub-area assessments by dividing the summed current abundance estimates by the summed unfished abundance estimates. Status determinations when assessments for Category 3 sub-area assessments are combined with Category 1 or 2 sub-area assessments should generally be based on the result for the Category 1 and 2 sub-area assessments. This can be done when the abundance within the OFL from the areas with Category 3 designations is low relative to that in areas with Category 1 or 2 designations, which is typically the case. The SSC revisited the approaches for deriving ABCs when combining sub-area assessments with different category designations under Agenda Item H3A, Northwest Fisheries Science Center Report 1 in June 2023, and revised its previous preference for the weighted sigma approach from the same meeting under the SSC Report 1. Going forward, the SSC recommends the more straightforward approach of setting the total ABC as the sum of the sub-area ABCs calculated based on each assessment. Previous SSC recommendations about potential structure and its interaction with partial inclusion versus exclusion of spatial components of a species in the FMP. The SSC was asked to clarify its previous recommendation for defaulting to finer scale stock structure for nearshore rockfish species when stock structure is uncertain, and previous recommendations against state-specific exclusion of a species from the FMP when it is included in other states. The SSC notes that this issue is not directly related to whether a species is in need of conservation and management within the EEZ. Rather, it relates to when one or several spatial components for a species have been designated as being in need for conservation and management within the EEZ. The SSC reiterates that nearshore rockfish species typically have finer scale population structure than shelf or slope species. Management based on the assumption of finer scale population structure reduces risks of localized depletion relative to the assumption of no population structure. The absence of evidence of stock structure is not evidence of lack of stock structure, particularly for nearshore species. Additionally, the locations of potential stock boundaries are generally difficult to identify. Thus, the SSC maintains its recommendation to keep all spatial components of a species in the FMP if at least one component qualifies for inclusion. Doing so would account for considerable uncertainty in stock structure and maintain data collection and research coordination for the would-be excluded spatial components. Consistent data collection and research on these components will be vital to increase confidence in stock boundaries now and under changing ecological conditions. 10-factor analysis for determining whether a stock is in need of conservation and management within the EEZ. The SSC appreciates the work by council staff to develop the 10-factor analysis. The SSC recognizes the importance of the 10-factor analysis for informing upcoming council decisions related to including or excluding species from the FMP and identified some key considerations for future work. The SSC had limited time for review of the supplemental materials, which merit a more comprehensive review before the final preferred alternative is determined. Several minor comments and recommendations are provided to council staff within our italicized notes. The SSC discussed the rationale for why some species might be more likely to be considered universally unimportant to the fishery than others. Specifically, the bin developed to facilitate the analysis for shallow shelf rockfish contain a number of dwarf rockfish species with very low catches, which might be candidates for ecosystem component species. Larger bodied species, such as flag, rosy, and speckled rockfishes, would best be considered in a separate bin. Similarly, larger but more rarely encountered species in the deeper shelf rockfish bin, such as bronze-spotted, Mexican, and pink rockfishes, might not be considered explicit fishery targets, but may be locally abundant in some habitats and would presumably be valued and retained by commercial and recreational fishermen when encountered. A more robust identification of fishery importance would consider size and desirability or marketability from a perspective of the likelihood of retention, consistent with the productivity susceptibility analysis referred to in the March 2025 SSC statement. The SSC continues to recommend that species identified as having high vulnerability to fishing impacts not be considered good candidates for ecosystem component designation. Although Supplemental Attachment 2 presents information in ecological bins, the SSC recommends species-specific consideration for inclusion or exclusion from the FMP. That concludes the SSC statement, and I would also note that I do have John Field online in case there are any questions I can't directly answer.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler, for reading the report. I had a question for you on near the bottom of the report, the SSC's recommendation about the EC species. Just wanting to dig into that a little further. Asking whether or not the SSC in their discussion, and I certainly understand they're reiterating the recommendation that has been presented previously, but noting and asking whether or not the SSC discussed what component of EC species designation is driving the recommendation. You know, is it centered upon the notion that EC species have no other controls or things like that, or whether the SSC had any discussion about if it's really just that potential for uncontrolled mortality that they're concerned about, which is sort of more specific than just thinking about EC species, or really there's more in the EC species and the way that we manage them that the SSC is very concerned about.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kent. Yes, the SSC did have discussions on this, and there was some discussion about that there may be alternative management scenarios or alternative controls that could be placed on those EC species that we haven't heard much about, but there are other factors associated with that could change those considerations, or it could change the considerations for whether and how species are included for EC designations.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question is on the second page, second paragraph, and it talks about population structure and stock boundaries, and says, thus, the SSC maintains its recommendation to keep all spatial components of a species in the FMP if at least one component qualifies for inclusion. Can you give us a little bit more detail on what you mean there and what your discussion was like behind that? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yes, the SSC did have quite a bit of discussion on this to try and clarify our thinking, because it does appear there's been some confusion on this. Essentially, what the SSC is saying is that if the council decides that a species is in need of conservation and management, at least in one spatial component, and given uncertainty associated with exactly how much structure there is and where that structure occurs, that all spatial components should be continued, or all spatial components should be included in the FMP. So ultimately, if say,
Jason, we lost you there, or you may have muted yourself.
okay, I think I am back.
You are back.
Okay, so I will restart the answer to that. So yes, the SSC did have some substantial conversations related to this. And it comes down to the uncertainty associated with the stock structure, that if the council has decided a species is in need of conservation and management, and there are multiple spatial components to that stock, that both or as many of those spatial components have been considered, they should all be included, simply because we don't know how much spatial structure actually occurs. So keeping everything in the FMP would be desirable, as opposed to just keeping one spatial component and removing other spatial components.
Hey, Corey, follow-up?
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. Just for clarification, by spatial component, I assume that you're talking about different geographic boundaries, so states or latitude lines or any other sort of spatial delineation that we would have available.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. Yes, that is correct. I was trying to generically refer to any type of spatial component, but the components that you identified is what we have currently been using. I just didn't want to call them stocks because they haven't been defined as stocks yet.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks again, Dr. Schaffler. I'm going to go one more paragraph down, and this is under the 10-factor analysis for determining whether a stock is in need of conservation and management within the EEZ. And I think the second sentence says, the SSC had limited time for review of these supplemental materials, which merit a more comprehensive review before the FPA is determined. Can you talk a little bit about that discussion, what sort of comprehensive review you would like, what that might look like, what might be in that, and when such a review could occur?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yes, we provided a preliminary set of, or we will be providing a preliminary set of questions back to the staff that analyzed this. And what we're saying is that there's a little bit more work there, and particularly with how some of those bins were grouped, that we would like to see some of that brought out, that some of the smaller dwarf rockfish were combined with other rockfish species, and that we would like to see, just a little bit more thought behind that before, or to give the council more information, give us more information on how those groupings are defined.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler, but I suspect you'll be online if other things come up here.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I will.
All right, great. Next, we'll move to the Groundfish Management Team reports. There was a report one that was in the advanced briefing book responding to the information request for ecosystem component species. We won't have that one read into the record here. It's been available. And Whitney Roberts is here for GMT Report 2. And then when we get to questions, you can ask questions on any of the reports. So, Whitney, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That sounds great to me. Good evening, council members again today. Again, for the record, my name is Whitney Roberts, and I will read the Groundfish Management Team report on Phase 2 stock definitions, the 10-factor analysis of 40 groundfish species, and range of alternatives to support PPA decision. Referencing the Pacific Fishery Management Council's tasks in the situation summary, the GMT provides the following recommendations. Number one, with regard to adopting FPA for the 47 species analyzed in Attachment 1 as appropriate, the GMT recommends the Council adopt Alternative 1 as FPA for 46 of the 47 species in Attachment 1. This is all species except harlequin rockfish. And these are just the summaries, so we'll get to the rationale for some of these later. With regard to adopting FPA stock definitions for the 28 undefined species in Attachment 1, the GMT recommends that the Council adopt Option 1 or 1 stock for 27 of the 28 undefined species in Attachment 1, again, all species except harlequin rockfish. With regard to adopting revised language to the FMP in conjunction with Attachment 1 decision-making and ecosystem component species as appropriate, the GMT recommends that broadscape be removed from the list of EC species in the proposed FMP language with rationale provided below. With regard to considering the results of the 10-factor analysis of 40 species in Attachment 2 and adopting a preliminary preferred alternative, including stock definitions where appropriate, Table 2 of this report lists the GMT's recommendations for the 40 species in Attachment 2 with rationale provided. And with regard to providing guidance on next steps as appropriate, the scope of this action does not currently include EC species, and the GMT does not think EC species should be added to the scope at this time, as this would require additional council staff and GMT workload before and during the FPA decision. However, the team does support more frequently updating the council on how EC species mortality is tracking and any new information to reconsider EC designation. The GMT requests that council staff develop a draft process and plan for this review and provide it for consideration at the September council meeting. The GMT requests that council staff also explore the range of possible management measures that can be utilized for EC species and provide information at the September council meeting. The GMT also requests that more information on the Council's options for delegation of stocks in the FMP and potential impacts or implications be brought forward at the September Council meeting. For example, which management measures, for example, allocations, trip limits, area closures, etc., can or must be delegated to the states for stocks in the FMP. Additionally, what are the potential impacts of delegating a stock off of one state and not off of others? So moving into the body of the report, the GMT has organized this report into 4 distinct sections. First, we address the 47 species analyzed in Attachment 1, for which the Council selected a PPA in March 2025, and stock definitions for the 28 undefined species covered in the analysis. Of the 47 species, the GMT developed FPA recommendations for 46 of them, with the 1 remaining species, harlequin rockfish, addressed separately under the 10-factor analysis. Second, we address the results of the 10-factor analysis of the 40 species detailed in Supplemental Attachment 2 and provide PPA recommendations for species-specific alternatives and stock definition options as appropriate. Third, the GMT provides some commentary on the list of EC species which currently exist in the FMP. Finally, we address the revised FMP language developed by Council staff in conjunction with Attachment 1 as detailed in Revised Attachment 3. So with regard to the FPA species considered under Attachment 1, the GMT continues to support the PPA recommendations from March 2025 analyzed under Attachment 1 as FPA, with the exception of harlequin rockfish. The GMT details its recommendations and rationale for harlequin rockfish later in this document. The GMT recommendations for FPA are detailed in Table 1. Aurora, bank, blackgill, green-striped, red-striped, rosethorn, shortraker, silver gray, split nose, starry, striped tail, and yellowmouth rockfishes, along with Pacific ocean perch, arrowtooth flounder, flathead sole, Pacific sand dab, Pacific cod, Pacific hake, big and long-nosed skates, long-spined thorny head, and California scorpionfish were only considered under option 1. The GMT recommends option 1 for these species as they have either unknown or homogeneous population structure as indicated in the literature review. For all species except California scorpionfish and starry rockfish, option 1 is a coast-wide stock definition. For California scorpionfish and starry rockfish, option 1 is a repeat sentence. For Boccaccio, dark-blotched, and green-spotted rockfishes, recent scientific assessments and available evidence suggest that a single stock structure is most consistent with current scientific understanding and the existing management framework. The GMT recommends option 1, coast-wide, for Boccaccio, dark-blotched, and green-spotted rockfishes, which provides the greatest flexibility for future assessments and management actions. Should new information emerge indicating that a 2-stock or 3-stock definition is more appropriate for any of these species, the Council retains the ability to revise stock definitions accordingly. For cowcod, there exists genetic evidence for population structure. However, the existing management framework manages cowcod as a single stock, and this framework has proven to be beneficial to the health and productivity of the stock, as evidenced by its recovery from overfished status. Therefore, the GMT recommends option 1, California only, for cowcod, as it provides the greatest flexibility for future assessments and management actions. Also related to cowcod, the GMT had a robust discussion of the relative risks and benefits for the cowcod stock definition options. Strong evidence, genetic evidence exists for distinct cowcod stock structure north and south of Point Conception, with very occasional catch of individuals north of the California border in Oregon. 11 individuals have been caught in the Oregon recreational fishery since 2000, and 85 individuals have been sampled in the Oregon commercial fishery since 2012. In other words, any cowcod that was seen by staff was sampled. While option 2 specifies a potential split between California and Oregon, the attachment 1 analysis and the SSC report also mention that a north and south of Point Conception division may be preferred if the California only option is not selected. During discussion, the GMT considered a third option not listed in this report, the concept of a cowcod complex for future potential action. While the GMT does not see merit in selecting a new option as FPA at this time, we do consider it beneficial to document our discussion. If the Council chooses to define cowcod as 2 stocks, for example, split north and south of Point Conception, the Council could then manage these 2 distinct stocks under a cowcod complex. This may be useful because cowcod was assessed with a Category 2 assessment in the south and a Category 3 assessment in the north. In a cowcod complex, the Council could use the Category 2 assessed stock as the indicator stock in the complex and use it to determine the overfished or not state for the whole cowcod complex. Indicator stocks are used by National Marine Fisheries Service to make overfished and overfishing status determinations for a complex containing multiple stocks with varying degrees of scientific uncertainty. The logistics of utilizing indicator stocks in stock complex management have not previously been done within the context of the Pacific Coast Groundfish FMP, but are commonly used elsewhere in the nation. And Table 1 provides our action item 1 recommendations with regard to those stocks, those species that are proposed for FPA with stock definition recommendations. And I won't go through that, but it is in the table. So moving down to the 10-factor analysis, species PPA recommendations for alternatives and stock definition options. The GMT discussed the 10-factor analysis detailed in supplemental attachment 2. The GMT recommendations for alternatives by species and the rationale for those alternatives are outlined in Table 2 below. Additionally, the species are arranged in the same bins utilized in the 10-factor analysis to promote ease of discussion for this complex topic. For those species which have a recommendation of alternative 1 and do not currently have stocks defined, blue and deacon rockfishes, the GMT does not provide stock definition recommendations. The GMT lacks sufficient time to discuss the stock definition options in detail for these 2 species, and it is the GMT's understanding that all stock definition options will be explored in greater detail prior to FPA. We specify the states for which alternative 1 would apply. Recommendations for the GMT may change between PPA and FPA after further review of the results of the 10-factor analysis for these species or after considering any other new information brought forward for FPA. And I will go through the 10-factor analysis table because it does include our rationale, but they are binned by species. So under the shallow nearshore species bin, for black and yellow rockfish, China rockfish, gopher, grass, kelp rockfish, cabezon, and kelp greenling, we recommend alternative 2. And the rationale is that factors 2 and 3 are not met because the species is not principally caught in the groundfish fishery within the EEZ. And therefore, it is unlikely that the groundfish FMP can improve or maintain the condition of the stock. This is the case off all 3 states. Factors 4 through 9 are also not met. Additionally, factor 10 is met by Oregon and California via their commercial state limited entry nearshore permits. Under the deeper nearshore species bin, for black rockfish off of Washington, we recommend alternative 1 because factors 1 through 8 are met because the stock is principally caught in the groundfish fishery within the EEZ and is economically important target species to the Washington recreational fishery. With regard to black rockfish off Oregon, blue rockfish off Oregon and Washington, deacon rockfish off Oregon and Washington, copper rockfish off Oregon and Washington, quillback rockfish off of Washington, and quillback rockfish off of Oregon. Those are separated because they were defined as separate stocks. We recommend alternative 1 to keep in the FMP because factors 1 and 4 through 7 are met because the stocks are economically important to the Oregon and Washington fisheries. While the analysis indicates that some of these species are not currently caught in greater than 25% in the EEZ, for example, blue and deacon rockfish is off both states and black and quillback rockfish is off Oregon, the economic importance and scale of interaction with directed groundfish fisheries indicates that conservation and management is needed and could improve or maintain the condition of the stock. In other words, factor 3. Additionally, there are concerns that the fishery has been restricted by area closures, rockfish conservation areas, and recreational depth restrictions in federal waters, thus forcing the fishery to exist mainly in state waters. Yellow eye rockfish is trending toward being rebuilt in the very near future, which could provide access to previously unfished grounds in federal waters, demonstrating that the fishery exists there and that an FMP could actively manage the resource. With regard to black rockfish off California, copper rockfish off California, blue rockfish off California, factors 2 and 3 are not met because the species is not principally caught in the groundfish fishery within the EEZ and therefore is unlikely that the groundfish FMP can improve or maintain the condition of the stock. This is the case off all 3 states, and factor 10 is met via the state-issued commercial state limited entry deeper nearshore permit. With regard to brown rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because factors 2 and 3 are not met, and I won't reiterate that rationale, but it is the same for the others I've said. With regard to olive rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because, again, factors 2 and 3 are not met, is not principally caught in the EEZ, and the FMP is unlikely to improve or maintain the condition of the stock, and that is the case off of all 3 states. Additionally, factor 10 is met by Oregon and California via their commercial state permits. And additionally, specific to olive rockfish, the species range is primarily off of California. With regard to tree rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because similar to olive rockfish, the range of tree fish only extends into waters off of California. And the same rationale I just said for olive rockfish also applies with regard to the extent to which it's caught in the EEZ and the state nearshore permits. With regard to quillback rockfish off of California, we also recommend alternative 2 because it is not principally caught in the EEZ, and therefore the FMP cannot improve, or it's unlikely that it could improve or maintain the condition of the stock, and factor 10 is met through the state nearshore permit. Moving on to the shallow shelf species bin, with regard to calico rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because factors 2 and 3 are not met, because the species is not principally caught in the EEZ, and the FMP is unlikely to improve or maintain the condition of the stock, and the nearshore permit meets factor 10. With regard to flag rockfish, we recommend alternative 3 as an EC species because factors 3 and 6 through 10 are not met. However, the species is principally caught in the EEZ, so factor 2, and while mortality is low, high opportunistic value by recreational fisheries can lead to regular retention, and therefore continued monitoring in the EEZ is recommended. With regard to freckled rockfish and half-banded rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because factors 4 through 6 are not met. These species are not targeted to the fishery, nor important to the commercial and recreational fishery, nor are they important to the regional economy. These species are not harvested off of Oregon or Washington, and mortality off of California is very low. With regard to honeycomb rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because factors 4 through 6 are not met. It's not targeted or important to the commercial or recreational fisheries, nor the regional economy. And additionally, Southern California is the northern extent of their range. With regard to pygmy rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because these stocks are not targeted by the fishery, nor are they important to the commercial or recreational fishery or the regional economy. With regard to rosy rockfish, we recommend alternative 3 as an EC species because factors 3 and 5 through 10 are not met, 6 through 10 are not met. However, the species is principally caught in the EEZ, so factor 2. While mortality is low, rosy rockfish is commonly confused with rosethorn and should be kept as an EC species for continued monitoring. With regard to speckled rockfish, we recommend all 3 as an EC species because factors 3 and 6 through 10, similar to rosy, are not met. However, it is principally caught in the EEZ. Mortality is low, but high opportunistic value by recreational fisheries can lead to regular retention, and continued monitoring in the EEZ is recommended. With regard to sword spine rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 because factors 4 through 6 are not met. These stocks are not a target to the fishery, nor important to the commercial and regional fishery, nor important to the regional economy. Moving on to the deep shelf species bin, with regard to bronze spotted rockfish, we recommend alternative 3 because factors 4 through 9 are not met, but the stock is being actively managed, suggesting management is working to improve the stock health. Mortality is low, but this may be due to a prohibition and within the EEZ. Continued monitoring in the EEZ is recommended. For Mexican rockfish and green blotched rockfish, we recommend alternative 3 because factors 2 and 3 are met, but the available scientific evidence indicates that this species range is primarily in Mexican waters. Factors 4 through 9 are not met, but a new fishery could develop, so factor 9, with the opening of the Cowcod Conservation Area, and a spike in 2023 may suggest importance to users, factor 10, continued monitoring as EC species is recommended. With regard to tiger rockfish, the species is principally caught in the EEZ, and while mortality is low since it is rarely caught, it is sometimes retained in the recreational fishery and commercial live fish fishery. Opportunistic value by recreational fisheries can lead to retention when encountered. Continued monitoring in the EEZ is recommended. With regard to chameleon rockfish, harlequin rockfish, pink rockfish, and pink rose rockfish, we recommend alternative 2 to remove from the FMP as the mortality of these species is low in the EEZ and federal management likely will not improve the stock's condition and they have no importance to commercial or recreational fisheries. For the 2 species with no mortality, dwarf red rockfish and light dusky rockfish, we recommend removing from the FMP because there is no recorded mortality in the fishery within the last 21 years and therefore the FMP is not likely to improve or maintain the condition of these species. With regard to all of the flatfish, butter sole, curlfin sole, rock sole, sand sole, and starry flounder, we recommend alternative 3 because factor 2 is met. The species are principally caught in the EEZ. While there was a historical fishery for these species, they are not currently targeted, but are incidentally retained in the groundfish fishery and have the potential to be targeted in the future. EC species designation would provide the Council with a clear avenue to monitor any new information or emerging fisheries to determine if they are in need of conservation and management. Additionally, some measures may be available under EC designation as needed, just like short belly, as indicated in 600.305C5. All species are currently allocated to some extent. With regard to the one elasma brain leopard shark, we recommend alternative 2 because factors 2 and 3 are not met. While there is some targeting and limited catch of the species, the targeting and catch almost exclusively occurs in bays and estuaries, which fall under state jurisdiction. For these reasons, the GMT recommends its removal from the FMP. That is the end of the table, so we have just 2 more sections that we'll get through. For EC species, Attachment 5 states that the Council should consider the GMT's analysis on EC species and determine if they need further evaluation. More specifically, the Council should examine the mortality trends provided in GMT Report 1 from this meeting and determine if any of the current EC species should be further evaluated under the 10 factors. The scope of this action does not currently include EC species, and the GMT does not think EC species should be added to the scope at this time, as this would require additional Council staff and GMT workload before and during the FPA decision. While the question of whether a species is in need of conservation and management requires review of the 10 factors, in our analysis, the GMT did not identify any current EC species for which mortality trends strongly suggested a need for conservation and management at this time. The GMT does, however, see merit in more frequently updating the Council on how EC species mortality is tracking and whether at any time recent changes warrant considering whether EC designation is no longer appropriate for any species per the FMP guidance on EC species. This review should occur in conjunction with the biennial harvest specifications and management measures process, which would allow the Council to reintegrate it into active management in a coordinated manner with other harvest specifications. We request that Council staff develop a draft process and plan for this review and provide it for consideration at the September Council meeting. Lastly, with regard to the proposed FMP language revisions, The GMT recommends that broad skate be removed from the list of EC species in the proposed FMP language. Table 3.3 of the FMP lists, quote, all other skates, but specifies that as, quote, endemic species in the family Erincobatidae. Broad skate, also known as rough shoulder skate, is in the Ragidae family and therefore would not fall under the category of endemic species in the family Erincobatidae. However, the GMT recognizes that the original intent of the EC designation may have been to include skate species outside of that family. Given the lack of clarity at this time and the scope of this action, the GMT suggests the Council reconsider exploring the original intent and potentially adding EC species not in the scope of this action, separate from the stock definitions Phase 2 process. The GMT did not have the time for an in-depth review of the remainder of the proposed FMP language revisions. However, the GMT supports Council staff reviewing all relevant reports and Council motions to adequately reflect necessary FMP language changes. And that concludes the GMT report. Happy to take any questions on report 1 or 2.
All right, thank you, Whitney. Questions for Ms. Roberts on either GMT report 1 or 2? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, Whitney. I have a clarifying question on page 1, number 5, number 5B. It says the GMT requests the Council staff explore the range of possible management measures that can be utilized for EC species and then provide information at the September Council meeting. And then page 8, there's some description about increasing the frequency of EC review and then doing that during our harvest specification process to determine whether an EC designation is no longer appropriate. So I'm trying to understand those two statements. Are you suggesting that there should be some development of things that could be applied to an existing EC species to stay an EC species? Or are you suggesting we look at those EC species and then pull it out of the FMP and then apply management measures, or both? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the question. Just quickly, I would say I think it's both. Both of those are options. So our understanding after talking to our NMFS representatives and having some discussion in the GMT room is that there are options for the Council to develop some scale of management measures for EC species while keeping them as EC species. A good example of that right now is short-belly rockfish. It is an EC species, but there are certain, there's a provision in the FMP that allows the Council to further consider it if there's a threshold, that if it meets that threshold, things can be looked at and reconsidered. There are also other options, to our knowledge, that we are aware are out there, but we don't have the details of them yet. But that's why we put this in the report. We'd like to see that information and what options are out there. And then to your other point, we are also at the same time in favor of having a regular review of the current list of EC species and determining if any of them are in need of conservation management based on new information and moving them out of EC designation into a managed FMP species.
Caroline.
Thank you. That does help. And just a follow-up, did the team have discussion about looking at the list here and the number of species that you have recommended to move to the EC list? Was there discussion about the time and workload that would be associated with doing a biennial review of all of those EC species in addition to the rest of what encompasses our 2-year regulatory cycle? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the question. Yes, we are very aware that that is a consideration. Our discussion centered on the recognition of what the work that we did in Report 1 and the possibility to simply automate the figures that we produced in Report 1 so that it can just be a plug and chug exercise. And it doesn't matter how many EC species are on that list. If the Council gives clear direction in limiting the scope of that review through the spec cycle, and we just have 2 figures maybe that we put in a report regularly that's automated every few years. That's, I think, in our mind, a reasonable scope of workload expectation. But it would be, we would hope that the sidebars are very clear on what would be expected.
Thank you. Other questions? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Whitney. Really nice job reading this report, and thanks to the GMT for putting it together. It's really helpful to read and understand. And I caught a bit of this detail that I'm asking about in the rationale for some species. The rationale, I just again want to thank you for including that in here. It's very helpful. But did the GMT think about this issue in terms of from the perspective of a fishery? I mean, it's very clear you went species by species, but and again, this is where I'm seeing in the rationale for some, you did think about it from the fishery perspective, but I didn't see it really explicit in the report. So just wondering a bit if you can tell a bit about that.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Hall, for the question. Yes, in the interest of time, we did not get a chance to really provide the council a lot of detail about how we came about some of the thinking around these. But we very early in the week did have some pretty good discussion about how to think about these, and recognizing that all of our groundfish fisheries are, well, with maybe the exception of whiting, are multi-species fisheries that are, there's many different species that are important to some level. And so recognizing that when you think about these at the fishery scale, that can have a different impact in your conclusion. And so we did think about that, particularly with the nearshore species, as you can see reflected in our report, because they are nearshore fisheries. As we say, they are limited entry permits through the states. And a lot of the species do predominantly, or sorry, are not principally in the EEZ, as this analysis indicated. So that was very much part of our thinking, versus when you compare that to maybe the sablefish fishery, which operates in federal waters and is catching a different mix of species for the most part compared to the nearshore fishery. So hopefully that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just more of a thank you. I know the GMT put a lot of work in since March on GMT Report 1, which has been in the briefing book, and we didn't really discuss, as well as this report. And just because we're not discussing it, or maybe there's no action on the analysis on the ecosystem component species, it's still a vital piece of information we have in front of us. So the work is not in vain. It's helping us know that we don't maybe have to do anything right now. And additionally, I know it was a lot of work, but really appreciate Table 2 and Report 2, how that's laid out with the rationale. That is going to be extremely helpful as we work on motions and talking points. So just wanted to acknowledge and thank the GMT for the amount of effort and the thoughtfulness in how this report was laid out and the information contained within.
Thank you, Lynn. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the report and the GMT for all the work. And I'll admit that I really need to do more work to understand what's going on here. But I have some really 30,000-foot level questions. First of all, the criteria that you're applying, you could use them this week and the next week they're different. The result is different. So it's always moving, particularly the ones like, is it a target? Is it economically important? That is a little, I just wonder how that works as we go further down the road. And the other thing is, this is a huge effort to do this sorting out. I understand why you want to do it. But at some point in time, I guess we have to question, first of all, do we have to do that again and again and again to really understand it? We might see some species that are falling through the cracks. And is that worth it rather than, I know, I'm sorry, I'm getting laser beam looks from people around the room. Is that worth it rather than just stick with status quo and manage a lot of species? I know it'd be nice, particularly on that D2 list, to say, you know, we've taken some species out of the FMP, but maybe just a elevator speech as to why I'm all wrong about that. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Lent. I am not sure the GMT is the person to respond to that or the body to respond to that. So if there are others that want to take that and respond, that would be welcomed.
Thank you. Sorry for putting you on the spot, too. I suspected that. Keely Kent, would you like to respond?
Sure. Yes, this issue, Dr. Lent, came up a number of years ago. I'll try to be succinct in my answer, and certainly we can follow up in the margins. But this issue came up because the National Marine Fisheries Service informed the council that we could not move forward with stock status determinations because we do not have any stocks defined in our fishery management plan. So we have chipped away at that problem, but we have brought forward to the council a number of issues, many of which have been around for several decades, including the nearshore rockfish issues, where we have asked the council, and the council has taken this holistic view of all of these, of all of the different species that are in the FMP. We have a framework provided for us in the National Standard Guidelines of how to ask these questions. And in fact, this was a major part of the 2017 National Standard revisions, and it was a very big discussion nationally and with all of the councils of how to think about the species and the stocks that are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. So I will take full responsibility of having kicked this all off. It is certainly not the GMT bringing this forward, and the framework that is laid out is very clear of why we're going through it in this way, and we're hopeful that we can do this holistic exercise and make some changes as appropriate, as informed by the analysis. I don't see this as a regular recurring thing, but we have been clear to make sure that the council and others understand that everything we do is iterative, right? And so if we make a change to the stocks that are managed in the FMP, it doesn't foreclose bringing those back in the future if there's new information, right? So it's not that we have to set up doing all of this work all the time. I don't think that's appropriate, but there is a possibility in the future that we would want to revisit perhaps a single species, right? And so now we have a framework of how to do that that'll help us, but it's not a recurring huge workload from my perspective.
Follow up, Rebecca.
Yeah, just to say thank you very much for explaining that. And I apologize to you and all the GMT for putting that on you. Maybe it's because your report is so like, oh, this is what we're doing. It's finally starting to come through my brain by osmosis, but thank you for that response.
Any other questions? Mark Gorelnik, then Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hossamer. First, I want to thank the GMT for this report. A lot of detail, but it's very helpful in laying out some of the considerations that were made. I also want to thank staff for its presentations. I haven't had a chance to do that. I'm looking in Table 2, which is wonderful. And on page 5, under deeper nearshore, there's a statement here. The economic importance and scale of interaction with directed groundfish fisheries indicates that conservation and management is needed. And I guess this is despite the fact that these stocks fall below 25%. Can you explain how you reached that conclusion?
Through the Vice Chair, yes, thank you, Mr. Grelnick, for the question. I think the intent of that sentence is to be interpreted in context with the following sentence, that there are concerns that the fishery has been restricted by area closures in federal waters, thus forcing the fishery to exist mainly in state waters. However, we know that these species are commonly encountered with the fishery in state waters. So one might assume that if areas in federal waters are opened, it's possible that encounters could also increase in federal waters.
And if I may follow up, thanks for that. So also in Table 2 on the next page, and I'll just point and quill back in California, why were those same considerations made there where the stock was close to 25%, whereas the previous stocks that we discussed were all in single digits?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Grelnick. Give me one second. Yeah, I'm going to phone a friend for this one.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. When we were discussing, there was a lot of discussion on this. Let me preface that. In California, we were looking at these species, again, to the fishery level as well as the individual species level. So coolback being a part of our deeper nearshore permit, as well as the other deeper nearshore fish, we went with Alt 1 specifically to keep those fish together. Sorry, Alt 2 to remove from the FMP. Thanks, sorry for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I think I might have misheard your question. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so my question is, for some stocks in Table 2, where the percentage taken in federal waters are in the single digits, only a few percent in some cases, they were included as needing conservation and management, if I interpret this correctly, because of their encountered with, because of interaction with directed groundfish fisheries, indicates that conservation and management is needed. And my question is, why isn't that same consideration applied to quillback in California?
Again, thank you for repeating the question. Again, I think the important distinction here between the Oregon section and Washington section versus the California section is that we were thinking about California holistically at the sector level, and that we could influence the mortality of California quillback most appropriately at the state level with those deeper nearshore permits, as opposed to Oregon, who was more interested, and I won't speak for them, into keeping some of their deeper nearshore fish within the FMP. So I'm sorry I can't add more to that. But thank you for the question.
Since the deeper nearshore permit relates to commercial harvest and predominant harvest is in the recreational fishery, can you address the applicability of the nearshore permit to conservation of the stock?
Thanks again for the question.
If you can't answer right now, that's okay, just as long as we can get an answer. I'd appreciate it.
Right, I'm going to jump in. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick, for the question. I think maybe this underscores the lack of time that we as a team had under this at this meeting to address such a large, complex subject. And this is PPA, so we can certainly think more about these things and considerations. And we did go about this with a lot of sensitivity to trying to be consistent across these criteria and across the states to the extent that we can. So we were thinking in those regards. It's possible that some things just didn't get brought up or slipped through the cracks. So we can certainly think more about that before FPA, if that helps.
Thanks. That's great. Thanks so much. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but it seemed a little inconsistent to me, and I thought if you had an answer, that'd be great.
All right, and I just want to note this is a two-part. We're going to come back to this. So if there's something that it's possible the GMT could explore and bring you an answer in a day or two whenever we come back, not necessary, but you know the question, and we can circle back at that point in time. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. My question is similar to Mark's and a little bit similar to the one that Heather asked earlier. And again, if you feel like you've covered the answer, we want to talk later, that's great. But it was kind of getting at what Heather asked and what sort of Mark was getting at about what went into this these analysis. And Whitney, I heard you say both that, there's this lack of time and a lack of details, therefore, but that you said you had been thinking about the fishery and how those fish were being caught. And so my sort of takeaway from that was that your main sort of consideration was the fishery itself, and I'm gathering maybe how those fisheries are grouped. So if you're able, can you elaborate a little bit more on that? But like I said, if you feel like you've already covered it, no pressure.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I may try to elaborate a little bit more, but I will say even that point, it was a limited discussion. It did frame our thinking, but we did also have to go species by species through this and actually put things into a report. So that took a lot of time. There's a lot of things we would have loved to discuss in a lot more detail and just couldn't get to. But with regard to thinking about it at the fisheries scale, I think our discussion recognized that these species are one species doesn't exist in a vacuum, and they are oftentimes grouped in this way, like near shore, shelf, slope, for a reason, and many of them are co-occurring, caught in the same fishery. So to us, it just made logical sense to not think about it just at a species by species scale, but also think about the fishery units that are catching them. I don't know if that elaborated much more than what I said, but hope that helps.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Groundfish Management Team reports? Not seeing any. Thank you both for a lot of work, a lot of time. Okay, I just want to make sure we're comfortable here. We have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report, a Habitat report, and there's 2 public comments. You want to push through that? I'm hoping we can finish up in the next 20 minutes or so, but you want to go on? Okay. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report, Merritt McRae. It's a long report, Merritt. If you can push us through this with some speed, that would be appreciated.
I will do my best. You're a tough group. I did not expect to be sitting here at this moment. All right, I am Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item E6A Supplemental Revised Gap Report 1. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on the Phase 2 Stock Definitions Final Action. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel appreciates the hard work and thoughtfulness in Todd Phillips and Katrina Burnhouse clarifying presentations on stock definitions Phase 2, and appreciates the presence of the Groundfish Management Team for these presentations. Their presence facilitated our discussion and consideration around whether the proposed list of species didn't warrant further consideration before retaining them within the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan as stocks in need of conservation under National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Final preferred alternative FPA selection. The GAP recommends alternative 1 as FPA within option 1 to define those stocks shown in table ES3 of attachment 1 as stocks within the FMP, with the exception of harlequin, rosethorn, and striped-tail rockfish. For harlequin rockfish, the GAP agrees with the staff's recommendation that they be dropped from the alternative 1 list and further consideration be given to that species for alternative 2 or 3 under the guidance within MSA National Standard 1, Section 600-305C. This is because harlequin rockfish are rarely, if ever, encountered by the fishery. With respect to rosethorn rockfish, they are long-lived, up to 64 years, slow-growing, and late in maturing, and this is a quote, which indicates these small fish are not very productive as a fisheries resource. There is very little information about this species, and in the field it is easily confounded with both pink rose and swordspine rockfish. Managing them for optimum yield has the potential to limit access to many other important co-occurring rockfish species found in rocky reefs at depths of 100 to 350 meters. However, while not the target of a fishery, the GAP concurs that they are often retained in the non-trawl commercial fishery and marketed rather than discarded. recreational anglers have, until very recently, not had access to these fish's primary habitat for over 20 years. In general, recreational anglers had historically not usually retained these smaller fish, preferring larger ones within their retained bag limits. This species has never been assessed. The GAP therefore recommends this species for removal from Alternative 1 list and moving it to Alternative 2 or 3 for further consideration. Striped-tail rockfish life history indicates that it's a moderatively productive species, habituating to soft bottom substrates. It has been well sampled by trawl methods and is a common catch within the trawl fishery. However, this species is small and commonly discarded rather than marketed. It is rarely caught in recreational fisheries and occasionally encountered within the commercial non-trawl sector. Thus, it is a very low fishery value. However, it's been effectively sampled, regularly assessed, and effectively included within the Council's management cycle. Continuing to invest limited resources in managing this species for its value to the fishery is of questionable merit. The GAP recommends that it should be given further consideration under Alternatives 2 and 3 rather than retained within the Alternative 1 species list, defining as a stock in need of conservation and management. Should the Council choose to include Harlequin, Rosestone, or Stripetail at this time in its FPA, the GAP recommends PPA option 1 for those species as well, as shown in Table ES3. Preliminary preferred alternative action for the Group 2 10-factor analysis species. For the 40 species being considered in the 10-factor analysis, the GAP recommends the following PPA for each species. A brief rationale based on the 10-factor analysis is provided for each stock and PPA recommendation. And so we have a couple of tables here. Within them are some rationale, and they are fair game for questions, but I will not belabor you with reading through those tables. So finally, it's important to note that in the recommendation for the nearshore complex species, it's only made in the context of the National Marine Fisheries Service stating directly that it does not intend to continue the historical practice of shared federal, state management of nearshore species. For decades, nearshore groundfish have been managed under a system in which the states and the service collaborate in gathering scientific information and conducting stock assessments, and management decisions are made at the Pacific Council. Once a management decision is made at the Council, the states adopt conforming regulations to govern fisheries in their waters. The GAP was informed that this process will no longer continue, and going forward, federal management would be limited to any stocks that are predominantly caught in federal waters and are overfished or subject to overfishing, or likely to become overfished, or subject to overfishing, are considered to require conservation and management. Beyond that, councils may determine that additional stocks require conservation and management in the EEZ, and the National Marine Fisheries Service could manage those stocks as well. Decisions regarding management of other stocks within the 0 to 3 mile range would have to take place at state forums. Many members of the GAP would prefer continued federal management of all groundfish species that are actually important to the fisheries, and either designated as EC species or removing those species from the groundfish management plan that are not. This would include retaining within the FMP those nearshore species that are directly targeted or retained in appreciable amounts, or more broadly, that play an important role for either the commercial or recreational fisheries. Fisheries management under the MSA has greatly facilitated holistic and coordinated management of groundfish species coastwide, and the Pacific Council Forum has played a critical role in this regard. The GAP sees great value in continuing this approach. However, the service staff informed the GAP that this was not a viable option for species where catches within the EEZ were small, especially in comparison to the catch of that species in state waters. Therefore, the recommendations above reflect the GAP's views only if it is truly not possible for the Fisheries Service to retain management of all important groundfish stocks. The recommendation above should not be viewed as the GAP's endorsement of the service's new position. regarding management of nearshore stocks. Rather, the recommendations above constitute the GAP's view of the best of the remaining options for stocks primarily caught in state waters, generally full removal from the FMP, as this would allow state management to cover the entirety of the stock, both within state waters and out into the EEZ waters. The GAP reminds the Council that doing so unravels previous West Coast-wide coordinated management and would require states to rebuild that coordination themselves. This task could be quite challenging and indeed potentially not achievable to the previous level. Thank you, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions for Mr. McCray on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report? Keely Ken.
Thank you. I know it's late, but I do want to briefly respond to the last several paragraphs, and then I do have a question for the GAP. But as much of this GAP report seems to be referencing what you think you heard from me, I don't think it's really accurate from what I said, and I won't spend a ton of time on it, but I will just note that NIMFS and the Council have never been involved in nearshore management in state waters. We have never had that authority, so there's nothing changing to that aspect. What we're looking at in this action is for the portion of nearshore stocks, fishery activity that does occur in the EEZ, is there enough there to necessitate management, right? Is it in need of conservation management in the EEZ? I think, right, it comes back to this practice, right, there where it looks like the management is consistent across the line. It is consistent, right, but it has always been separate federal versus state. So I am a little concerned with sort of how the GAP took that conversation. At the end of this, for any species that we determine are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, that coordinated management will still occur, but that is not the same as the federal overreach into state waters. So, I think sort of stepping back that there isn't necessarily things changing on that aspect, but we're asking a hard question. It feels hard, right, about some of these species that may be important in state waters, but there may not be enough of them in federal waters to get us to that point. So I think we should continue that conversation, but I was a little concerned by the many paragraphs parroting, I think, what you thought you heard from me that I don't think are quite accurate. But I do have a question, just digging a little into one of the recommendations, which is on rock sole, sand sole, starry flounder. When I read what you had in the report, it didn't quite get there in the conclusion. I felt like there was probably something just a little bit more. So when I looked at what you have, let me go back up to it. So rock sole, sand sole, starry flounder, you're recommending Alt 1, keep in the FMP, and then your reasoning is that there's not enough volume off the West Coast when compared to the volume coming out of Alaska, so they are not targeted as economically viable for the fleet, but there could conceivably be opportunity in the future. So those statements together are saying keep them in the FMP. Is it you're really banking on a potential future fishery, or is there something else in that recommendation is why you're arguing for Alt 1? Because it didn't quite get there for me.
I think first of all, through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kent. I think your assessment of the GAP's intent here is actually correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCray, for the report and all the work that the GAP put into also creating a good table with some good rationale, et cetera. On the topic of the rose thorn rockfish and striped tail rockfish, suggesting they be pulled out of alternative 1, is the intent there that they would then go through the 10-factor analysis to determine if they can be if they should fall under alternative 2 or alternative 3? Is that the intent, to pull them out of Alt 1 and then do the 10-factor analysis to see where they should belong? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. That is exactly true. That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Merritt. My question is just in relationship to the statement that question Keely just had for you. And that was regarding, it sounds like there was maybe some miscommunication between NIMFS and the GAP as the statement was being created or what went into the statement. And I'm looking at, actually, I think it's your last paragraph, and it says, therefore, the recommendations above reflect the GAP's views only if it is truly not possible for NIMS to retain management of all important groundfish stocks. The recommendations above should not be viewed as the GAP's endorsement of NIMS's new position regarding management of nearshore stocks. So is a logical extension to take these recommendations, especially for nearshore, that they might be different, or these are not actually the GAP's recommendations because these were the recommendations assuming that NIMS was telling the GAP that they needed to be removed. Just trying to logically figure out the GAP's actual position on those nearshore stocks, if that's even possible at this point. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair. Ms. Ridings, thank you for that question. I think you have it right. I think that the truth of it is we felt that if it were possible to retain these species with their current management status, where stock assessments were done through this process and the data collection was coordinated through this process, whether or not it was actually done by states or federal people or even by cooperative agreements with fisheries, that process would be better to continue forward as it has in the past. It's disconcerting that we see that there is potential to lose that coordination that has gone on so successfully for so many years.
Thank you. Any other questions? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. Following on that question then, so in that statement, what are you seeing in the analysis that would support that position, right? So we have to come back to the analysis. So I hear the GAP's perspective. They have a recommendation, then they have another recommendation if something different can happen. But can you connect that back to something in the analysis that demonstrates those nearshore stocks that you would like to keep in are supported in the 10-factor analysis as being in need of conservation and management in the EEZ?
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Kent, honestly, given the information that we have been given, I would arrive where you have, that they are not in need of conservation and management within the EEZ. It's unfortunate, but true.
And I just want to clarify, Merritt, you're here on behalf of the GAP. That's the GAP position, not just your opinion.
I believe that is a position of the GAP.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. And I'm so sorry to belabor this. I'm just looking for some clarity and transparency. Merritt, could you repeat that for us one more time? What was in the statement doesn't seem to be totally consistent with what you just said. And again, I really want to be clear. I'm not throwing stones here at anybody. I'm just trying to get clarity on the GAP's position based on what is in the report and then with what Ms. Kent shared.
Given the parameters that we had to make the determinations, the GAP chose that they should be removed from the fishery management plan. However, if we were given a different set of alternatives where the current management that has been going on successfully in recent decades could continue for those species, we would almost definitely have chosen that.
Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Very quickly, Merritt, what is the that in that sentence you just said?
The continued management where it is coordinated through the council process.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Merritt.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Habitat Committee report. Dr. Scott Happel is online. Dr. Happel, are you available?
Good evening, Vice Chair Hessemer. I am available. Members of the council, I have a brief Habitat Committee report to read on agenda item E6A, Supplemental HC Report 1, Phase 2 stock definitions final action. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from Pacific Fishery Management Council staff on the Groundfish Phase 2 stock definitions action to identify species and stocks in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. The HC briefly discussed the 10-factor analysis in Supplemental Attachment 2, which is intended to guide the Council in adopting a preliminary preferred alternative for each of the 40 groundfish species evaluated. The Habitat Committee agrees with the analysis regarding Factor 1 that all 40 stocks are important components of the marine environment. The Habitat Committee focused its discussion on how the action could affect essential fish habitat designations, as EFH can only be designated for stocks included in the Fishery Management Unit. Removal of any groundfish species from the FMU could result in a change to the current spatial extent of groundfish EFH, as well as the EFH descriptions, and thus could affect EFH-related management decisions and EFH consultations. Because sablefish have the deepest distribution of current species in the FMU, this action is not expected to change the offshore extent of groundfish EFH. However, the upstream extent of groundfish EFH is driven by a few species, including starry flounder, which has the potential to be removed from the FMU under this action. In addition to potential changes in overall spatial extent, removing species from the FMU would also result in their EFH text descriptions being removed from the fishery management plan. Therefore, although these potential implications for EFH designations do not necessarily affect the action itself, the Habitat Committee thought the Council would be interested in this additional context. And that ends my report. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Happel on the Habitat Committee report? And I see there is a question. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Heppel. That's interesting because it seems to say that we would do less or understand less, research and understand less about the habitat in general if we remove certain species. So can you elaborate on our ability to make sure we're taking good care of habitat as these species are taken off the FMP list? Thank you.
Yep, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Lent, for that question. Certainly, if species aren't part of EFH, we would expect there to be less focus, less research. But the broader consideration is that there are text descriptions of specific habitat types that give more detail than simply the spatial extent of EFH for groundfish. And so therefore, the Council would lose the opportunity to either act upon or comment upon other actions that would affect those habitats if those habitats are removed from the groundfish EFH descriptions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Lynn Mattis and then Keely Kemp.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, Dr. Happel. You call out sablefish as the deepest distribution, but then you mentioned starry flounder, which, thank you, by the way. For those who know me, starry flounder was the main topic of my master's thesis. But calling out starry flounder, was that to use that as an example of one that's maybe got the shallowest or the farthest inshore distribution to act as the bookend against sablefish?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. That is correct. Our understanding of starry flounder in particular, and perhaps some of the other estuarine species, but starry flounder have been found at least 100 river kilometers up the Columbia River. So I can't speak to other portions of the West Coast and their habitat distributions, but they seem to define the upper extent of estuarine and euryhaline situations for groundfish.
Thank you for the clarification.
Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Happel, for the HC report. Just going back to your comment and response with Dr. Lent, did the HC discuss the sort of order of operations in terms of EFH designation and stock definitions? I thought your response to Dr. Lent was a little different than what I read in the report, and I'm wondering if you can clarify. Did the HCC talking about the EFH designations as appropriate and coming after stock definitions, or that stock definitions would drive the EFH designations, and really the purpose of the EFH designations being directly germane to the stocks that this council has defined in each of its FMPs.
Thank you, through the chair, for that question. I think I understood what you're saying. What the Habitat Committee is saying is that habitat and EFH designation should not drive the stock definitions. But if the stock definitions change such that some stocks are removed from the management unit, then those EFH definitions for those species would also be removed from the FMP.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Appel, for the report.
Thank you very much.
That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. We have 2 sign-ups, both of them online here. Ben Grundy. Ben will be followed by Ben Antignap. Ben Grundy, can you hear us? Is he not he's not connected right now. So, Ben Antignap, apologize for the lateness, but can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Ben Entignap. I'm representing Oceana. We have written public testimony submitted in the record, which I'd like to refer you to for the full extent of our comments. Oceana is requesting that the council push back on the idea that it should remove any species from the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. First, removing species from federal management is absolutely a move in the wrong direction. It's away from ecosystem-based fisheries management and towards a single species management system that only prioritizes high-volume moneyfish. Second, moving species from management is a significant federal action lacking necessary environmental review and thorough consideration at this time. The council shouldn't take action to recommend NIMS remove species without proper environmental review in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act. For example, the Habitat Committee raised an important point just now that removing a species from the FMP may alter the designation and conservation of essential fish habitats. This fact has not been fully considered. The effects on habitat, fish populations, protected resources, and socioeconomic impacts have not been considered. And I would say that there's a lot at risk here to the ecosystem with questionable benefits, if any. You have to ask, how does removing species from management enhance the council's ability to attain sustainability objectives? This is the stated need for the phase 2 process. The answer cannot be that it's just easier to manage fewer species. While seemingly convenient, removing species from the FMP does not enhance the council's ability to attain sustainability objectives. For species that are jettisoned from the FMP, it would be the opposite. Let me be clear, the phase 2 stock definition process, which appears to be being used to exclude stocks from federal management, is inconsistent with the language, purpose, and intent of the MSA. The FMP absolutely improves management of species, including those caught in state waters. If a species removed from the FMP were designated as an ecosystem component species, there will no longer be conservation and management measures necessary to prevent overfishing, including annual catch limits, overfishing limits, or minimum stock size thresholds. This would eliminate critical elements of the management that are currently occurring in federal and state waters, as the states rely on federal groundfish management to set conforming regulations in their respective jurisdictions. As such, Oceana recommends the council retain management of all groundfish species currently in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, identify stock definitions for each of these species, and ensure conservation and management through the long-standing council process that includes scientific review, collaboration, and coordination between West Coast states, the tribes, and the National Marine Fisheries Service. And that concludes my comments. And again, please see our letter for our full recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Entignap on his testimony? Keely Kent.
Thank you. And thank you, Ben, for hanging with us. I know it's a late night. Did have a question on some of your comments. You noted that you felt like the council was taking this action just to get rid of a number of species. And I'm wondering where in the hundreds of pages of analysis that is in front of us at this meeting, you're seeing that conclusion. Which part of the 10-factor analysis, trying to look at whether or not these species are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, seemed like a numbers-based, outcome-based approach?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I see it in a number of places. First is the general message that NIMS can't continue to manage 500 plus species in the United States. This is a message coming from the Council Coordinating Committee, and it's coming from NIMS. Second, I see it in the management team reports and the GAP reports, where they're making recommendations to remove species, because I think that's the direction where this whole thing is going. And I see it in the way that the analysis has been done. And I really don't think the analysis has been done well, especially for looking at the benefits provided by a coordinated approach between the feds and the states, where the analysis didn't even really look hard at what that would look like. And I don't think one could come to the conclusion that the state management affords the same level of protection that's afforded by the MSA if you actually continued that analysis further, which was not included in the analysis before you. Because clearly it's the MSA that is preventing overfishing. And the MSA is through this council process where we're setting catch limits that then the states are then conforming to. And without that, that goes away.
Keeley.
Thanks for that response, Ben. Maybe just one more follow-up on that. Just asking whether in the consideration of your comments that you've brought forward, you do understand that the states are undertaking independent action in state waters, that they are not held to any MSA standard and they are not required to do anything consistent with the federal government. You seem to be banking on that argument, and I'm concerned with whether or not that is really set up in a way that makes sense in terms of what actually happens under the state statutes and regulations versus the federal statutes and regulations.
I think right now, for better or for worse, the current system that we have makes sense, where the overarching catch limits are being set through the council process through a coordinated approach between the states and tribes and the National Marine Fisheries Service. And all the states, the way that they've set up their plans is to conform to those approaches being set by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And I'll just say, there's some hard conversations just earlier today about quillback rockfish, but the new science that's being developed is closely coordinated between National Marine Fisheries Service and the states and others. And so we're going to lose that if we remove these species from management. And I don't think that the states with their budgets, and their plans are going to be any better off to be able to manage these species on their own. And I think ultimately what that's going to do is kind of a forget it approach where we lose consideration of these species entirely. We stop worrying about them. We start learning about them. We stop protecting their habitat, and it's going to be worse off for ecosystem-based management and a healthy ocean into the future.
Other questions? I want to make sure people have time to think about this. And I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Ben, for sticking it out today and being with us. And as Ben noted, I want to remind everybody there are some written comments submitted that are prior to this meeting in there. If you haven't looked at those already, please do that. That completes our reports and completes the public comment. As we said, this is a two-piece agenda item. We will take it up again tomorrow, which is almost today. And Lynn Mattis, Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have to ask a question, even though it's late, so that we have, I think, some things to think about overnight before we start part two. I need to connect across several of the reports that we got tonight and ask Ms. Kent a question that maybe needs to be answered tomorrow, but would be helpful to get it going right now. I just want to note that we had a very good tribal report that talked about the need or desire to keep some of the nearshore species in the FMP, followed by a GMT report that demonstrates an ask for the stock for some nearshore species off of Oregon and Washington to stay in the FMP, while California wants to be out. And I want to connect all of those various in-out decisions or recommendations to the SSC comment about if one's in, they should all be in, and should all their component species should stay together. And so I'm just looking for some guidance as to whether or not that is how we should be viewing this or not as we head into tomorrow's discussion and decision making. Thank you.
Keely Kent.
Thanks for that question. Yes, I've been pondering this particular question as I had the opportunity to be a part of the SSC discussion or be in the room, and they listened to my questions and responded to them. It was very nice of them. But I think this is an important one to break through on. The way that we view this question of nearshore species or nearshore stocks and sort of whether or not we can consider things differently is similar to how we've talked about it before, right? Which is that there are these stepwise questions. Really, the first question is their population structure within this species. For many of these nearshore species, we've already had that discussion, all right, and we've been provided with a recommendation that the best scientific information available tells us that even in light of uncertainty that there's population structure, and that is enough to be able to manage these populations independently. That's what we're doing when we're separating them out by stocks, is independent management. So in our view, that is question number one. That for many of our nearshore, we've already decided that it is appropriate to split those at the state boundary. Then the next question is that evaluation of whether or not that stock is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. So I do believe the way that the analysis has separated out those species on the state-by-state boundaries is appropriate and will lead you to the possibility of different outcomes based on the state, right? Because we've set up that first question, and then you're asking that second question consistent with what we believe to be true about population structure. Does that help?
All right, thank you. And I did want to check to make sure there's no other questions critical to the work that needs to be done between now and when we take this up that are better asked right now. When we get back to this, we will get into council discussion, but I'll make sure there's no other questions that you want to ask right now. And not seeing any then, since this is a two-part, we won't close the agenda item out. I think in parliamentary procedure, we will lay it on the table and bring it up again later. And with that, then I will turn the gavel back to our chair and see how much longer he wants to meet today.
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair Hessener. Heather, Paul.
Thank you.
You have a question?
I do. And
Okay.
it might be a question for Merrick, which is why I'm hesitating. I'm just looking at, I just wanted to confirm that we'll do G1, then C2, and then E6 tomorrow. And that's the order.
Yeah, just in response to your question, we do not have the intention to change the order of the agenda at this time. And so I believe what you're reading off of is the agenda that is adopted, modified, that's currently posted to the briefing book. So the order that's spelled out there is the order we would continue to follow. So that's G1. Then we do C2, which is legislative, and D2, which is the response to the executive order.
You mentioned the other day that you
I've
were
got-
moving
I have an
D2
old
between E6 or E7 and E8.
That's right.
Boy, I'm failing at my executive director duties.
Director's always just E2 between 7 and E8.
Okay. I believe you had it correct. So we've reordered that one, and I'm looking at an old version evidently. So my apologies. Is that clear enough, Ms. Hall? Okay.
I guess I do have the gavel. Corey, writings?
I'm sorry, thanks. I was having a similar problem. I think there's some agenda control in my file management system. Merritt, could you give us like a 10-second just order of the agenda tomorrow, just to make sure that we're all on the same page?
Yes. And I'm now I'm nervous. Okay. So tomorrow is Sunday. So we start off with G1. Then we go to C2. And then we have a revised order that gets triggered after that. We come back to E6. Then E7, which is the specs flex. And then we go to D2, which is the executive order matter. And then finish the day with E8, which is 2728, part of the specs planning.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Just to make